afterlife, so that I can stand in this life and not anxious and be like Daniel and have faith and not falter, continue to be a soldier of God and march, be a disciple of Christ, and stand up against the law, because that's what he said, conform to my image. Through Paul and Matthew, he said, follow after me. So we have to do what he did. He said, hados, be in the same narrow way. And he stood up to the perversion of the halakha, which was the original Torah, Jewish law, 613 statutes, commandments, and they translated it. They did the same thing to America, turned it to a trans corporation, former state, 13, remember, colony states, original, before they turned it into a corporation. Yeah, that's what God hates, when we twist and change what he did here. It was a constitution. It was a constitutional republic, not a corporation and a democracy, a House of Congress and a Senate. So all crimes in America are crimes of commerce, done under the merchant number or capital letter birth contract merchant number. It's a contract from birth, and these are enforced through the corporation called America, and they sell your merchant number through the banks. And that's not how this was originally. The Treasury was supposed to print money, right? Nope. It was supposed to be gold and silver, and it was without interest. And now there was these banksters, Trump heading the whole bankster union here with his number one selling single selling product ever, the Pfizer jab, and his Moderna, Johnson & Koch brothers, all this national emergency over a novel which is man-made, SARS and MERS, attached to his little troll buddy, behind buddy, number one paid pig person in government, Dr. Gain of Function Research, AIDS, Fauci virus, autoimmune deficiency. They have their fingerprint all over it. So you standing against the perversion, or you just going with the flow? Get stung by the spelling bee and go with, and spend your currency. It's supposed to be gold and silver. That's illegal. That's not constitutional. So all this commerce, merchant crime is all revised statutes and not part of the original Title 18 and the revised statutes code for commerce. So not constitutional, not legislated through judicial, legislative, and executive branch, and not constitutional. So know your rights and assert them. There's no such thing as freedom. There's such thing as rights. The right to choose. Not dumb. There's no such thing as free will, and freedom is long gone. You can assert your rights, but you have to know your rights to be able to assert them. They put a bunch of mandates. I don't go on dates with men. That's not law, okay? Mandates, not law. Code is not a law. I'm a teacher and a pastor. He said, don't sup with pigs, swine, people in government. Kentucky, over there where Dabu 77, my neighbor moved from here in the tyrannical state of Oregon. Beautiful place to be, back to Kentucky, a place where they're very Second Amendment friendly, and kind of woke up over there. My son is from down Indiana. He's you know what they do in Indiana, don't you? Oh, right. Anyway, so Jeffersonville, right? Corden, the original state capital before Indianapolis, Indiana. Hoosier, baby. He's my son. I'm his dad. His father is in heaven. So he knows that. Good boy, Elijah. He's a good young man. So, Dad's got to fill in the gap here and throw himself in front of the evidence. I'm the cock blocker. The state threw myself up. They swatted the house and kidnapped my daughter. And, well, things don't always turn out. So, my sister is a gynecologist. Oh, interesting. Well, that's not too much. They call her the cock. Oh, well, that's pretty funny that you said that. But mine is in front of a Big Bob cock meat sandwich, or getting double stuffed ass raped by a man who wants to make my son's asshole bleed and split it open so he's got semen and blood leaking out his asshole. So that kind of cock blocker, not a gynecologist, but a true American that would stand up for his country, for throw his ass in front of the whole country, if you will, for other people's rights, you know. So, your mom was a blowfish? Your sister is a gynecologist. Interesting. All right, moving on here. What do we got here? Jiu-jitsu. All right. That's good stuff. I mean, you got to be able to protect yourself. God said, let vengeance be mine. He said, be meek, not weak. So you have the right to defend yourself, brothers and sisters, but not go outside your borders. He said, let vengeance be mine. God used to say, eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth. Somebody came and you took out your brother, you go sneak in his house and take out his. So we're not under that covenant, but you do have the right under the Fourth Amendment to protect your person, speed is secure, and your house's papers, persons, in effect, warrantless search or seizure, and anybody tramples on that Fourth Amendment, you can use your Second Amendment if you deem necessary, and don't shoot him in the back, brothers and sisters. Please don't shoot anybody. Be meek, not weak. But you do have the right to protect yourself, remember? So you have Fourth Amendment rights, you have God-given rights, natural, organic, state rights. But if you're a commerce, then you're be judged by being a commerce. And God wasn't commerce. He stood up to perverted. Stop. I'm trying to teach. Get up here. My dog is lacking some attention, needs some love. Not getting enough dad love. Dad's been busy. Oh, guys, I love you guys. I know Daddy spent no time, just been doing all of this. I know you guys are the best. You fucking pigs. You kept launching tear gas in here. You're going to have to watch this in the Supreme Court because they watch this channel, just so you know. You people in government, you state of Oregon, I said I was coming out. You called me. Discovery, right? The evidence suppression will show there was no resistance. I ate 4 tear gas canisters for my dogs because I don't have a whole bunch of friends. All I was asking was to write down some numbers so I can get my dog somewhere. Went back for the door. She could have shot me there. Thank you, Father, for keeping me here. So went back for the kitty too, huh? My people. That's whatever. Can't help it. I haven't found my kitty, guys. She hasn't come back yet in a day. Maybe she'll come back. I don't know. She's never went missing. You guys know Juniper, maybe on the channel. So David Wayne. Oh, cool, David. Nice. Outstanding. You guys got lots of accounts. You guys, me too. I got multiple accounts. So I have a bunch of YouTube accounts, right? Gmail. But anyways. So did you go watch my 923 executive order video from Mr. Barry, Trump's behind buddy, Mr. Transgender Man Shell? Four triangles up, 4 triangles down in one building. I'll drop 3 buildings with 2 airplanes, and then you will build a tower, a Nimrod tower together. You can sign the top of the tower. WWW. Remember all that? You guys forgot you're blind 11, huh? I'm blind to you. Fucking haters. All right. Anyway, that's a little collie buds there. Collie buds. What's that? All right. What are you doing? Why is this a serpent and gentle as a dove? What's your exit plan? Do you have an exit plan? Or are you going to fight? He said be meek, not weak. Yeah, look at the top of that, David. Va. He signed the top of it. Barry, his behind phallic buddy. Remember they trade lightsabers, or what do they call those things? Use the Force, Luke, right? The Skywalker. Mr. Phallic Tower and Barry, 3 in 1. Is it a 3rd term or a 4th term? Use the Schwartz, Luke. May the Schwartz be with you. What was that movie? Spaceballs. Did you see that, Rebel? Something about Spaceballs. That was a pretty good. There was some one-liners, lots of one-liners in the Spaceballs movie. Man, I can't help it sometimes. Stryker. Oh, never mind. Was that Stryker? No, that was Airplane. Never mind. I'm going back in time. I apologize. I'm like Back to the Future. I'm here. I'm back. Don't worry about it. That was back in time. So you got to go 88, right? Miles an hour. 88 gigawatts. You got your flux capacitor all full. You got oil. You're all oiled up. What's your exit plan? Seriously, it's fight or flight, brothers and sisters. You keep thinking I'm nuts. The man's nuts. Grab him. But Noah was a conspiracy theorist. up until the day of the flood, and he built an ark. There's a supply chain food shortages coming like a mofo. Maybe Noah knew something. There was just a whole bunch of food out there in the ocean, huh? Oh, wait, he brought a whole bunch of food with him, too. Man, he was a smart man. Everybody told him he was a crazy old man, scoffed at that man for decades. It never even rained on this rock. Not during that time. It had not. Nope. I said he was nuts. The man's nuts. Grab him, right? No, don't do that. See, we don't do that transgender Jesus in here. Keep your hands to yourself. All right? So, listen, brothers, sisters, you'll reap what you sow. He said, put up extra oil. Be meek, not weak. Have extra oil. Do not go back to your house. Do not go back to the store. You need it now. What are you going to wait there to be fighting people TP for your bunghole? I did TP for my bunghole. Are you threatening me? Never mind. Come out with your hands up. No, that's not what he said. He said, come out with your pants down, right? Oh, sorry about that. No, I don't want to do Beavis and Butthead. My bad. Hey, man. Am I driving okay? No, never mind. We're at busting. No, I better stop. Hold on, I got to take some time for my puppy. So anyways, wise as a serpent, be in it but not of it, brother, sister. I still got to be here, man. Somehow I got to make it to the end. He said I have to endure to the end to be saved. So you can't bitch out and be a puss. And these women are looking a lot stronger than the men in America these days. Bunch of weak men. Whatever. It is what it is. I call the tea kettle black because it is. Alathea. He said, don't change a jot, a yod, or a tittle. So you don't like it? Jimmy crack corn. Your master's dead to me. Can't serve masters. Damning God, your enemy is you. My enemy is me. Better find to have a plan. Have an exit plan. Fight or flight. What are you going to do? Keep asking you. You don't have no plan. Nobody's put their plan. Be like Noah. Build an ark. There's food all over the ocean. That's a pretty good plan. You can go up near the banks and catch sand crabs. And when there's a food shortage coming, hey, be wise as Noah. Get away. I got to get away. Like a dove. I got to fly. Is he? Wise as a serpent, gentle as a dove. Hallelujah. It's in his word, brother. So he said, be in it, but be not of it. Cash is king. Do you have a store? Not like ching ching. You can buy some oil. He said, go to the store. Nuh-uh. Remember, he said, get away from me, foolish virgin. There comes a time where I got to take care of myself. I know I'm supposed to be charitable, but no, you go back and you go where they sell the oil, and bam, sure enough, what old timing, huh? Those foolish virgins sure learned then, huh? I think there was something about a wedding. Pastor Apocalypse keeps talking about a wedding. What do you mean a wedding? Why is this all about? I thought it was about religion and good and evil and blah, blah, blah. Nobody keeps saying something about the wedding feast. Some feast, yeah. Oh, like the feast of unleavened bread or the feast. No, the wedding. Shiloh, right? Anyone? Bueller? All right, anyways, don't matter. Y'all got to stand before the Father no matter what. Hopefully Shiloh will be there. If not, where the wages of sin is death. It doesn't matter what your belief is. Believe is not a thought in your head. You might want to rethink that belief. All right, back to life. All right, no, he said the light. I am the Hados, the Aletheia, and the original, the way, the truth, and the light. You dig? All right. Yeah, you better be putting that shovel in the ground. He said, girded in my service, extra oil, and your lamps trim. Not making a prediction. Prophecy was nailed to a tree. There are no prophets walking this earth today, not one. Nope. You blasphemous heathenous swine, I rebuke you. You do the works of your father, the devil. He nailed all that to a tree. It became the last supper, fulfilling all the dietary laws and rituals and celebrations and customs and faith. Only by faith. Shiloh. Faith, Shiloh. Faith, Shiloh. That's it. That's the only way. The only way to the Father is through the Son. Did you get that? Dude, I don't know what's wrong with you. You want in, you want out, you want in. You're like having a girlfriend. It's my puppy. He's good. He's never ever cheated or lied on me. Lied to me one time. I love him. I love you. He loves Dad. He's getting attention, guys. This guy is like a girlfriend. He needs attention. And I haven't given it to him, so I love him. This one too. Mrs. Yatterboy. He's my boy. He's Dingo. Somebody left a baby on a windowsill, and the dingo ate the baby. Oh, did you eat the baby, Jesus? Did you eat the baby? Sex pistol, little cracker, Jesus, because it tastes like sugar, Jesus. Oh, he's my dingo. He ate the baby. He didn't eat the baby. Who left the baby on the windowsill? This is Yatterboy. Say, I'm Bone. I am Bone. His man has many names. He said, many will come in my name, saying, well, not this is Pants. Dogs don't go to heaven because they don't have a soul. They don't sin. A dog can't sin. Why would a dog ever need judged, huh? That's as stupid as Walt Disney is the dumbest thing. No such thing as a conscience, huh? Jiminy Cricket's my ass. Ados. Hogadesh. Huh? Alatia. He knows. He knows. He's my boy. He wouldn't, when the cops came swatted this place, he said, I'm not leaving. I'm not leaving. They tried. Somebody got their hand bloody trying to get him out of here, huh? He's my good one. He's my good one. Hey, this is Mr. Pants. Mr. Yatterboy. Do you love the dad? Come give me a hug. Come give me a hug. No? All right. Oh, we got her paw. Do you love the dad? Do you love me? Do you love me? Do you love the dad? No. You're a silly guy. You're such a silly guy. All right, you're taking and stealing the show. You're stealing the show. Come here, Biggie. All right, get out, Pants. Get out. All done. All done. Pants, all done. Go on. All done. Get down. Come here, Tuggy. Come here. Get up here. Come here, big guy. Pants, get down. One at a time. You already got your love. Pants, all done. Oh, I love you. Oh, I love you. Oh, you're a good boy. Oh my God. Pants, you're going to be okay. I've been doing a lot of live streaming, guys. These guys need a lot of attention. You know, that's all I asked the state police is to just let me get some fucking numbers so I can. But instead, they lost 5 tear gasters in this house, and these dogs had to live with it. This dog had to be taken away and suffered for quite some time. So, fuck you, pig, state police. I'm going to take you and sue every one of your bonds for what you are excessive force. And I have all proof to put you pigs in prison, or at least get your bonds so you never operated as a cop again. And in their police pig report, brothers and sisters, it said that the dogs could be a threat to law enforcement. And I went back for the door that day, and I felt the sting. I thought they were going to shoot me, but I didn't care. I'll take a bullet for them. I already taken a concussion grenade to my face, which is not supposed to be thrown in a building. Concuss the room, not somebody's face. That's excessive force at 45 seconds after I started live streaming. Violent? Elijah, you okay? How's that sound like violent? Bam! In the face. Glad I still have this guy. He's doing better, but he's not the same dog, man. He's worried that I'm going to leave. So we kind of got this thing. Tries to cover the door now. Get ahead of me. He's never done that before, so. But anyways, state police, I'm going to take you to Supreme Court, federal court, and expose what you did here in Lake County. You didn't even look and see. You didn't call one time. Lake County didn't get the cellular data like the Trump showed, or sat for 12, the second one in the bushes for 12 hours and got 45 miles away. Cellular data showed. So in this case, cellular data, right? We're going to look at the cellular data on everything. So why didn't you see if I called Lake County? Why did I talk to the lady and she said, why did I call John before? Why did all these phone calls take place that you never looked up one single time? Instead, you brought fucking drones? Drones over my motherfucking house? when you could have been giving that to, we're getting our 911 taken away out here. And you drone my fucking house? You pigs? I'm suing all your bonds. Every one of you. I refuse to sue the state because I don't want to make these people have to pay for you criminal pigs' behavior. State of Oregon, you failed this state. You didn't even look into any of this discovery for weeks on end. You came across my YouTube live stream. It's in your discovery. Well, no, you won't even bring it up during Elijah's trial. No wonder that he bailed. You were preparing Lake County a conviction, violating his Sixth Amendment right to fair and speedy trial, adequate Miranda counsel. Miranda rights. I know my rights. I'm asserting them in this case. I won't go away. Most people just take it in the ass. Yeah, they pay to get fucked in the ass by this fucking commerce system that you enforce. All crimes in America are crimes of commerce, not under the Title 18 original statutes. These are revised statutes added when they changed this from a constitutional republic to a democracy. This is a corporation. Whether you understand what's going on, it's not in an Article 3. There's only one court in all of America that has any judicial capacity, brothers. This is all a clown show. And you call me crazy, but fuck you, pigs. That was all unnecessarily. One call could have fucking changed. Yeah, now I've suffered a stroke. My dogs I have to keep, every once in a while, I find a little bit of it in here. I breathe it, I have blood coming out my face. I'm not the same man I was, but I will not stop. What's your discovery say? Anonymous YouTube caller said, so you got to look up all the YouTube evidence, you dumb fucking pigs. Yeah, in all crimes in America are crimes of commerce, not under the original Title 18, which was legislated through the judicial, legislative, and executive branch. These were all added subtitles, sub-statutes. Revised statutes are not done through judicial, legislative, and executive branch. No, that's what was added without that. No executive by executive. No, that's not how that works. Judicial, legislative, and executive. This ain't the queen, but that's what you're under. Merchant. You pay to get your ass raped if you're a man and in prison, and you pay them for that. That's sick, and that's what's going on in this country. You do. It's your merchant number. Where do you think that fine comes from? Not your whatever you got a restitution. There's fines, not the ones you have to pay, but there's fines attached. They get paid. That's your commerce or merchant number. You're getting paid to get ass raped, eat a big Bob cock meat sandwich. You're getting paid to do that in America. You're paying these banksters. Remember, this was without interest, gold and silver by the Treasury. This is how it works. This is how it works, brothers, sisters. I don't know. I don't want to have to be the one to say this, but there are these people came in and fucking kidnapped my daughter. Literally took her without warrant. No reasonable articulate suspicion or shown on a warrant or probable cause. You have to have that signed by a judge before you Mirandize. Can a cost take somebody's body by criminal? You charge her with criminal. You had to have show cause, probable cause. PC. Remember, I fucking used to be a pig, you fucking idiots. You fucking idiot pigs. That was so over. Why would you throw a concussion grenade at my face? Oh, because I was a fucking pig. I did have special weapons and tactics, special reaction team training, just like you pigs. But I never called for violence. How many times, how many calls were made? How many calls were made? Let's go through a little bit of this evidence because this is all discovery. Why did I call John Caligo and ask him, hey, John, I want to make this smooth coming over there because we're over here. You know, you were the attorney on the case, John. So I'm trying to figure out how to get the best documentation to make, Tracy, they do what they want. I'm a criminal attorney. Get it. You're a prior law support document. Okay, thank you, John. Then I call Lake County parole to make sure that my son had completed all the hours. Why didn't you call, you pigs? You cost taxpayer money. You flew fucking drones over my house. You fucking wasted so much of the taxpayers. We're losing our fucking 911 because of you pigs. You too, Lake County. You were the last ones in line. All these state troopers made. You're the last in line. You fucking low man on the totem pole. You're like the FBI, the Federal Bureau of Imbeciles, idiots, soup, commerce cops, same thing, federal, not operating under a Title 18. It's criminal if they try to charge. I don't give a shit if it's federal. See, they're as federal as Federal Express. No, they're not. This is a corporation. This is disgusting. They came in here and hit me in the face with the concussion grenade. Whether it hit the screen and hit me in the face, it's still concussed right here in my face. You can see it at the live stream. Because these pigs bragged that they thought they were going to go up there. State fucking pigs come to go hang out the same restaurants that I defended during the COVID, told them to bring their fucking happy ass out and protect the businesses that wanted to stay open, not want to shut their down. They're not the first time when 2 to 3 million small businesses in America, that COVID sure took them out, didn't it? Yeah, all more money, rich people, record earnings. 2020, remember Pfizer, Johnson, Moderna, Donald Trump, Koch brothers, mask, gloves, to-go containers, clamshells, that's all the Koch brothers. That's all Donald Trump. It is all, whether you understand what's going on or not. A fake national emergency, going to declare one in days from now. Seriously, the survival rate, let's go, you 100% got it. And first, novel corona is a man-made. Novel means man-made. That had in the mirrors attached to the corona. Corona is the scientific name for the common cold. You people are idiots, bumbling fucking idiots. A virus isn't even alive, you fucking people. Just allowed this to happen to you, and the whole world did it too. Jimmy cracked corn, and I don't care. I don't serve two masters. He said, worry about no man who can take your flesh, only worry who can take your flesh and your soul. He said, be not anxious, wrestle not against flesh and blood. He said, all right. He was the last supper. He became the last supper. They ate the lamb, not fallen angels, not crackers and grape juice, not Cadbury eggs. They ate the lamb. He was the Lamb of God. Hallelujah. Shiloh, my love. He said before Abraham was, I am. See, I'm a pastor too. I provide sanctuary for my son, and I had affirmative defense. They were trying to prosecute my son because they said he didn't do these hours, which I have 100% and 5 witnesses that went with him to do these things. And they already know these things. Cellular data will show. They all bring their phones with them anyways. Fuck the witness. Let's just look at cellular data. You fucking pigs didn't even look into that. You could have just looked into the cellular data and then seen if I made a call. You would have never called for warrant. I wouldn't be permanently scarred, have suffered a stroke, and have still continue to a little bit. I'm off grid. One tear gas canister after like an M203. I know I'm a pig. I used to do this just like you fucking pigs. None of what you guys asked, even one fucking time, why are we going to do this? I mean, I see this, but why is this guy holding this guy? You know, why is he holding him? We should look into why. No, they didn't give a fuck. They're like, go get him, boys. They're yes men. I can't wait till every one of their bonds are taken from them after they have to face trial for their criminal fucking negligence to not even pursue any investigation to one phone call. That's it. When you fucking dumb fucking pigs came on my property, you 2 state troopers, I was already, remember, I'm screaming at you. Stop, you're fucking scaring my fucking daughter. Instead of shooting you because you were on my property, bam, 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 there's 2 of you in the car. 2 dead fucking pigs. Using my 4th Amendment, I could have. That's why I told that one pig when I went to my son's trial, shut your fucking mouth, pig. Don't tell me that's murder. Just a fucking, you don't know your 4th. You're just quoting off this Oregon statute bullshit. I'm not a goddamn statute unless it's under the original Title 18. All crimes in America are crimes of commerce. I know my right. I will assert my right. Congress shall establish no law prohibiting the exercise of free speech. I have the right to speak up. Kiss my ass, you pigs. Seriously, that's what I'm telling the other pig, state cop. Stop looking at me, you pig. I'm talking to your pigs, your leader pigs, and your camera there. You're the one. I want you guys to listen to what the hell I'm saying. I'm not fucking Lavoy Finicum. You thought you had to come out here and shoot me. You're so fucking stupid. You didn't even go in and do an investigation. Do the investigation to see if these businesses up there that I stood with during the COVID, somebody reported back to me, cellular data will show, huh? Oh my God, Tracy, I can't believe how many they brought up there. They said there was this big armed standoff and you were this big bad guy. And that's what it showed but that didn't happen. Nothing like that, because cellular data will show for weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks on end, months, years on end. I was trying to tell you, calling and made 50 calls that you never looked into. Cellular data will show. But still, you continued forward with your warrant. You continue to bring fucking waste taxpayer monies in Oregon and the county's money. We're losing our fucking 911 because pigs like you don't use your resources. Probably you use a special weapons and tactics warrant. This is my bitch. Let me introduce you to my bitch. My bitch's name is Chief of Finance down here. He's a prosecuting attorney. And he screamed my name. You can't call him my bitch. He's screaming my name, right? Say my name again, Teddy Bear, right? Mr. Teddy Bear, what is Martin? He's a chief of finance. He's not operating in an Article 3 court either. Article 3 is there's only one judicial Article 3 court. It's one administrative, fourth territorial. Neither of them are judicial and not under the original Title 18 statutes. Everything was added when they turned it into a corporation. All crimes in America are crimes of commerce. Fuck these pigs. I know my rights. I hope you know yours too. I'm dissolving the corporation without shooting anybody. I've done it by subrogation. Look it up. It's history. History is made. I'm going to start continuing to do this because these pigs can't do anything to me anymore. After it leaves this county, they just thought they can get me to take it in the ass, and pay for my own mass raping. I'm not a commerce. My name is capital T, small r, small a, small c, small y, capital W, small e, small r, small a, and small e, small r. I am never operating in commerce. I'm always operating in a private capacity, never in commerce. So I have to say that, vampires, you got to invite them in. You got to willingly take the mark. You got to, you guys, when arrested, what is your name? My name is Apocalypse. My name is Revelation. Well, that's not your name. That's false official statement to a police officer. Oh, all right, cool. Another charge. Yeah. Oh, yeah, I'm looking at the camera. That's not my mail. That's what my followers call me on my YouTube Predestined4light channel. So if you want to give me a charge, cool. Another charge. I'm not worried about your... I know the camera's up there looking and you're recording this. My name is capital T, small r, small a, small c, small y, capital W, small e, small r, small a, and small e, small r. And you don't care if you can't write that in your system. I'm not all in capital letters. You cannot, I don't care if your system can't. That's your fucking problem, mine. All right, you got that? It's all been recorded, brothers, sisters. Cellular data will show. All of it. Body cams. I have every bit of evidence on this. I took this to one of the largest attorneys in the state. They said they didn't have the bandwidth to take this case. And they thought they'd take my son to trial for 2 days, but he's like, he's out of here, and that's fine. Good. Go and show your time. Wherever my young son is at, don't worry, Dad's got his asshole in front, and you are my evidence. I know because I kept you from letting them arrest you because you have affirmative defense. Under a definition of affirmative defense is self-defense. It'd be called justification or excuse the liability or criminal or civil liability for the actions of protecting your asshole from Big Bob stuffing his fucking cock in your face and you having to pay for it because they're trying to illegally charge you when you have all the evidence that you don't need to serve any time. Actually, they'll be the ones who will eventually go to prison, not my son. I will clear my son, Elijah John Werner. This will become a Supreme Court national case. You will see it. I don't know. Hey, we'll see when Donald Trump declares this national emergency on whenever he does takes office. I think the whole system's about to, not the end of the world, but we'll see. So fuck you, pigs. You could have called it 17 months and see why did Ryan Solberg let Elijah get off early of probation at halfway. And I called John Caligo to talk about the restitution. And he talked to Ryan to make sure Ryan Solberg said, yes, he could. He just needed to pay restitution. He had never paid any restitution, never have any probation violations. The terms of his release was to complete the 180 hours original for his theft crime for 36 months of probation, $47,000 of restitution, and 180 hours. So he did that. That was the terms of his release. This crooked county is not going to get his labor out of him before they let him leave. He did it in 5 months. 5 months. 5 times 32 is 160 plus 20. He did multiple days. I was locked up with Chad, the fire chief. This fucking county, fucking Lake County, you fucking pigs, listen to this shit. Logan, and I'm not, it is, everybody knows in this town. I've got this front and center of the whole town. I pissed off. I sat with a writer in this town he's for the newspaper. And he said, listen, Tracy, you got a target on your back, dude. You have pissed off everybody in this town that is anybody that's important. You got a target. You need to slow. I said, listen, good. Now we got him on the ropes. So what else we got to go from here? What do you need? So anyways, Logan is a firefighter, and these fucking copsuckers they didn't arrest him, brothers and sisters, on his way to a fire. They stopped him on his way to a fire, and he didn't have his license on him because he was on a fucking fire, and they stopped and gave him a fucking ticket. Fuck you, Lake County pigs. You fucking ticket your own firefighter. You motherfucker. Hey, listen. you got to give credit where credit's due. This comes from Bishop from Church of the Only Begotten Son. You've never heard of a song called Fuck the Firefighters, right? Because a firefighter runs into a building and doesn't give a fuck about his life. All officer is worried about is his safety. Fuck you, pigs. They dump. No, seriously, think about that. Have you ever heard a song called Fuck the Firefighters? Bishop at Church of the Only Begotten Son. You got to give it where it's due. He said that, right? Never heard a song called Fuck the Firefighters, right? So anyways, Chad is the fire chief. They locked their own fucking fire chief up in jail. When they threw me in after swatting, they threw me in with the fucking fire chiefs in there, guys. This county is so fucked up. They arrest somebody on their way to, or give them a ticket on the way from not having their fucking license on the way to a fire. I mean, how fucking, that because Josh Bezel, it has everything to do with Josh Bezel. Okay? It does. He tried to get a job with the fire department and couldn't do it, so he became part of the police department. And that's when all this bullshit started. So either way, Josh Bezel, you can find he's a criminal. He will come up on federal charges and face criminal charges and will serve time, because when they cellular data his phone, it'll show that he's been all over this county where he shouldn't be at locations for extended period. He's a stalking mother. I'm telling you, I got mass complaints since I put this case forward into the county, because they just want to sweep shit like this under the rug. I said, fuck you. I'll put this in social media. You don't stand the fuck down now. This little town will blow the fuck up like I did it last time when I said, breaking news, now telling the community in cooperation with local sheriff runs off OSHA, and everybody thought it was true. That was during the COVID. Boy, they're still pissed off to be about that. Got a call. Oh my God, Tracy, the sheriff's office is pissed off at you. They're going to have to go down and make a ruling. You know, you're forcing their hand after making that meme, Tracy. People in this town think that's true. So they think that town's going to stand. They're going to stand with Kathy at the business. Remember earlier, that SWAT team? I protected these businesses with, well, whatever they relied on my background enforcement. I try to get these Lake County police pigs to come and stand with their businesses out here. We didn't give a fuck about this stupid fake national emergency bullshit. You 100% got the COVID, which was the novel coronavirus, and you had a clean bill of health. Your survival rate was 99.8. What the fuck? That ain't no national emergency. How do we know if it was working? The survival rate would go from 99.8% to 99.9. We need to lock Donald Trump up immediately, but he won't. He'll go into office. So it's how it works. Oh, we got a doctor in here. Burby's a doctor, 12 years. 12 years. Doctor, where'd you get your medical doctorate? Are you into philosophy, psychology, sociology? Where's your special? Where'd you do your time? We just got a full psychological mental evaluation. Hey, listen, if they ever question my mental capacity, brother, sister, did you hear me earlier said 2 dead fucking state troopers on my property? They violated my Fourth Amendment right, and they came in here already. I tried for weeks. I had already called the fucking state police, and I have evidence to show that I was calling the county about these county cops, and they said, hey, we can't police ourselves. So I had already called the state police, and they're the ones who brought the fucking state police in here, okay? So I had already called the state fucking police, and they already knew multiple times they were fucking getting this SWAT warrant ready, and I had already called them multiple times saying, hey, look at the fucking evidence, you dumb fucks. I have all the evidence. You just won't want to look at it because you're so heavy-handed. You just do whatever the fuck you want out here. At the time of my son's arrest, when I called, and he said, look, man, if your son was in any other county and he practices his name is John Clego's criminal attorney in this case, all over the state and out of the state, he said, if your son was in any other county, this cellular data will show, because they'll pull it up in a federal case. Watch for they do whatever the fuck they want out there, Tracy. Just Billy Bob, you better tell him to sit. If he was in any other county, I'd have him out right now, but they do whatever the fuck they want in Lake County, Tracy. So tell him to sit in there and keep his fucking mouth shut. Okay? So that's how this works. I have all the evidence. They've never looked at it ever once to this day after having my house SWAT raided. Still to this day, this has been not even brought to a court case. They still haven't. They were a violation of my Miranda rights, adequate and speedy counsel's 6th Amendment constitutional right to fair, speedy, and call witness in my favor. They've been violating this. There's so many violations in this case that the attorney they finally appointed after 6 months, because they only had 2 from another county, stepped in and said, I quit. I can't take this fucking case. He's out. He knew he wouldn't. He's fucked. Just like Dan Spencer knew he's fucked after he represented me 2 times. And for the 3rd time, he realized, oh shit, this isn't a guy I can sweep under the rug. I just fucking made a huge mistake. I'm just so nervous. He had so much shit to prepare, Brother Sid. He had his whole thing. I'm telling you, he worked all day fucking at night. He never worked so hard on it. He came in and he said, I'm not representing him. I'm representing the Constitution. He's like, you better let him go. You better let him go. You're fucking up. He's an honorably discharged veteran, and he owns property in this town. He doesn't have any criminal record. Yeah, let him out. All counties in the thing were a problem with shortages in America, but here in Oregon, even Lake County, or excuse me, Klamath County is letting people out in 1 week. You're going to violate. I know there's this 19th Amendment ruling on, but everybody in the state, you got to let him out. He doesn't have he's an honorably discharged veteran with no criminal record. He owns land, so he's not a flight risk. Let him out. You're going to ruin this case. And the judge, Ted Martin, right? Chief of Finance, my bitch, Ted Martin. Say my name again, Ted, but just remember, don't say it in capital letters. All right, will you get Sergi out of here? I can't believe Burby's still in here. It doesn't, this is a discovery case, a Supreme Court case. So you'll see, Burby, you're just some, God made you do it, so don't worry about it. Vessel wrath, fitted for destruction. I'm not telling her vessels of mercy. So, okay, bye-bye there. I have moderators. Moderators, will you, any of this stuff that's clogging up, because this is for their safety. They're watching. They're going to be a part of the discovery anyways. Remember, out of state, because on YouTube, do I need to show you guys? Let's do it just for your own safety. We'll do it just for discovery too, just so they know, because this has been the whole time. It proves to them that they're negligent and criminally negligent in the case. This puts Clerk Vandenberg in prison. So let's just do it again. I've done it so many times. Here's the discovery, and I guarantee you, I don't have all the discovery. They keep violating me when they let me out after 2 weeks, brothers, sisters. Week is the number that they won, that they could keep me, and they kept me for a whole 7 extra days. So that's a violation of my constitutional right. They didn't let me out. They didn't have the attorney, so they had to turn me out without counsel. They shouldn't have get me the extra. You should have seen Dan Spitzer. He was freaking out. He realized, oh shit, I fucking represented him. See, you can't have co-counsel in the same case. So for your safety, for all these dumb fucking idiots that don't want to listen to anything, for your safety, brothers and sisters, Mr. Werner often, let me read it here because my eyes are screwed now. Mr. Werner routinely, and I do it every day, routinely post on his YouTube channel, which is monitored by pigs. People in government, cop-sucking, clown, fucking dumb fucking idiots that can't even make one single investigation to see if I even made a call or even look at Elijah's action plan at 6 months and realize why didn't it say he hadn't completed any hours, these 133 hours that weren't thrown on him till the end of his probation at 6 months on his action plan. It would have said Elijah needs to continue his community service, pay $100 and show up with Sheriff Dumar and Officer Black at the sheriff's in Lane County and start his community service. It didn't say that because it didn't. He already did it. And so fuck you people who are idiots are going to put yourself out and say something stupid. Already God's washing. I don't give a shit what these commerce pigs think. I only care what my father and sent Shiloh sounded to stand before the Father, sounded to wrestle against this flesh. Pigs, people in government. So these pigs are watching. Right here it says YouTube. This hangs the judge. The judge signed this, and this isn't a judge. This Dave's not here, Vandenberg. He wasn't there on that day of trial. The lights were off for my son. I wonder why. But it says Mr. Werner routinely posts from his YouTube channel, which is monitored by pigs. Law enforcement. They're enforcers of commerce, and they're pigs. And I rebuke you, state troopers. You guys are negligent, criminally negligent, to not look at all this discovery, which I'd already brought into your face as I'm telling you over and over by telephone before you even came and drove onto my property illegally. Bam, 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 bam. Remember, I don't miss. Look at my DD-214. expert marksman, my Fourth Amendment, 2 dead straight fucking pigs. Shut the fuck up. Don't talk to me, you fucking pig, about your bow. This is me talking to the pigs when I showed up to my son's trail. Because this little clown pig over here, whatever, he's a Lake County pig. This clown cop here in his fake commerce suit, not enforcing any article, right? Title 18, original statute that legislated through a House of Congress and Senate. Not these additions, revised statutes. Those didn't go through legislation, judicial, legislative, and executive branch. These were all added to make this part of the corporation. But they don't want people like me to tell you these things, and they don't like when you know these things, and that's why you're a child, and they take this as a contract, and I've already taken it back, and that's why they're pissed, because this fake judge named Vanderberg is not here. Dave's not here because I've already subrogated all the merchant number, or what you guys know as a bond that's sold for your W-2 on the stock exchange. I have put in this court on a notice of liability, and I've taken over that capital letter man by power of attorney. It was made record that day, so I can file motion, but the judge was stupid enough, who's a fake judge. I don't know what that judge's name. I didn't look it up. He's still a clerk. He's just like the lady who checks you in at the front. He's a glorified secretary working for the chief of finance, my bitch. The guy that said my name, Teddy Bear Martin, who I gave ample chance to put this right. But even when he's out of office here in, I believe at the end of this month too, 911's going away. The sheriff's retiring after 42 years. The district attorney's not going to be in. They're all bailing out on this after 4 years. This case started. Now they're all bailing out right at the end when the case is all, gee, I wonder what's going on here. Need some dressing for that word salad. Okay, well, it's not word salad, you dumbass. Okay, OJ, concentrate, Simpson. Not the one with the glove, but the one who whacked his wife. Careful there. We got an OJ in here. Keep track of this guy. Government's keeping track in here. Pigs. This stupid fake clerk right here signed off on this discovery. Right there, you dumbass Vanderberg. Dave's not here. You're not a judge. I already... The key to this is that he has no judicial capacity. I challenged his judicial capacity in an open court at a hearing. Said, Dave, you're just a clerk, Dave. You don't have any judicial capacity. You're not operating in an Article 3 court. You're in an Article 4 or circuit, which is under the revised statute, which is code. I'm not commerce, you dumbass. Remember, I said my name is Apocalypse, Revelation, capital T, small r, small a. Yeah, remember Ted down here, the chief of finance? Vanderberg works for the chief of finance. So does Ted Martin. Right. Oh, wait, Ted Martin is the chief of finance. They all work for this finance officer. All they're trying to do is take that merchant number, which you know is your capital letter. You have to be arrested under this capital letter. That's why your birth certificate, this is a contract by birth. It used to be written on paper. It was an honor contract. You could change this. And if you change that, then you broke the contract. And they broke this contract, brothers and sisters, when they took this from a constitutional republic, added, not legislated by House, Congress, and Senate, these revised statutes into this. So anything sub-statute is not constitutional. That's actually code. Title 18 is title statute under the original statute because it was legislated through the House, the Congress, and the Senate. So that's constitutional. This addition is what is known in your state. Put your state, Florida, FRS. I'm in Oregon revised statute. In your state, if IRS in Idaho, fuck the IRS, fuck taxes. Anyways, Iowa, fuck IRS there too. Any state that's with an I. Indiana, all right. Danny, you got the idea, right? Idea, get it? You see what I am saying? I might lose this eye, guys, over this shit too. That's pretty sad that they could have just came in and made a phone call, man. One phone call, like J.G. Wentworth. One call does it all. Remember? No, it's J.G. Wentworth. It's my money and I want it now. Remember? No, I just asked for a phone call. I asked for it for years. They never made it. Even Michael Taylor never once called me. Remember, I tried to call him. Get your fucking ass out here, you fucking lazy bitch. Don't you remember the standoff at the bridge during the Bundys, right? Tell these feds that you're there, you get out of here, my bitch. Get out of here. On the law here. I'm the elected sheriff. Get the fuck out of town. That's all I wasn't asking him to run off I know it's a national emergency still, but that was done at a state level. So we were also protesting Kate Brown.
And actually, I protested the elected sheriff because he wouldn't get off his fucking ass and protect these businesses. Not the first time that to flatten the curve, but the second time. So these cops out here and during the whole COVID bullshit stood down. You cannot turn back on me like dogs that tuck their fucking tail between their legs. You do almost anything but run. They didn't care about tags. Did this shit. You do anything during the COVID, pretty much run somebody over. Oh, and as soon as that shit was over, release the dogs. Yeah, they were back out like fucking on people like white on rice. But yeah, you know I'm right. And motherfucker stood down during the call. All I was asking this elected sheriff was to use his authority to bring his cop cars, his deputies, and tell OSHA, get the fuck out of here. We're not doing your fake national fucking emergency. This woman wants to keep her business open. She's a middle class, the backbone of this country. Fuck your Walmart, the COVID. Oh, it doesn't get in at the big blockchain. Oh, no, not the Target. You know, we might reduce your hours, but you can still go there. But your little dojo, or you maybe got a driftwood business. Could you collect? You make a little, yeah, fuck you. Shut your shit down. Reduce fucking hours. Fuck you, little man. It was so beautiful. They just wiped out the middle class. So at least I know that I did something during the COVID to say, fuck you, Kate Brown. Fuck you, Michael Taylor. Fuck you and your fake emergency, Donald Trump. If you 100% get it and you have a clean bill of health, no existing conditions, and your survival rate is 99.8%, how the fuck is that a national emergency? That's not. Lock that motherfucker up. You want to lock up Hillary? She sat 3 fucking bodies away from him at his inaugural dinner. How about let's do an investigation of the hundreds of millions of dollars what were funneled into Donald Trump's account? I don't give a fuck if he took a salary. Hundreds of millions of dollars for tennis shoes, Bibles, Pledge of Allegiance. Oh, never forget the buttons, banners, t-shirts, websites for Hillary for prison. Fuck, lock that pig up. He decorates his house with Satan. Satan had a 58-story tower. He decorates his house with Satan, Apollo, the sun god, the bringer of the disease and the cure of the disease. I know, Mr. Warp Speed, right? Lock his ass up. He's going to declare another national emergency, and they're going to bring out fake more shit in the sky. Oh, my God, we got UFOs, and hey, there's artificial intelligence. There's no fucking thing says artificial intelligence, you dumb fucking world. Computers don't learn. You're fucking idiots. Advanced. You know anything about quantum computing, quantum physics? You have no fucking idea what you're talking about. You ever play a game of chess, like 5D? Oh, yeah. Remember Mike Pompey? This is a live exercise. Oh, there we go. Yeah, Dr. Fauci, novel means it's man fucking made. See? Wasn't even real. Lock that motherfucker up. Novel, Corona's a scientific name for the common cold. Bam. We've all had that. PCR test did not isolate CV-19, or it isolated corona. Even the person that test said it's just blowing up the numbers on this fucking, they got paid for it. It's teaching like a rock to skip itself. Shit, guys, come on, man. This is just, there's so much. Novel means it was man-made. It had the SARS and the MERS attached to it. That's Dr. Fauci. Fuck Kate Brown. Fuck Donald Trump. And fuck every one of you that didn't stand for people like Kathy, who eventually had to shutter her fucking business because of this national fake fucking emergency. That's all I was asking this fucking pig if he knew his authority, like history showed at fucking Nevada. I have the right. It's my First Amendment. Congress shall establish no law prohibiting the exercise of free speech. I'm using it. I'm not going to lose it. I'm going to assert it. Always operating in a private capacity, never in commerce. Yes, get your fucking ass out of here, feds. Leave. I'm the elected sheriff. I'm elected. I have more authority than you. Most sheriffs across America do not know that, brothers and sisters. But that doesn't mean that wasn't a historical fucking fact. The elected sheriff told the fucking feds to get the fuck out of there during the standoff. And remember, at the bridge, I'm not going to ever forget Lavoy Finicum. He was on his way to speak to the fucking elected sheriff. Bam, shot that motherfucker. See, fuck you. Stop fucking looking at me, you fucking pig. I'm talking to your camera, you fucking pig. This is what I was saying to the state trooper. I'm talking to your fucking leader pigs. You thought you'd come out here and Lavoy Finicum me. Make up this big fucking fake warrant arrest here. I'm some bad guy. I'm going to come fucking fight to the death to keep my son from going to prison. I never once shot either of your troopers, so don't test my mental illness. There could have been 2 dead fucking troopers. This case had been over. Then you send John Mogul out here to give me warrant. No warrant. He came for a service, a criminal summons. I asked him if he had a warrant at the gate, and it's clearly posted, which is not illegal to come through property that's posted. Nope, you can stumble on a rat shoot out here, brothers, sisters. Oh shit, I'm on the wrong property. Oh shit, I didn't see that. Oh fuck, my carrot here gave me the wrong medicine. What the fuck? You can't just shoot somebody, brothers. Fuck, god damn it. You tell them to leave. If they don't have warrant, I don't give a fuck if they're the feds. Fuck you, Michael Taylor. You can't come here. You have more authority than the feds, but you can't come here, you dumb fuck. You wouldn't even come here one time, and I asked this dumb fucking prick to come here. And I'm calling him a prick because this asshole, after 42 years on a public forum, has the balls to call me a nutcase. Never called me about the corruption. Calls me a nutcase, probably some of you think I am, but I don't give a fuck what you think. Just because I'm boisterous, I've always been boisterous. Even after they locked me in their fucking county jail and people call, I know you got that motherfucker. You're just mad because you got a chip on his shoulder because he protested your police department during the COVID. That man has a right to speak up. What the fuck? You got him in there. I know you. That was wrong. You wrecked his fucking house. You could have came to his door. If you wanted his son, Elijah, all he was asking you to do is talk about those fucking 180 hours. You could have went up there. Yeah, fuck you. You fucking me. He would have screamed at you. That's the right. He would have talked to you. You know what I'm saying? He would have told you, hey, you know, if you would have said 180, hey, you fucking shut the what? Did you say 180 hours? Elijah, hold on one second. No, go back in fucking side. I have a sanctuary here. I can protect your asshole from getting fucking butt fucking raped with big bloody cocks fucking just swathing you where you're so bleeding that you might even be close to fucking, oh yeah, let's get you triple stuff. Big Bob will have the cock meat and his buddies behind. So you have the right to protect yourself, son. So stay inside. I won't these cops take you and put you in a prison because I know we have the evidence. So did you say 180 hours? Elijah, hold on. Come over here, Elijah. Now, what about these 180 hours? You'll look at these 100, Elijah, come on. All right, now listen. The only way I'm going to let him go is if you give me that in fucking writing. We put this, your body cam on, right? I might let him go, but you guys are going to fucking listen. As soon as you find he does these, you're going to bring him back to me in a matter of minutes. But fuck you, I ain't letting his asshole be raped because I got the proof he did 180 hours. So fuck you, pigs. You're not taking him. And I already told him that before they even arrested him and even issued the warrant that I would do all this. So fuck you. I always keep my word. Yes, I do. I did. I called them, Crusher Brunsman, you fucking do this and lock my son up again. He has a full 12 fucking months to complete these additional hours that you made him do. He already did. Fuck it, he put his head down, but you're already attacking him. You already threw him in jail at 42 months. He isn't even, you gave him an additional year and now you're targeting him again. Here we go. Same bullshit again. She wouldn't let up. So it's all evidence. It'll all come out in a Supreme Court. I keep my word. Mark my words. David Vandenberg he's not a judge. He's not operating in a Article 3 court, which is there's only one judicial court in America. They have to be operating in the original Title 18 statutes. Anything revised statute is not law. Constitutional. Like they're charging me with ORS, interfering with a pig. Hindering a pig or prosecution by a pig. They want to just throw my son and let him get ass raped. The state of Oregon came out here without even looking into anything and just fucking swatted my house. If you go back and look in the videos, you can see the right side of my face. My whole right side is because I won't admit that I've suffered a stroke. I've had a concussion since day one. I'm just in the zone, baby. I'm a fucking veteran. They want to throw my son in a rape cage. I stood in front of the evidence and said, the fuck you're not. And I'm still standing it 6 months later, and they haven't been able to provide me any counsel. This is a clear Miranda violation of the adequate and speedy trial, but they don't care. But so I don't care either because I will take it out of this county. And they thought that my son or myself would lay down, but we're not. We're not. No, we're not going to lay down. I don't know where my son is. He took off. Good for him. I hope he's in fucking Bahamas or something, just enjoying his... Dad will get it taken care of. Remember, I'm the cock blocker, bitch. I'm listening to you. Stop fucking looking at me, state trooper, whoever's looking at me in this camera, right? I'm talking to your superior pig. The one who made the choice to throw the fucking concussion grenade at my face. I'm a special weapons and tactics trained, SWAT certified by Metro LAPD. Did that certification in Honolulu, Hawaii, where they do all their certification, have all their underground and training for the certain special reaction, special weapons and tactics, all the buildings, all this certification is done by LAPD. And just because I have the same training doesn't mean I ever said that I would use it against them. I could have killed 2 dead fucking pigs on my property. If you look at my DD 214, it says I don't miss. Expert marksman. I did qualify while I was there at Fort Schaffner in Honolulu, Hawaii, when Metro Police Department certified me combat loaded, one-handed, putting 30 on 30 on the paper, one-handed. From the hip. Don't miss ever. Expert marksman. I wanted no fucking any way to kill those 2 state pigs. All I wanted was to fucking one call. I had my hand like this as a phone, my phone in the air as they're driving on my property, and I'd already asked them to stop. I would have been completely justified to use my 4th Amendment and take those 2 pigs, and they're still breathing because I'm a meek man and not a weak man. John Mogul, the same thing, the man who came on my property to deliver a summons for my son's trial. Immediately, he looked like a pig to me. He was in a white car, and he looked like a pig. I didn't know he looked, I couldn't tell. I asked him immediately. It was all live stream. You're coming here. I'm recording this to come hand deliver the warrant to the judge. What are you about? Boy, Andy. There's no judges in America operating in an Article 3 court, so you're an idiot. You don't know you're a hole in the ground. You're just some commerce idiot in capital letters spewing a bunch of bullshit. Bell ball. You like to go after transgender gods, and you probably celebrate. We're not supposed to celebrate anything. So, Andy, your trolling ain't working here. I'm snagged you, and now I got you, and everybody's seeing that you're fish on, boys. I might throw you out here. So, warrant. There's no legal warrants. It's all crimes of commerce, you idiot. Didn't you read the fucking heading? All crimes in America are crimes of commerce. Oh, I don't know. Warrant. Fuck your warrant. You're an idiot. You don't have a warrant. You're an idiot. You're some troll. You don't even have any actual. I think you have the attention span as a fly, so I think you've already lost in the conversation. Remember, we're talking about judicial capacity and challenging the judicial capacity of a judge. They don't have any. There's only one circuit Article 3 court in America that's operating in a judicial capacity under the original Title 18 statutes. Everything else was added, not by judicial, legislative, and executive. So it's not constitutional. So you're an idiot. Or is anybody getting what I'm teaching here? I've done this in open court. You want to be a witness? We'll do it for record. Let's do it for record. Let me show you how this is taken. You're this historical phone call, and you'll get to be there's 74 of you. Subscribe to the channel. If you want to leave the constitutional republic behind, yeah, no, get the fuck out of here. If you want to take this constitutional republic back, you can do this by what I'm showing you, by subrogation, by separating yourself from this corporation. I'm not a corp. Notice corp's not alive. Father made me. I'm here, although I have to die daily to spirit, to flesh. As a teacher, I'm not under this law. This all been perverted. Are you intelligent enough to know how much one? Okay. Let's see, we'll get John out of here. You're ready in Seattle. Nice. Thanks for in Seattle. Up north in Pacific Northwest. I'm in Oregon. Listen, sisters, Steve, Tony Karsten, he was a rapist that he left this county from this case 4 years ago and came up and seen you. That's not very far away. I wish I could just keep the money I earned at work and gave real representatives in Congress. Well, Congress is the road, Brandon. I appreciate your efforts, but this constitutional republic is not, there is no Congress. It's all under commerce now. There's nobody operating under these original judicial, legislative, and executive branches anymore. They make it look like that, but that's not how this works. Not at least criminal codes, right? That's a revised statute. That's not part of the original Title 18 constitutional law, judicial, legislative, and executive. There's only one Article 3 court. I know it's tough. You don't have to pay taxes. Lavoy, I watched that live pretty much. Hey, Lavoy, hallelujah, Joseph. I'd never forget the man that crossed the Rubicon and went over to John Day. They shot that mother. They tried to do the same thing to me, man. Honestly, go look at my live stream. They hired the state of Oregon. Remember, state of Oregon, he was going over to John Day to talk to them over there in John Day. I'm in fucking Oregon. I was about to pack my fucking kid and go there. I was ready to go. Father said, this ain't your battle, Tracy. You can, my son, I'll get his ass out of fucking this bullshit and you'll bring him forward on this channel. His name is Civic. He can't be here. I don't know where the fuck he's at. I hope he's enjoying his life somewhere, but you'll see. He knows. No way. I had everything packed up because I'm in Oregon and I was over in Baker City. That's over in Burns. So I was ready, but it wasn't my time. So It's okay. I know it because I had to be here for this time. You know what I'm saying? So look at how fucking criminal these fucking pigs are. Although Lavoie was saying, remember, it puts the thing and it shoots it. He was not, Lavoie had no fear of death. But remember who was in the fucking car with him? And they were fucking like, okay, but they just kept fucking shooting, dude. They don't give a fuck. Like out here, they shot out all my windows. They fucking launched 5 of these in the house. 5 of these fucking things, brothers, sisters. One of them, and I'm in a 10 by 40 cabin. You have a professional cleaning company to come in. My animals had to breathe it. I wasn't being violent. None of that. That was fucking bullshit, dude. What they did was super excessive. And the man who threw the fucking the actual concussion flashbang grenade into my face is I'm gonna make sure that man find out how that was authorized, because I know I'm a special weapons and tactics trained, and I know you throw a concussion grenade into a room to concuss the whole room, to stun the room, not at somebody's fucking face, man. Go watch it. I don't know. The pin was up here somewhere. I don't know. I don't have to show it to you. I've shown it enough. But we're going to watch this. We'll watch this. Trump's new missionaries will actually be able to this. No, they're not. Trump is the corporation. There is no bullshit. They're fucking going to take this into some new digital back bullshit, still under some commerce banksters. It'll just be digital central banksters instead of fucking, look at all the money that's moved into Bitcoin. King of Bitcoin, he's the motherfucker that stopped it at 69,000. It would have went up to 250. He's responsible before. Look at who was involved in the legislation back then. I don't know, Dave. I don't, because I don't know. I didn't find it until real recently. I was out there and it was in the bushes, right? And I'm like, what the fuck is that? I was like, oh my God, no fucking way. Here it is. This I found in the bushes. So I know this is handheld. That means somebody did an M203, this is shot from underneath, a 16 or, whatever. They don't have M16s. All right. MP5. I don't know what they know. That's handheld. Never mind. Guys, I'm old school, okay? I'm a veteran that served in we only had 9 field fucking rations. All right. 9 MREs. Okay. I'm old. Fuck, whatever. Served during Desert Storm, Desert Shield, Operation Iraqi Freedom. This is the first part of the 90s, okay? One of these, you need a cleaning company. That's fucking bullshit. All I was ever asking them was not to be violent, was just, they'd already called me on the phone and said, I'll come out. I'll have my hands up. I won't have anything but my phone. Stop. I have animals in here, please. I got fucking baby kittens in here. And, they didn't care. They just kept, because they wanted to rush me out here with the gun, so they could kill me, just like Lavoie. They already had a massive SWAT team up at the restaurants that I defended. Remember, Kathy, Dorothy, all these, and they weren't here for that, so they didn't know. Those person came back and said, oh my God, Tracy, I've been here longer than you a little bit, and there were more people. I've never seen that many armored fucking vehicles and cops, and dude, they were fucking bragging. Josh Bezel up here fucking spouting off, they're gonna come out with a fucking gun, and we're gonna, they didn't even have my daughter's name on the warrant, because I don't think they ever planned on anything like that going. Their whole by ear with these people told from me, birdie cheeps, birdie hears, ears, they should have kept their fucking mouth. But by sheer number, they knew something was wrong. They were all bragging. They went up there and had a celebratory dinner before they came out, called in the state police. Instead of looking into any of this evidence, they performed all this warrant, met up there and had a big powwow. The local state, met together at the restaurants that I defended, and this bird speaks to my ear and says, look, they were fucking going off about how you're going to come out of there. And they had this warrant that, he has armed, and if he was going to, if backed into a corner, he would strike. Yeah, I was teaching people, don't go out of your house. You can protect, they're fucking idiots. There's hundreds of hours of discovery. I have no worry about. They're idiots. They'll all serve fucking time, or each one will at least not have, between myself, my son, and my daughter, who that day, again, they came in here without warrant and took her, because they planned, again, when coming at 17 fucking minutes after I went to bed, because they were watching my phone. It says right here that they were watching and knew exactly. When I laid down, it took me about 15 minutes to fall asleep, because I was very, very tired. They've been wearing me down. I mean, I've been harassed by them, telling them, please call, please stop, please no guns, please, we can figure this out. I don't want some fucking revolution with guns. This ain't Ruby Ridge. This is not fucking Waco. I just need a call. Please look at my son's 180 hours. He already did this, guys. Please stop. You're scaring my fucking daughter. She thinks her fucking husband's going to prison. She did all the fucking hours, his other hours that you're saying that he didn't do with him. Ping her fucking phone. She's giving her own goddamn time after working 5 fucking days a week to work 2 days with him for these hours that he already did and redid. Guys, stop. Look into this fucking hours. He already stopped. No guns. Sam Birch one time they made one attempt. And on this thing, Sam Birch said he had contact with me 5 times prior to the day that they followed us back to the house. And no, he didn't. I never talked to fucking one time. I talked to Sam when he called on the phone. My son gave me the phone. It was a private number. And I talked to him and I told him the same thing. Don't fucking bring guns down. Elijah asked him, please don't bring guns. Please, no men with guns. We asked them, just look at the hours and we can figure this out. If they wanted them that bad, all they had to do, again, is just talk about these fucking 108, but they never to this day has it ever been brought up. I guarantee you in Elijah's case, when this goes to a Supreme Court, because he didn't show up to his trial, it will show. They're going to have to show the documentation of what Dan Spencer was trying to put forward. And I do have John Mogul, who came on my property to serve me a summons for that trial, who I told 18 times to leave my fucking property and could have shot that man dead too. There's 3 dead men. So don't you ever fucking question my goddamn fucking mental capacity because you fucking brought guns. I could have shot your 2 state troopers. Instead, I pleaded you. You're fucking scaring my daughter. And then you have the balls to fucking arrest her without a fucking warrant. Because brothers, sisters, it went hard and fast. They came out here with an A plan. And I guarantee these dumb fucking state troopers and pigs, these Lakeland counties, didn't have anything other than an A plan. They came out here hot, hoping to flush me out without me being on my live stream, because after I shut down the live stream, did a little research, because I was only getting a couple hours of sleep, 3 to 5, I get up and go back to, because I just get up at 5 anyways. I don't do it on purpose. It just happens like 3, 5, I'm not like you guys. But anyway, so laid down 15 minutes. I passed out 2 minutes later. Oregon State Police. Tracy Werner, I think they called live. I don't remember. It was like, you can find the warrant. I grabbed my phone and I went live. Them dumb motherfuckers, whatever. They were not expecting. So they came in hot. I immediately didn't know how long they were here because I didn't know how long I was asleep. It's just probably 2 minutes because they were pinging my phone. They knew where it was at. They knew when I walked over there. They've been seeing where it's at. They know. They're watching this phone. They had drone foot over. They were watching this fucking. I knew I seen them motherfuckers up there too. I talked to somebody. I'm like, God damn it! I keep seeing this fucking thing up there. It's shiny. It's these fucking cop fucking suckers stalking my house. Whatever they called the land company that bought the fucking company. It's so fucking crazy. They wasted so much taxpayers' money. One call could have cleared all this. There's so much record to show my son had already done all these hours that they would never look into. But I had drones over my house before you got these fucking, what I told you. What is it? You're getting gaslighted for the Aquarius sign. That's what's happening right now. And whatever I already told you, prognosco, I always give you foreknowledge. I can't warn you of something when it's happening. I have to tell you before it does. So, okay, so anyways, they're flying drones over my house, getting all this SWAT warrant ready. They send this man to serve me summons. I tell him 18 times. First, I ask him if a warrant. He says no. I immediately exit my property, go to the edge of my property. Now leave, stop talking, stop. Now, and it's all live stream, brothers and sisters. Everything I do is live. See, that day when they came in, I went live, and they didn't think I would be. Now I know they had somebody watching my live because I know they had somebody with drones, and I know they had prepared all this massive waste of the state's money. We're losing our fucking 911 out here because of these pigs. You know what I'm saying? There's no 911. That's because they waste fucking money just like this. Every one of these people are going to be sued. Their bonds. You mark my word after it goes to Supreme Court. You have my word. I will not sue the state of Oregon. No, I will. And even though I could put a guy, people are going to force me to try it, but I won't. I don't want to make the taxpayers pay the state of Oregon for the criminal behavior of their public servants and their pigs or whatever. These elected officials, people that are working in a public service and community service capacity. They're all bonded, so everyone will have a bond. So I don't need to sue the state of Oregon or this county, because that would make the taxpayer of this county have to pay for the criminal negligence of their fucking criminal pigs, cops that do unconstitutional things like they did in this case. They did not do any investigation into seeing if my son had even done these 180 hours, even though for hundreds of hours I was streaming and saying I was, that he'd already done them. And they're saying that they're watching this the whole time, which makes them criminally negligent. Sam Birch said he would come in as I was off. They say it in their warrant that they're off these streaming, and it's monitored by law enforcement. They just fell into their own trap, brothers, sisters. Not by me. This is not by, I know Most High is working here. Mr. Werner routinely posts from his YouTube channel, which is monitored by law enforcement. So this is being monitored right now. Fuck you, pigs. So people in government, I have that First Amendment right. I said never go hot. You scarred I believe my retina for life. I've had suffered a stroke. My respiratory blood I've documented showed you day after day after day this coming out of my skull because you fucking concussed my face. And like people, dude, you're smarter than that. Why won't you focus and go to the doctor? You need to get yourself taken care of. You've obviously suffered a stroke. You've had a concussion from 45 fucking seconds. All I ever asked when they came here, it went to the door instead of this big fucking violent bullshit. You know what I'm saying? There's no such thing as baptized, you idiot. Okay? You don't know the word. Define the word in Greek for me, baptism. And then we'll see if you know your ass some hole in the ground. So, I don't think you do. I think you probably think baptism is water, and that's not a baptism. You're just an idiot. So 45 seconds, I go to the door, and all I ask, and I know they were here, but I'm concerned for my son because I didn't know how long they had been here. I mean, it happened quick, like it always does in war and battle or whatever. So I go to the door, and I stick my head up, and I say, Elijah, are you okay? Elijah, are you okay? Because I open the screen. I'm not exact. I only watched a couple of times, but I'm definitely at the screen. I've got the door open, and that's when somebody had taken right away. Now remember, I've no violence. I've done nothing other than open the door and asked if my son's okay. Somebody takes this off, and this concussion flash grenade is meant to be thrown into a room to concuss the whole room. Everybody in the room will get concussed, and it starts to get, it gets all. This went off in my fucking face, brothers and sisters. I don't believe, because I haven't watched the video and seen any footage, because I've only watched it twice, that somebody said it bounced, hit the screen. That's when it went in my face. That's why I have this big flash hair. It looks like I have hair in my vision, and it's hard to get used to, but I'm dealing with it. It's sometimes I think it's hair. I itch it. It's been quite the battle for 6 fucking months dealing with it. From what I've been told is that flash burnt too close to my eye and it scarred my retina. That's a very, on the back of my eye. That's what I'm seeing, is that I never remembered having any, maybe a little tiny fleck or something in my eye. I don't remember ever having. I'm laying in jail going, what the fuck is this? Because it's moving all over when your retina, your eye moves around. It's the flash. It was concussed. I'm still fucking being concussed. I'm in jail going, what the fuck, dude? I'm, trying to operate in some kind of capacity. But okay, 45 seconds in, bam, all right. It hits me in the face, I take and I shut the door. There's no violence. I come in and fuck you, covered. I don't do any of that. I come in here and I'm not dressed. So I start putting on clothes. And then I start pleading to these cops, hey, why have you not looked at my son's 180 hours? I've called you guys. I've called the feds. I've called this. Why? I'm trying to question. And they keep repeating now. Now they're repeating, I believe, that they have arrest for Adriana. Okay. Mr. Werner, Elijah Werner, they start going through this spiel. The guy sounds kind of nice, but they don't give a fuck when you'll see. They just start fucking throwing shit. They're already now 45 seconds. 45 fucking seconds. They've already went hot. They're supposed to show me the goddamn warrant, brothers, sisters. Show me the warrant. At least knock on the fucking door or something. They didn't execute this warrant in any way, legal fashion at all. My daughter's name was not on that warrant because they planned on me coming out with a fucking gun, shooting me dead, because that's what they bragged about. There was going to be some standoff. They got the complete opposite. My son came out with his hands up. They shot him fucking anyways. They didn't give a fuck. I'm glad when I shut the door behind me after I did come out and said the whole was to shut the door, because in their fucking discovery, it said that the dogs could be a threat to law enforcement. I guarantee you they didn't get to shoot me, and I'd left that door open and them dogs would have come out. Blah, blah, they would have, I had to watch my fucking dogs have to fucking eat a bullet because they had already concussed me in the face, which is totally illegal, excessive force. This is meant to be, I'm a special weapons and tactics trained, special reaction team, did all my certification, LAPD, Metro. I already told you I have the same certification these cop suckers have because I was one. I was a veteran, did all my training, fucking all this same training I received, law enforcement I received as a 95 Bravo. So click, threw that at me. Why? It was supposed to go in a fucking room. I didn't open up the fucking door that far. No, I didn't, and they were right here. So that guy, because I found it right out the side of my 6 fucking months later. I don't know. I didn't see it. It was in the rabbit brush, just down in between there. I'm like, no fucking way. No shit, because I've done the same fucking thing into a room, and it concussed the whole room. There are 5 guys, and they're all going to be, like their eyes will be all flashed. So you got to imagine what I'm feeling now. 45 seconds, this whole face is now, I've received a concussion. They burnt my retina. I'm just shut the door. I didn't flinch. I didn't flash. I just came inside, started getting clothes on. They called me. Okay. I believe they called me before my son called me once. And I said, I'm coming out. I'm just I need to get some numbers. I have animals in here. Please, and I'm pleading. You can see me because I'm live streaming. I get the clothes on as fast as I fucking can. I'm not fucking, I'm saying something about the names on the board, and I'm asking you, why are you here? And then I tell them, because I'm trying to get dressed, bam, they start throwing fucking tear gas in the house. Now, they already know I would come out with my hands up. I didn't go fucking out violent. And they start tossing me like, we need to get this motherfucker out of here with a gun. This shit is not going to fucking work. We don't have a warrant for him. We need to get this fucker out. So, because they call me and I say, I'm going to go fucking peacefully to them. All right, go, I'm coming out. I just need to get some numbers. It will show. Cellular data will show, because they called me. Because actually, I remember I screamed my telephone number to them. And then they actually called me. And then I got kind of upset because I'm like, fucking you call me? You didn't call me for fucking years. I'm asking you to call me for weeks on end on the live stream, and you're here. You see me doing it, and now you're fucking calling me. Are you serious? All right, I'll come out. I'm good. I'm not going to, no resistance. It'll all show you. Zero resistance, no resistance by anybody. So they start tossing this fucker. I remember when that first one came up through the window, brothers, sisters, and I'm like, oh shit, tear gas. So there's the whole fucking, the one first shot, then the second one, they start shooting out this fucking window over here. When I went over there towards the door, pumping and getting all this, they even hit this all thing is all shot out. All that top pane is all completely hit the windowsill. So they shot more than 5 in here, or at least 5 made it in, and some hit the outside. All the tear gas canisters removed because they didn't want the dogs getting in it. I later found more, but they shot at least 5 of them through the windows. And still to this fucking day, I got to keep wood in the wood stove constantly, because that's just taped up, or my house doesn't stay fucking warm. I've had struggled, and it is what it is. But when there's still window left in that one. The other one, they shot the whole window out pretty much. So fuck you, pigs. That was totally unnecessarily. The first one, I told you, I would come out. You continued to pump these things into this cabin, and this is just a small little cabin. 10 by 40, that. It says it in your fucking police report. That's bullshit, brothers and sisters. Those fucking cops are going to pay out with all their bonds. And I'm hoping every one of them does criminal time in prison for what they fucking did to my son and what they've done to me and this community. And well, they didn't do anything to the community other than hurt the taxpayer because, well, no, I'm not going to sue them, but they did hurt the state as a whole. This could have happened to anybody in the state of Oregon, brothers and sisters. This criminal fucking SWAT team who, well, I obviously know back in the day of Lavoy Finicum, they just hired this fucking pig SWAT team to come do their dirty work to the county. And this was another case where they thought they'd come in here and get me to come out here as some kind of armed standoff, because it did say out-of-state caller called YouTube, said he would fight to the death to keep his son from going to prison. Those were that, and when backed in a corner, he would strike. They made that because my son had found some guns in his old charge that they're now bringing back up against him in the old case, which he already served his time for in this case, is making him look like he's got some fucking kind of, weapons fucking charges. Bullshit. They found guns. They didn't use any motherfucking guns. Bullshit. It's so fucking stupid the way they make this. That's why I can't wait till it goes to a Supreme Court, because they'll look at all my son's priors and realize he's been wrong, because I'm very loud, boisterous, use my First Amendment and assert my right. My son gets targeted because of his dad. 100% this case will prove that. Not only do they target me, but they've been targeting this community. I have at least a dozen now, and this town has suffered from Stockholm syndrome. Look up Christmas Valley, Lake County, Oregon. You'll see this is a known for the corruption out here. If you go, speaking of 3 dead fucking pigs on my property, that guy 18 times was told to leave. He didn't shut up. I told him to shut up, but he kept wanted to put his fucking foot in his mouth. Oh, well, I'm your son's attorneys. Well, I got it. Thing that says my son's attorney quit. Who the fuck are you? I don't know who you are, clown. I've already told you to leave multiple times. You're not. I don't believe you. I know who you are. I don't know. I can't figure out who the fuck you are, because you look like that dude from Goonies. Baby Ruth? I don't know. He looked like it. Go watch the live stream. So anyways, he declares that he is my son's attorney's counsel's investigator. And he says, this is a criminal summons. You've been served. I'm your son's attorney's investigator. They forced us to go to trial. Sixth Amendment violation, Miranda violation, clear, drop the motherfucking case. That you cannot be, they're forced us. Yeah, no shit. You didn't even call counsel, witness in this case under criminal case. My son's favor should have had a list of 15 people from this county and about 20 from that county. Let's get all these SWAT officers in here too. Let's get all these people. The case is too big for even this one of the largest attorneys. And I brought this whole case to him. Well, I brought the case to him. He looked at it. It took him a day or two to look into the case. You can look it up. Donahue in Deschutes County. He said, I don't have the bandwidth for that case. Hell no, there's too many witnesses, too much data. You stream for hundreds of hours before they even swatted the house. All that's going to have to be looked at. He figured out, like Sam Birch had all this evidence and said he was watching all this. So like Sam Birch has his own criminal negligence, just like fake Judge Vandenberg has his own negligence, because it says right here they were watching my YouTubes. So he should have looked himself. If he's a fucking judge and deciding people's fucking lives and has judgment, I think his judgment's very clouded, because if he says law enforcement's watching, he should have looked into the videos. He should have looked in the videos. Hear me screaming, here's the proof my son did it. Look at all this. Here's all these phone calls. Instead of doing that, looking at anything, they just swatted the house. They don't give a fuck about the evidence. Most of the time, people just lay down to this county, brothers and sisters. They have a Stockholm syndrome out here. Like those 3 dead fucking pigs, or 2 and 1 investigator that could have been using my Fourth Amendment. There's nothing wrong with my mental capacity. I didn't kill 2 men that day. I didn't kill John Mogul. And they still have. I called 911, and I never called 911. I called 911 because I didn't know what the fuck he left on my property. He didn't listen to me. So obviously he has some kind of, nefarious intent. And even if it was just summons, he should have shut his fucking mouth and left, because he opened up his mouth and said, they forced us to take this to trial. You know what I'm saying? That's a Miranda violation, adequate counsel, fair trial, Sixth Amendment violation. This case isn't going to go anywhere. It's going to go to the Supreme Court. They're going to look at this, and every one of these people is going to serve time in prison that was criminally negligent in this case. They came in here and they thought they can shoot me, brothers and sisters. That day, after they pumped that, those 5 concussion grenades, I came out of the house. I didn't resist with my hands up. I went back for the door too. I'm glad I did. My dogs would not be here. No, I'm not a sovereign citizen. Disgusting, filthy. There's no such thing as sovereign. That's an idiot. Anybody who claims sovereignty, there's only one sovereign thing, and that's the Father. He creates all the law and writes all that. Cops have what I know to be a pig called sovereign immunity. Sovereign means you're above the law. Fuck off, idiot. You don't know your ass from a hole in the ground, David. You're an idiot. Seriously, pound sand, kick rocks. Yeah, turn rocks into, or boulders into rocks and rocks into sand. How's your foot? Get out of here. You're an idiot. Sovereign. What an idiot. Don't claim sovereignty. It can be state. That's prior to this corporation, brothers, sisters. State nationalists is an option. Filing with the Secretary of State saying, I'm not this straw man, capital letter. You won't qualify for any benefits from this country, but you're not a straw man. Okay? You're not a corporation, corp, or under the commerce statute, mandate, ordinance codes, which is commerce. Revised statute, commerce. Not under Title 18, original criminal code. No, criminal code is revised statute. It is Title 18, judicial, legislative, and executive. That was all put in under those three branches, which makes that constitutional. Do people have a choice, or is it evil or being evil predestined? No, you got the opposite of that, Andrew. Predestined is the Greek word proorizo, and it means that we were imprisoned or divided from his light. Predestined for light was the former channel name, Predestined for light, because I couldn't call it light. Light is orizo, because if I called it orizo, predestined proorizo, you wouldn't know what orizo or horizon means. You wouldn't associate horizon with the light. He said, I am the orizo, the light, and they didn't call the light. Orizo meant horizon or light. Light. I am the orizo, because the morning sun would come up every morning at the, see it? The horizon. So what it means is he divided us. If he is light, see how this is dark down here? And this is light up here. He divided us. He divided us from his light. We are all from darkness. He is the only thing that is sovereign, that is pure light. He is without flesh. He is without sin. He is I am. He is Christ in you, as Paul said. He cannot sin. We have an outer man and an inner man. Circumcise the outer man. He divides us, proorizo. He divided us from his light and or imprisoned us in this flesh, okay, in darkness. So proorizo means he divided us, imprisoned us, and then he pulls us to his orizo, to his light. He does that. We, the ones that are predestined, are the ones he pulls from darkness into his orizo, light. So we are undefiled. We have defiled, but we become clean through baptism, salvation, repentance. These are all things that take a process, not just water dip, not just forgiveness, rebuked. Walk in repentance. Become overcome by this guilt, if you will, because you're not doing righteous things that please. He makes that like a thorn in your side. Stop doing those things that displease him and make you unrighteous to him. It's not about you, it's about him. He makes you do it. If I didn't call out to their hearts to seek after me, not one of them would. Scripture tells us that the heart is continuously filled with wickedness and it would never stop. So he calls out to our hearts to seek after him. If I did not call out to their hearts to seek after me, not one of them did. And he does that through the gospel. Who shall ever come after me? Let them deny themselves daily, take up their cross daily. We do this through salvation. He said salvation is sozo. You must endure to the end to be saved. And he already bought. Predestination is the word proorizo, or proorizo, meaning he divided us from his light, imprisoned us in this flesh, and he pulls us to his orizo. But that is his choice, has nothing to do with evil. It's actually the complete opposite. The predestined are the bride, the ones that have the wings of the angel, wise as a serpent, gentle as a dove, those who will flight and not fight, right? Yep, I told you, meek, not weak. I'm a pacifist. I'll kill you with my hands, but I won't. I'm not under that covenant. I have trained killer hands. I'm a veteran. So what? Who cares? I'll never do that. Not under this covenant. I can't go back to my old me. Remember, the old me did things, and that's why, oh, you worker of iniquity. Be careful, brothers, sisters. We've all done iniquity. Paul was a mass murderer of Christians and a Pharisee. So please, the thief on the cross, come on, guys. God already chose his bride from the foundation of the world. He already paid, and he knew even before he birthed his own son through to fill both Jews and Gentiles, he knew he would already do that. Isn't that beautiful to think about predestination? If you're in the Hados and you're in the narrow way, and you know, because you know the Old Testament, Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, Deuteronomy, it just was two houses. How did he know he's going to send his son? Because why are we to question him? Don't question him. He said, I do all these things after my own counsel for my own pleasure. No, it's because God did require war, sacrifice, blood, ritual, and there was a actual Jewish law, and God had rules. And under that covenant of the old, fire, war, sacrifice, fee, fine, celebration. Yeah, that's God of war. That is I am. He said before Abraham was I am. That's right, correct. Fire, the God of fire and war and sacrifice and ritual, and he had to send his son to fulfill. So we don't do any of these things anymore. Nothing, only faith. By faith alone are we saved. But we have to endure to the end to be saved. The bride, the predestined are not evil. It's actually the complete opposite. Let me take it to the book of Luke, okay? He says, fear not, oligos, flock, for it's your Father's pleasure to give you the kingdom of heaven. Or remember when Paul said that through much ellipsis we must go through to receive that kingdom of heaven or kingdom of God, okay? And that is inside of us, not in the sky. That is our inheritance. He is our prize. What are you running for? Are you running for dollars? Or are you running for prize? Is your treasure here on earth, or is your treasure in heaven, brothers and sisters? It's not. God is in the sky. Heaven's not in the sky. What is your prize? Who are you running to? Okay, you have to endure to the end. That doesn't sound like a little short sprint that might get your heart rate up. No. That's a long race called a marathon, and you got to endure to the end to be saved. So nobody got saved. It's all about a purchased possession. That's something he already bought. Prognosko is the Greek word. Let's go to Romans 8:29 so we can talk about the predestined, okay? He said in Romans through his apostle Paul, I also did foreknow who I did predestine, the ones I pulled from their darkness into my light, the ones who would conform to my image. You got to do what he was doing when he was here. He was standing up to the perverted law. It's very simple, brothers and sisters. They hung him on a tree because he ate weed on the Sabbath. They had changed this halakha, this, Torah into a split oral and written law. You could speak this oral law. They created a big boy club, kind of like your FOP, your Fraternity Order of Police, or your Davos, right? All these rich people meeting so they can take all it's called a corporation called America through fees and taxation. God hates that. God hates that. It's his own business, but remember, he said, let vengeance be mine. He pulled his son off the curtains and whipped the people over fines. You've turned my father's house into a den of thieves. He don't like fees, brother. So he don't like when you fee his people. We're not supposed to be one above another under this covenant. That's capitalism. God hates capitalism. God, under this covenant, we are all one flesh, one covenant, one bride. Not everybody, though. Don't get that mistaken. God only loves a little bit of everybody this time. He only used to love Aaron and Levi only if they would walk and follow in his 613 statutes, commandments, where if they didn't follow and they sinned once, the wages of sin is death. So yes, see? One sin. You want to go and rip my Hamashiach down from the tree, you're going to go back under the old law, just like Trump's going to bring you back under the Noahide laws, under the laws of flesh. This will happen. You mark my words. Yes, he will. He's the king of Israel. And Israel's not in the desert. That's not Israel. There's no physical Israel. There's no physical Jews. Oops, did you fall for the flesh? Yes, you did. There's no such thing as artificial intelligence. A computer can't learn. No, it can't. No, it can't. No, it can't. No, it can't. If you think it can learn, you're going to give it feelings. Now you're going to get, yep. And now you're going to think it's alive. You won't be able to tell the difference between a robot and a hologram and a real giant. What? There'll be giants in the land. He said it'd be as in the days of Noah. There were giants in the lands, brothers, sisters, at the time of Noah. Prepare. They're going to release do fake opening of the pit. That's what Trump's going to bring in. I've already seen it now. Prognosco, he's shown me. I'm not prophet. I'm seeing what they got their papers. They put it out on television. They do it and they say it in front of everybody. Just because you're blind to see, that doesn't mean that I don't have celestial eyes, spiritual eyes. I got agricultural eyes. He needs agricultural signs, brothers, sisters. I gave you the parable of the fig tree, 12:21, 2020. Are you producing fruit? 12:21, 2024 is 4 years. Oh boy, that's knocking at the door, isn't it? Are you producing fruit in this year? How did he know? How did he know? How did he know that he would tighten the Pleiades and loosens Orion's belt? Because he knew the Yuga cycles. He knew the celestial firmament, as I do myself, and tell you of these celestial markers, so you'll be ready. You'll be wise. You'll be looking up. He said, look up. Your redemption draweth nigh. Look at that. The Redeemer, the one he bought. Remember, he bought his bride from the foundation of the world. Prognosco, we have foreknowledge of. He said he would come back. It's been over 2,600 years, and he has not returned yet. Hell, Noah's only built the ark for 120 years. Noah ain't got nothing on my love, Shiloh. He still ain't made it back, and he said, Maranatha, until I return, right? Have your lamps trimmed and be burning bright and have extra oil. Are you preparing? Are you preparing your spiritual ark? Are you baptizing your ark with blood, as he said to Noah, inside and out with the red pitch? Actually, he told Noah, with the red pitch, baptize so it wouldn't sink. Imagine if Noah didn't listen to Father through his, remember, inside you, one hole in that ark, and we wouldn't even be here. Imagine that. Andrew, speak up, dude. I don't give a, Andrew, I misrepresented 45:7, Isaiah. Speak up. What am I explain? I'll stop for you. Apocalypse is not what you think, Steve. I don't think you can define the word apocalypse at all. Zero. I think you don't have it. Okay, well, explain Ross Bill. How did Ross misquote Isaiah? Ross is the Gospels written on his heart. So speak up. We're all iron sharpens iron. Thank you for using words. I from the light create darkness. I make peace. I create evil. I, Lord, do all these things. Yep. He's saying that it is saying that Pastor is saying God creates evil. Absolutely, God creates evil. 100%. Yes, you're an idiot, Andrew. You're a biblical idiot. God said, I create all things. Right there. I rest my case. Do I need to say anything more? I used to be an investigator, a prior investigator. The details, the devil's in the details. Every jot, tittle, yod. He said, don't change a thing. So God creates all things, good and evil. God creates, he said, I am the Aleph. Remember, that's the leader, the ox, the beginning, the end, the Alpha and the Omega. I create everything that ever was, everything that ever will be, everything not written, everything that, everything not written, everything that ever will be. I, God, create good. I do all these things after my own pleasure and from my own counsel. And I, God, create evil, because I, God, create all things. You're an idiot, Andrew. Shut the hell up. Stop misrepresenting the truth, the aletheia. You're an idiot. If God creates all things, then he creates evil. What the hell are you? You're twisting it. You're giving it your own version. I just gave you multiple sources, making up your own Shem. Yes, God creates pedos, you idiot. God creates all things, good and evil. God creates murders, yes. God creates all things through pornea, you idiot. Through pornea, self-will. Oh, dear boy. He's just an idiot, guys. That's okay. He just doesn't work. That's okay. We'll put a little more light on the subject there. So God creates all things. Oh, man. So that's the truth, brother, sister. You don't like it. God creates all things. Stop thinking you're doing anything. God only loves his bride. That's a small portion of everybody that's ever lived. Because if you think under the Old Testament, before this new covenant, which is only 2,600 years ago, and everybody, when the seventh trumpet sounds, will be raised from the ashes and the dust, prognosco from the foundation of the world, we'll all receive one judgment at one fucking time. You people misrepresent. There's no buddies in the sky. Heaven's not in the sky. God's not in the sky. Grow up. That's not what the book says. Heaven is not in the sky. It's right here. We don't go to the sky. Nobody's in the sky. If anything's in the sky, it's because it's sitting somewhere up in our stratosphere, somewhere up in that level, and they can't get out of here. I don't give a fuck what they tell you. I don't care what anybody says. Maybe in a minute, whenever that might be, when the pit opens up and the skies roll back like a scroll, but we are pinned in here. There's no Bigfoots here. There are no fucking aliens here. Get out of my chat. You believe in none of that dumb space farce bullshit? Get out of here. You're childish. Go be heaven. Come back. I don't want you here. I don't need you here. I'm not here for numbers. You're not going to change anything if God creates all things. You're just an idiot. If God creates all things, everything you're doing, he already knows the result. Man, I heard this crazy guy on YouTube, man. I'm going to wait for 10 years from now. Watch, I'm going to prove this motherfucker wrong. God thinks I'm going to turn right. Yeah, right. Good luck. He knows where the dice will land, brothers and sisters. You can't cheat God. He knows what's in our heart. He said our heart is continuously filled with wickedness. So, no worries. I'm not going to, if heaven inside, why have you been so neglectful to the vessel? Your heaven is inside you. You're spewing a lot of bullshit. Oh, okay. You think, is that what you think? I'm spewing a lot of bullshit. Would you like to explain yourself there, G? How am I spewing bullshit, G? Explain yourself. I'll read your message. The most important thing that remember is that the only way to the Father is through Son, Jesus Christ. Well, remember, Steve, the letter J didn't exist at the time of Christ, and Christ is a pagan term. You're an idiot. What's Jesus? Christ means anointed. You're just spewing some nonsense. And he warned of more than one Jesus in Scripture. Okay, a man that wouldn't do the way. Hey, listen here, you. Yeshua is king. You're an idiot too, because in Hebrew there's no A-E-I-O's or U. So what the fuck is Yeshua? I know Yahuwah, Yahushua Mashiach. I know. But why would you spell his name? You show how ignorant you are if you're going to spell his name in fucking yods and jots. Why do you have A-E-I-O's or U's? You're an idiot. Go change your name when you can fucking grow up and act like you know what you're talking about. Yep, there's no A-I-O's or U's in Hebrew. You're an idiot. And your name shows that you have very little busos. So please leave now. I don't care how you think. You want me to be nice to you? You know what nice means? It means to be stupid. Aleph means ox or leader. Aleph. He said, I am the Aleph, I am the Aletheia. I am the Alpha. Aletheia is truth. The Alpha, in the beginning of the Greek, negates every word that cancels. That red sign with a alpha. Nope means no. Cancels. Negates. Negation. Cancellation. Anybody focusing? Hello, Bueller. We're having class. Might want to write it down. Fuck you, pigs. The pigs are watching. Right here. Mr. Werner routinely live streams on his YouTube channel that's monitored by pigs, signed by a fake clerk in Lake County in a Fourth Circuit non-judicial capacity, revised statute, bullshit, clown court. So it's first letter of Hebrew alphabet. So it's the first letter of the Hebrew. Yeah, it's the first letter of the Greek alphabet. It's the first letter of the Hebrew alphabet. Oh boy. Well, how about English? You can't take Hebrew, change it into Aramaic and English. That's impossible. That's called translation. That's bastardization is what that is. That's Hebrew forward, perverted. Nobody's speaking Hebrew anymore. He was a Hebrew Israelite. Right? Remember, Donald John Trump is king of the Israel of Israel. Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, God, Jesus, Lord, are a self-hypnosis on conscious level. Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, God, Jesus, Lord, is that Elohim? Is that what you're trying to spell? Are all self-hypnosis and a conscious level. Well, you're a fucking idiot. You watch too much Disney, Yehuda. There's no such thing as a conscious, you silly rabbit. You have Hokadesh, Aletheia. But what in the hell is conscience? Leave. Where did you get your existence, language, knowledge, religious training? Religious? Fuck all religious. Get out of here, Steve. I rebuke all religions. Knowledge is the worst. Busos. I rebuke religions. They're vanity. They're vain. Stay away from the Disney Channel. There's no Jiminy Cricket. You don't have a conscience. That's nonsense. No. No. Oh, now you're going to believe in, what's this? Lion King, right? Let's just mock Christ, right? Let's mock and call him the lion. The whole movie's about 99% of what you're watching on television is about scripture and about these celestial markers above your head. They do everything by these markers, as is above. They do it down here on the ground, but you don't know the book is not written in your heart. Kings and Lord of Lords, everyone will bow and every tongue shall confess that Jesus Christ is Lord forever. Okay, well, that's a very lollipop. It wasn't too hard to find my address. Well, you dumbass motherfucker. I don't have an address, Yahushua or Yeshua. I don't have an address, you idiot. I'm off fucking grid. You're a stupid fucking moron to sit there and I don't have a physical address. Look how stupid the fuck you are. You want to know where I live? Just call Lake County Sheriff's Office. They'll bring you to my house. I got a marker pole. I don't hide where I'm at. I'm at the icon of the valley, Table Rock. I don't need an address. I'm not hiding from anything. Come dig some holes with me. I need more fence holes dug. I already have holes out here, so don't worry about it. People say out here they don't call the cops when people wander onto people's properties because the cops don't do fucking anything, and they'll tell them just dig a hole. Okay, let's learn off of Talon. Stacy. Stacy, can you define anything, you bumbling idiot? Can you define the word Satan? Good evening from South Africa. I want to come to South Africa, Loss. I don't know who you are, but I want to come to South Africa. I really do. That we fucking wrecked that place, man. I apologize so much for what they did to Gaddafi. That man was an absolute, what he was doing in South, it was so beautiful. One of the most beautiful, all that sorghum growing out in the desert, tapping into the San Juan aquifer, all those channels, all those, all taking all that, all that, guys, you don't understand what we ruined. All that water was coming in from the ocean. He had all this stuff, this beautiful place, and we went in there and just annihilated South Africa, guys. So I want you to leave, Yeshua is king, until you come back and take those Jodes, yachts, until you take the E's and I's out of your name. You're not welcome here anymore. Okay? You're not welcome here anymore. Go take the stupid vowels out of your name. You look uneducated when you put vowels in Hebrew. Go leave now. Don't come in here and moderate that person out of here. So, South Africa was a very beautiful place. The United States Army went in there because Gaddafi wanted to pay for the oil with gold. We fucking killed that man. We took him, stripped him naked, raped. He was raped, brothers, sisters, and drug his ass on a cable behind a fucking Humvee, or I can't remember what they did to try to make an example of you better pay for your oil with the US dollar and anything else like Saddam. They never did find any weapons of mass destruction, huh? Same thing. We will destroy you. This American military industrial complex for 50 years has been doing that, and that's never been necessary because Donald Trump has had the technology that Uncle Trump has where we never needed to fight one oil war or even use a combustion engine. We have anti-gravitics, we have electrogravitics, we have perpetual motion, we have neodymium now. We have all these things. Go look at the Tesla machines, and they're in that museum. There's machines have been running for 80 years or something. They have this tech. It's just Donald Trump that's been holding it with his stinky muskrat buddy Elon. Whatever. They're going to release this a bunch of fake bullshit in the skies, and every one of you dumb fucks are going to believe it, thinking there's some kind of artificial intelligence. There's no such thing as artificial intelligence. There's no such thing as UFOs. That's all anti-gravitics, electrogravitics. That shit's been around for millions of years. There's megalithic structures that could be duplicated today because Trump's holding the millimeter wave technology. Uncle John, same thing. Millimeter wave. That's what this is all easily. We should have never fought one war. I will go down in history pointing one man responsible for Blind 11 and all the oil death. Donald John, the largest drug dealer in the world. Pfizer, #1 jab ever. It outsold real estate, and he's the creator of it. Koch brothers, Johnson, look at all that money they made on the paper and oil products. Oh boy, they scammed us, didn't they? Yep, declared a national emergency when 100% you got the virus and you had no clean bill of health, no existing conditions. Your survival rate was 99.8%. That's not a national emergency. Lock that motherfucker up. How do we know it's working? 99.9. I'm a numbers guy, so you can't twist. That's the Hebrew word for the numbers. That's not a national emergency. And he will declare a national emergency in days. Nobody's going to lock him up. He's going to pull all this shit and let all this fake pit ritual where the skies will open up like a scroll and the beast will rise up out of the pit. They're going to do a fake pit ritual, brothers, sisters. I see it a million miles away, so I'm not going to sit here and argue. Done feeding the trolls. You go sit there and be illusioned by all your artificial, right, intelligence, holograms, anti-gravitics, electrogravitics, millimeter wave. This is all should have never fought one oil war. Every single death should be blamed on Donald Trump. Yep, and JP Chase Morgan, because back then they already remember the combustion engine, all those power poles. Tesla's like, you don't need power poles. You guys are idiots. This is all going to blow away. I can transfer powers through our whole currents on our smart meters to zap you and burn your house out. Yep, Tesla. DC, direct current, right up. You disconnect yourself from the ground. Your toaster talks to the fucking Department of Justice. That's not very smart. And that path least resistance is lightning. Henry Ford, he was cahoots with the Morgans. JP Chase, remember all that? Power poles, all that. They already had that. Tesla's like, you guys are stupid. I can transfer power. I can grab power right out of the ether. I can make machines perpetual motion. You don't need. I can create a dome over your city that no military can. We got to get rid of this motherfucker. Did you hear what he just said? He can make a dome. John Trump is messing with that same shit, millimeter wave. Fuck, man, we got to kill this old man and his pigeons, messenger pigeons. Remember? Shit, that is going to get in the way of this direct current. What the fuck, man? A war? Did you hear what he fucking said? He said he can create a dome. Remember, he even wrote, you can find this in the New York Times. He said a death ray. He called it a ray. Remember, like a Rizzo, like a sun? This is your 15-minute city. This Trump was talking about building the wall. He was never talking about building a wall at a border. He's talking about building a wall over you, a millimeter wall that you can't see. Hotel California, like Paradise, 2 tickets, check in, but you can never leave. Remember, Camp, Walmart. Here we go. All the same shit again, guys. There you go. It's not a ray of sun. He said, you dumbass, I'm not talking about a handheld. I'm talking about a clear wall, you can't see this wall, millimeter wave wall over your city where no military can penetrate. That won't fund war. We got to get rid of this motherfucker. You see what's going on now? Trump loves war. That's a lie, Tesla. Get out of here, Chad. This is all historical record. There's so many people who reveal all this dumb shit. Get this idiot out of here. They still had the fucking machines. You go to the Tesla museum, asshole. It's people like you. Go to the Tesla museums, you dumb fuck. They're still working today. There's a museum. Look it up. Man, people just, it's a lie. Look, brothers, look this up right now. Go look up Tesla Museum. You can go there. You should go there now. It's still open. It's hard to believe. Well, yeah, there's no crimes in America under the Title 18. There's only one Article 3 court operating under Title 18 original statutes that were legislated through the House, the Congress, and the Senate. Everything else was added when they turned this into a corporation, which is not law. It's not actually, it's revised statute, which is, or criminal code, which is for commerce. So you don't think that's happening either, do you? I love it. So hey, Bruno Mars, don't believe me, just watch. So I'm not going to argue. All right, all done dressing trolls. I won't argue anybody anymore. I'll just do a old school blog like Truth Viral. Hi, I'm Truth Viral Television, where the truth goes viral. That's it. I'm TV. I'm TV. Host of Viral, Truth Viral Television. All right, anyways, that's old school. I was about 10. I asked you guys to go watch that channel because that Executive Order 923 of 11004 is a duplicate of what they did after World War II when they interned American citizens. It might just be you because they don't like you. They were American-born citizens, and they were interned and put into work camps. I already told you they can use a bunker buster, which has no nuclear footprint. It's not atomic, and they'll kick you out of fucking areas saying this is nuclear, and you won't be able to go in and test it. Look what they just did in South Carolina. They put the largest fucking water event ever in the history of mankind in the East Coast. Nobody gives a fuck about that. Still people laying in the mud right now. Walls of water coming down 100 feet. Those people don't even have flood insurance. How the hell are you supposed to have flood insurance at the top of a hill? All this shit's created, brothers and sisters. You don't realize where they're taking this country, and that's fine. And it'll start in my investigation at the time of when Trump comes in and declares this national emergency. So you take from here what you want. You chew up the meat, spit out the bones. Moderators, moderate any bullshit out of here. I want to hear it. They disagree with me. They can go find their own channel. Create your own channel then. Create your own ministry. But don't do it here. Don't spew your nonsense here, please. It's coming out of my mouth. I'll tell you if it's a theory. This ain't theory. He said he's going to declare a national emergency day one. So more than once now. So North Carolina, South Carolina, Florida, Georgia, Tennessee, they spun that fucking hurricane for 7.5 fucking hours. You dumb fuck. Get out of here. Get Gain for all news out of here. Get out of here, Gain. Just leave now. Fuck off. Kiss my ass. Dead motherfuckers in all over the East Coast there, and nobody gives a fuck about them. What did you do? Did you ride a donkey in there? South Carolina, North Carolina, Florida, Georgia, Tennessee, they all suffered. Fucking you fucking prick. Get out of here. Don't fucking correct me, cocksucker. Yeah, your phallic worship, your Jesus, your pole worship. Remember the Washington Monument? Suck this phallic, man, this commerce. That's a cock. That's the Washington Monument. You love this shit, don't you? Get out of here. So I don't like to sit there and... Batteries, lithium, look into that bullshit. Those people were giving them hell, guys, about that era. They wouldn't want them to take over. Said, fuck it, let's just juice that hurricane. Look at the radar maps on that shit. Nobody gives a fuck. And I'm telling Elon Musk, he saw and knows where every one of those dead motherfuckers are at. Yeah, Elon Musk with his Starlink satellite. They saw it all. They can read a goddamn print off a soccer ball from space. Fuck you, they know where those people are at. Don't tell me to calm down. Now you got to go. Never tell a man who's passionate to calm down. Go fuck yourself. Don't tell me to calm down. Don't tell me to do anything. Go just create your own channel. If you disagree with me, go somewhere else. Chew up the meat, spit out the bones. Okay, so anyways, they know where everybody's laying. They juiced that storm that came off the ocean. Yes, that was a natural current hurricane, but they created that. There's never been an inland hurricane that's fucking gone 300 miles and spun for 7 fucking hours, guys. Bullshit. 300 miles off that's not a fucking hurricane. So fuck you if you've forgotten about all those people in San Francisco when they cleaned up all the streets off fentanyl overnight. And fuck you if you don't give a shit that our government... do you know they came in and they were taking contributions and they fought the fucking National Guard and flew by that shit and spread all that shit with that fucking propellers? You National Guard motherfuckers should be put in prison forever. Whoever fucking did that, you are a sick son of a bitch, you National Guard. Whoever, that, I don't know if it's Apache. You guys ain't paying attention about some of the shit they did there. Taking and diverting fucking contributions and giving them, instead of the people stuck up on the fucking hills, giving to these people that Venezuelans, brothers, sisters. And you're okay with this government? I'm not at all. Look at what they did in Hurricane Katrina. They went in the top and where those people were never in the floodplains, up and behind locked gates, way out of the floodplain area, and took their fucking guns from them under some fake fucking national bullshit. They do this every time, brothers, sisters. So be ready. When they declare this next national emergency, it's going to get wacky, and that's fine. I'm ready. I think people who get ready for it will be fine. You know what I'm saying? You know, I think people will be okay, and I think people will rise to the occasion. The cream will rise to the top, but these people, low-hanging fruit, are going to get picked off real quick. It's just the way it's going to work. That's the way it's going to work, man. You're going to believe that's some real bullshit. There's nothing physical. There's no such thing as artificial intelligence. Computers don't learn. It's just math. It's quantum computing. It's quantum physics. It's a rhythm, a cycle, algorithm. It's very simple. It's actually not very advanced. Quantum physics and quantum computing is elementary, brothers and sisters. That's not very advanced. Okay. And a computer will never learn anything. So I don't want to hear that bullshit, because as soon as you believe that, you're going to start giving these robots feelings and you think these fucking things are alive. Fuck you. And that's coming too. Robots, fake flying saucers, UAPs. It's all part of this Project Blue Book. Stop calling it Project Blue Beam. It is not Project Blue Beam. It's not. I don't know why people just twist everything like it's not Agenda 2030. You fucking idiots. It's Agenda 2021. Sustainable development for the 21st century. It's not global warming. It never was. There's never been global warming. CO2 is plant food. You're an idiot. CO2 is the smallest trace gas in our atmosphere. See? People just believe CO2 is plant food. I'm a medicinal cannabis grower. I'm going to take a pause for the cause. I grow medicinal cannabis. And it's all, Steve, I already told you on this channel, I'm some kind of prophet. They are what is called gaslighting you for the Aquarius sign. Boats, and drones, boats and drones, boats and drones, boats and drones, boat and drone, boat and drone, boat and drone. See it? What about all the aluminum? There's more aluminum than they spray us with more aluminum than anything else. This is called aerosolic radiation management. It's supposed to be refracting back these rays, you know, cosmic bullshit. Fuck you. Solar rays from the sun, you know, and it's supposed to, it's every coin, brothers and sisters, two sides to every coin. Okay. Aerosolic radiation management is one side. I know this. I have a fucking chemtrailer tattooed on my body. Name any of your friends or anybody you know that, you know, was it, I don't know, 10 years ago, I want a chemtrailer on my body. A chem what? I'd already been telling people for 10 years. Yeah, pause, recause, okay. Fuck you pigs. For all these years, you made cannabis a Schedule 1. I'm a trichome medicinal cannabis farmer, and all these different, not just THC and CBD. What about TCB, TCN? What about all these other, you never let in any of that medicinal because you said it had no medicinal properties. That is the biggest, they patent cannabis, brothers, sisters, I believe in 2019. That's illegal. That's illegal. You can't patent a plant that grows up out the dirt. That's my favorite plant that grows up out the dirt. I love it. It flowers. It's beautiful flower. It smells lovely, and it's medicinally what works for my broken back, 2 vertebrae and 2 discs that are gone. Never will let them cut on me. It looks like a bad welder. Fuse ourselves together. We're resilient beings, brothers, sisters. But no, I've never let them cut on me. And my body's still telling itself, have surgery, you're fucked up, you're fucked up. That's called signal pain. You ever had a signal nerve pain, like maybe somebody had a bad tooth or nerve pain? You know how that, I can't help that. My body's going to do it no matter how so that's called nerve pain. And I suffer from a lot of nerve damage because of the pinching. And so it is what it is. So go take your Mexican American Adderall and go smoke your couch lock, you know, indica fake cannabis, not auto flower crap, you know. Everything turns green. CO2 is plant food. Thank you, Martin. And if you were a cannabis grower, you would know that. You put more CO2 in your room, you're going to get larger flower, larger fruit. You don't have to grow cannabis. You can grow fruit, tomatoes, whatever. You put more CO2 in, it's plant food. So, you know, but they're not spraying us with plant food, brothers and sisters. They're spraying us with aluminum oxide, bromine, nano, cow blood. What the hell? Fungus, yellow fungus, mold spores. I have a video. If you look at, it's called America Ever After. It might be one of the best videos I've ever done, brothers and sisters. I've been blogging on this platform for a dozen years or more, I believe. I've done a dozen channels probably. Okay, go look at a channel called America Ever After. It's about 10 or 12 years ago. I will tell you about all this a dozen years ago. Everything that they're talking about today, I was talking about at least 10 or 15 years ago in most cases. So go look at that video. It's called America Ever After. Okay, I've told you, go to Truth Viral, look at the 923 executive. I've given you multiple channels that I blogged off this platform. I is not new to this rodeo. Okay, I've been doing this for quite a dozen or more years on and off this platform. Even before that, very active as a constitutionalist. Yeah, I'm one of those who will uphold the right of the Constitution. This is a constitutional republic, right? Nope, it's commerce. It used to could. You ever heard that term? I can't remember which, was it Jeff Foxworthy that said that? But this was it was a state, 13 colonies. Remember all this before this commerce came in? Remember? Judicial, legislative, and executive. We were not serfdom. We had a Bill of Rights and a Declaration of Independence. So not only do I assert my right of the Constitution, but Declaration of Independence and Bill of Rights. There's no freedom. The right to choose, right? That's not a freedom. That is the right to choose, not free will. There's no such thing as free will. It's self-will, but dumb, that's freedom. That's not what this was rights. We kill women and children in other countries. battle dress uniform, finest men in their country and our country, so you can stand on an X, pay taxes to a government, not even stand up to it? You're the silent majority. It says in the book of Psalms, the only thing it takes for evil to flourish is for good men to stand around and do nothing. That's you, America. You did. You stood down and you didn't assert your rights, and now you've lost them. So this isn't America anymore. This is a corporation sold on the stock exchange. Okay? The New York Stock Exchange. It's a commerce. It's a corporation. It's not a constitutional republic. Remember? If not I'm mistaken, they wrote these legislation on hemp. Not female cannabis, but on hemp, correct? George Washington grew hemp. Remember? What was that on that movie, The Stone Age? Or no, what was it? Dazed to Confuse. Martha Washington was a hip chick, man. She grow hemp, and every day George come home, she have a big bowl waiting for him, man. She was a hip chick, man. I don't watch too many movies. I think that was Dazed to Confuse. Absolutely where I live. Moses Lake, out to Washington. All right, another Pacific Northwest. Somebody up here in the Pacific Northwest. Thanks for coming in, Martin. Guys, I'm pissed at the government because of all the legislation on federal one scheduling, making cannabis illegal. That's bullshit. For fucking how many years they could have been medicinally researching all the properties medicinal. Instead, they got you on the big farm guy. All that shit's got side effects. Cannabis don't work for everybody. It's very strong, and it is not a medicine to be used incorrectly. Okay, it won't kill you. You might think you're dying. The three major side effects of cannabis. I know you think, oh, if you've never used it before, it is very like take a thing of dip and you'll think you're fucking spinning. Smoke a cigarette, you'll fucking, whoa. You ain't never done it before. Cannabis is this, anything's that way, bro. So you build a tolerance to it, okay? But most of these things, they get you on the big farm guy, and it gets with a side effect. So they can get you the script and get you to more side effects, okay? I'm a medicinal cannabis grower. Although it doesn't cure all cancers, it does cure most. It goes and kills the cancer cell, attacks it, and leaves the good cells. That's why people's hair don't fall out. Radiation does work for cancer, but it kills all the bad cells. And sure, you're going to see the results of this. It is a absolute criminal to think that a parent has a child that's suffering from a seizure, like a grand mal seizure, where it feels like two or three men, like in the military, we take a thing of soap and put it in a side. You weren't acting right. Take us. It's called dope on a run. No, it's soap in a sock, brother, sis. But that's what that child feels like after having a grand mal seizure. Like 3 or 4 people beat the shit out of that child. Imagine being that child, and that child can't get access to an oil, or like Rick Simpson, I make my own cold press. I don't use heat. I press everything and get the oil out of it. Okay. And I don't use any butanes. I don't use anything like that. I do it naturally. I want as much terpene. I want to use the medicinal properties of the plant. That little trichome is what I grow. I don't give a shit about the rest of the plant. I care about the medicinal properties. So how is this child able to have to suffer, guys? Have to suffer. Okay. Suffer when this child can get medicine over here. This child for a week feels like somebody beat it with a side. Imagine the parent has to sit there and watch his child seize out, have a grand mal, just so they're not making sure they're swallowing their tongue. These criminals need locked up. All these people who made, and I'm not saying, that it cures cancer, everything, it's good, but it does work for just more. Think about autoimmune deficiency syndrome, brothers and sisters. We all have cannabinoids in our immune system. We as a human produce cannabinoids. The autoimmune deficiency syndrome was what was called AIDS. Now, a virus attacks it's not alive, it attacks your immune system. You didn't die of AIDS, you died of the common cold or whatever because your immune system broke down. Autoimmune deficiency syndrome. Fuck this stupid virus bullshit. Whatever. Brothers and sisters, it broke down your immune system. Cannabis strengthens your immune system. That's why they give it to people who are suffering and their immune system is breaking down. They give it to them because it strengthens your immune system. Well, that wouldn't do good. Then you'd be healthy and you couldn't go to the snakes on the pole doctor and get some trazodone and some Adderall and some Percocet and some Vicodin and some Oxycontin and all these fucking stupid pills that give us side effects. Well, we could do things like mullein, take a tablespoon of honey a day, cinnamon's wonderful, coconut oil, MC13's for your brain, brothers. There are so many natural homeopathic remedies. You might study nutritional doctor, brother, sister, instead of medical. These medical doctors will sew your leg on, and but they have very little training in nutrition. Although they have they're just trying to make money, brother, sister, try to get you to go, they farm you out. Anybody ever remember like a midwife or somebody would come and sit in your home? A doctor used to come sit in your home, brothers, sisters, and sit down with you and talk to you a little bit about your health. And they were not some farm guy to farm you out to all these specialists now, because medical that's changed. Although in the 1800s and part of it's completely changed with these big hospitals and then the element. Oh my God, I got this some kind of rash or something because I rubbed up to some kind of bush or something. My skin, I got to take this. The side effects is heart murmurs and death. What the fuck? Yeah, you got a little irritation from some poison ivy or something. You take the side effects is death. Thanks for pointing that out, Myra. The side effects are worse than the freaking, pleasure's worse than the pain, brothers, sisters. It was always the jab, and it was never the beer bug, was it? Remember the corona? It was all about that sticker, wasn't it? Well, the corona did a good job too, but it wasn't. It was all about that greatest bout to the ultra jabba, with Mr. Warp Speed. So let's go back, because he's in charge of all this too. He knows this shit. He loves these snakes on a pole. #1 drug dealer on the planet, brothers, sisters. Will go down in history. Come and get me, feds. That's not a lie. For drug dealer Donald Trump, Mr. Chump, Mr. Donald John himself, Mr. Moneybags, Mr. Scrooge. Pfizer and Johnson & Johnson and Moderna in 2021 sold the most selling single product ever in the history of the world, the Pfizer jab. And the creator of that jab was Mr. Warp Speed himself. That's the jab. Remember, I am the creator of the greatest jab ever. There we go. Thank you so much, man. Excellent. That's the kind of stuff I like to see in this chat. Ginger, hibiscus, tamarind, turmeric. There's so many wonderful things that God gave us, guys, that we don't need snakes up a pole. Okay, he said, you know, I was a snake before you let me in. So he is the #1 drug dealer, brothers and sisters. Irregardless, history will show that he was the creator of that jab. He solicited the American public for $2.2 trillion to create that jab. And then the National Emergency brought in another 5 point or whatever to make that $8.8 trillion. It had to be 88. Had spent more than Barry. Barry spent 10 and 4. He spent 8.8. No, Barry spent 10. Oh wait, Barry took off as it was 9 trillion. Oh, he more than doubled the national debt, didn't he? His buddy Barry, 43 presidents combined spent in the history of this nation $9 trillion. And in 8 years, Barry, his buddy behind EpiPen Island buddy, he spent 10 trillion, brothers and sisters, more than double the national debt in 2 fucking terms. Can you believe that? It spent 10 trillion on his fake bullshit. Oh, Bear Stearns. Remember the collapse of the economy? See, people forget all this stuff. Trump's in on all that. Lehman Brothers. Oh, there he is. Oh, Halliburton. Oh, Berkshire had. Oh, shit. They got their fingerprints all over this shit, guys. They should have let the economy collapse back then. But that $10 trillion saved this whole. Oh, it's too big to fail. Remember? You guys. Oh, shit. I did remember all that, didn't I? Yeah, we've been pumping this greatest economy ever. Not only is the largest drug dealer ever in the history of this country, he's created the largest expansion of debt ever in the history of America, brothers and sisters. Yes, that's Mr. Moneybags himself, Mr. Scrooge, that decorates his Satan Tower with Satan himself. Yep, Mr. Nimrod. No, Mr. Chump. Trump. What is his name? I don't know. Remember Joe Biden's family arrested him back in history. Oh, that's what they were doing recently, huh? Before his they just keep replaying these same things. Ain't broke, don't fix it. Nothing new under the sun. It's all going by the script. As is above, they're doing it all by the stars, brothers, sisters. If you would have looked at everything during the corona, it was all going by the celestial firmament, as is above. Yes, it did. Yes, it did. Go back, watch. Here, I'll give you part of the second, third, one of the best channels, by far superior. I don't know what he hasn't put in any channels. I need to go make sure I'm subscribed. Please go see my brother, Daniel Vallis. Write this down at Informed, and I'm not a Christian, okay? And I don't do some of, but 99.8%, almost like the beer bug. Survival rate? Seriously? That's not a national emergency. Isn't that crazy? And everybody's like, a virus not even alive. I'm a veteran. I know about, I'm first responder. I'll come put your guts back in. I know a little bit about nutritional and medical doctrine. I've studied these far longer than most doctors have. I've got 30 years. They've only got 10 or 12, or maybe 12 or 15, whatever. If there's some kind of, I don't care what snakes of a pole they are, if they're psychology or fuck it, if they're not ND, get them out of my face. You don't know how to keep yourself healthy, brothers, sisters. That's just somebody can, good to sew your leg on, but don't give a shit about your health. Want to farm you out, as they used to come to your door, into your home and visit you and cared about your health. They now farm you out to a specialist who will farm you out to the pharmacy. Yeah, snakes of a pole. See, it always ends up with that side effects, so they can get you on more side effects. Ah, see how that worked? That's called Hegelian dialect, brothers and sisters. Problem, reaction, solution. I know Mr. Warp Speed, the creator of the jab. No, Warp Speed, that was Apollyon, the bringer of the disease and the cure of the disease, Satan. Who are we talking about? Mr. Warp Speed? Yes, Mr. Warp Speed. He brought you the jab, the creator of the disease, the bringer of the disease, and the cure of the disease. See? Should be simple. Same amount of towers, 66 penthouse floor tower. Now, wait a minute. Something's not. 58-story building and a 66 penthouse floor tower. Interesting. Does anybody know how tall that Nimrod 58 Manhattan Babylon? Oh, wait, is it Manhattan or is it Babylon? It's Manhattan Tower. Broadway. Wide is the gate, that broad is the way that leads to the wide gate, which leads to the abyss. Oh, get ready for your pit ritual. Skies roll back like a scroll. There'll be all kinds of stuff coming out of the sky. There already is, huh? I already told you this months in advance. They're gaslighting you for this age of the air, where the thrones of the Lamb will be crowned in the sky, he says, but he's not talking about in the sky, brothers and sisters. That's Elijah, who battled the flaming chariots and bounced out of here like my own son. Thank you for, it is what it is. Yes, the celestial signs are what they use. The occult of Golden Dawn studies are what they use. Absolutely. Some of the mystery, much that's more modern, but that's this time where they talk about this golden age. Yes, where the heirs are thrown, the crown, the kings receive their inheritance. You've got to die. Somebody's got to die in a will. Oh, it's not the old, but the new. He was the testor of that will. Remember, he created that new covenant. Oh, the New Testament. It's a new living will and testament, and somebody's got to die. Aren't you glad what he did for you? So you could receive the inheritance. The heirs, in hair, air. The sage of air and water. Aquarius, hello, welcome to the new age. Markers, parable of fig tree. I gave you a celestial sign. Agricultural warning, did I not? 2020, 12/21, 2020, the start of the virus. Oh, the crowning of the king. Oh, the opening of the pit. The one who comes back with the key. That king? No, the one that's in the pit. Abaddon, that what he has his tower decorated with. He's not. How could he be the Antichrist? He's not the seventh king. The seventh king is locked up in the pit. That's what he's signaling, is the coming of the pit, the opening. Get it? Mr. Nimrod himself, Mr. Thump. He's got his Tesla buddy with all the stolen Tesla technology from John Trump, back with Mr. Ford. The banksters. Now he got you going under commerce. Got you believing that there's aliens. There's nowhere it says aliens in the sky. There's nowhere it says there's ever one alien in Scripture. Show me where. Put it in the Scripture. Use the word of God against me. Where does it say God created aliens? Where does it say God created Bigfoot? Where did it say God said he created the heaven and the earth, And that's not above your head or below your feet. So you might want to think before you answer any question here. Make sure you've done some. Well, remember I said I gave you this agricultural warning sign 12/21/2020. That was the start of the celestial age of the heirs. The heirs. This the age of air. Remember, go to the man pouring out the water, the vessel. Notice it's pouring back on Fomahawk, the age of deception, the age we just left. 99.8% of the world, brothers and sisters, is still back there. When the veil was put over by Constantine, the rebranding of Christmas, you know, what you know as modern day Satanism, crackers and grape juice, to eat my sex orgy ritual king, sex orgy, man, beast, and woman, God, that Trump has his house, deity, little g, Apollyon, the bringer of the disease and the cure of the disease, in a 58-story tower in warp speed, 3 steel buildings with 2 airplanes. The math ain't adding up here. Building 7 was CIA headquarters. They decided to pull it. Oh, that's a pyrotechnics term. Oh, let's get the Tesla tech to take the backbone. That building was built in 1973, brothers and sisters, the year I was birthed into this false teacher, Scorpizzo meat suit at that celestial time. Teacher, he warns of a false teacher, so you better discern everything I said. He says, believe no man. They warned of the second coming of Christ. Remember, he said it'd be as in the days of Noah. We're here, drinking, partying, buying a Tesla, taking the dog to the dog park as nothing was happening. Here we are. Oh, remember, not just that sign where there were giants in the land. And I told you they could probably pull some out of the ground that they've been holding for, because there are giants. There are no aliens. There are no fallen messenger is not an alien. And a fallen messenger is not a son of God. So you've just been spun by television, forward, twisted. You got stung at school, didn't you? By the spelling bee. They started changing words around and twisting and channeling you. Forward, change, like the channel, twist, you know, turn. Yeah. You've become perverted under this tell-eye vision and played verbal voodoo with your eyes, told lies to your eyes. They'll be soon telling lies to your eyes in the skies. As is above, so is below. They'll take, remember, what it'd be is the second coming of Christ. He, remember, his apostles pulled him to the side, not the sign of Noah where there were giants in the land. Could you tell the difference between a giant and a hologram or a giant robot? DARPA giants. Heard it here first. Boston Dynamic, not just dogs, but giants. Could you tell if there were actually ones that they pulled out from, because an alien is not a giant, and a fallen angel is not a giant, and a Nephilim is not a giant either. Giants are real. Bigfoot's not real. Aliens are not real. That's just too much tell-eye vision, space farce. Remember Nanu, Shazbot? The Anunnaki are the giants. Martin gets it right. Martin gets it right. The Anunnaki are the giants, the land of Anak. Thank you so much, Martin. Somebody knows what the hell they're talking about. Hallelujah. There are giants, not aliens. The fallen angels aren't giants. Fallen angel is somebody who's not doing the will of the Father, for they lost their reign and they're fallen. How the hell is that a son of God? The son of God is doing the will of the Father. It's television. That's religion. That's what people do. They believe their own version. There's no such thing as Bigfoot, Samsquatch, or what do they call that on Rugrats or whatever it was? There's no such thing as aliens. Come on, guys. Grow the fuck up. Marvin the Martian, get out of here. Raising the Jed on the thoracic spine. Remember I was talking about my back earlier? Get the fuck out of here. You childish. You believe too much. I told you got stung by the spelling bee. They told you visual and verbal voodoo. You got channeled, so you go with the flow. Yes, you did. No, don't. Hey, you put your money in the bank like on the side of the river, didn't you? Got you spending currency. There you go, commerce. Tartarius. The fallen messengers. That is Abaddon, Apollyon, the seventh king that will be revealed when the rise, dead. Remember the restrainer, the key. You see what they're doing, guys? They're going to make a fake pit ritual. That's why they've been using their Hadron colliders and scrubbing this atmosphere with aluminum like a mirror. In prison, brush your teeth in a mirror. Not glass, you kill yourself. You make a weapon, aluminum. Polish the atmosphere. As is above, so is below. They've got the Starlink They got the holographic. They got it already. They got the anti-gravitics, electrogravitics, megalithic ability to build megalithic structures and giant. They keep getting. I said earlier, are you getting gaslighted in your Facebook? I don't spend much time on Facebook, guys, but when I'm on there, I keep getting gaslighted by these giants, pictures of these giants hanging out and with people like in the 1800s and all this. A lot of it. I keep trying to get it to go away, but they keep pushing it back into my feed. No, the fallen angels aren't the Anunnaki, the Watchers. All right, you got to go. You're liar, demon, Martin. You do. Anunnaki was the land of Anak. They weren't fallen. They were giants. They weren't fallen. That's the word Nephilim, and that means bully. So you're twisting it now, and you've created some kind of space farce. You got to go, Martin. You fell into your own trap. You did. There's no such thing as a fallen angel is not an Anunnaki. The Anunnaki were the giants. The fallen angels, no, when the sons of God came into the wind, you've made up the sons of God being a fallen angel. A son of God is not a fallen angel, and a son of God is not a giant. A son of God is those who do the will of the Father. Shut your fucking stupid idiot space farce, Star Trek, Spaceballs. You're just some child. You act like some child who watches television like cartoons. You've been programmed to do and say like a virus. Well, no, a virus is not a living organism, so you are alive, but it's a program. You've been programmed and channeled to say bullshit, lies. Don't say any more lies or Ross will bounce this guy out of here if he don't want to come. If he wants to be brutish and he doesn't want to learn, that's fine. We're here to change you, brothers and sisters. You don't have to believe anything I say, because believe ain't even a thought in your head, you idiot. It isn't. Believe is not a thought in your head. You can't believe in Jesus. You can't believe in aliens. You can't believe in UFOs. You can't believe in anything. You're just uneducated. You're an idiot. You're a simple, unskilled, uneducated man, woman. I don't know what you are. I can't even tell these days. It's been kind of a perversion, and now they think that God is three genders in one, and he is separate. God the Father, he sent his Son, and Abba, Father, why must you forsake me? And the Holy Spirit that reigns right here within you, brothers and sisters, the whole Kadesh. Hallelujah. There ain't nothing else. It's all perversion of the Shem. Everybody likes to make up their own pornea, don't they? Then, at the end of days, their agape will be pornea, and we're already to that day. We've already into the new age. Don't be deceived. Welcome to the new age. Welcome to the apocalypse. I am Pastor Apocalypse. I don't call myself that. I don't tell you that I'm a magi for no reason. Who has declared these celestial markers? Which other channel? Name it. I already gave you one. Informed Christians. I've done a lot of research. He has a amazing channel where you can see this tapestry, as he calls, of celestial markers that, we trek, you don't see that, through these stars again and again and again in a yuga cycle. And we come to a very special time in this cycle, the Kali Yuga, the 13th month, where time overlaps itself. I don't really talk about this too much. It's on your own. You got this. Is not hard to find, brothers and sisters. We don't live in the age of deception anymore. Have you read the Bible to know these things? Myra, what in the hell are you talking about? Myra, quote some scripture for me, okay? We're going to do this. They're going to take this book from you, brothers and sisters, okay? Before in history, it normally is the church's hand. Myra, can you speak any scripture? And if you speak anything blasphemous, that's what he warned about, the false teachers. A teacher is somebody who goes out and tells somebody that's in a book, right? You tell something that you think or you've known or you've learned. So tell me what you know. Tell me what you know. Well, the book of Enoch is good, brothers and sisters, but listen, Brother Ross knows something that he's trying to tell you. There's two different authors and there's two different Enochs. So know what the fuck you're talking about before you speak anything out of your mouth. One jot, one tittle will get your name blotted out. Okay, well, Martin, how are you saying that a fallen angel is a son of God? I don't think you've been blinded for 40 years. Explain to me what it is when the sons of God came into the traditions of men, what that is. You've studied for how many years? Martin's got the floor, guys. Everybody concentrate on Martin. He's going to tell the story. Oh, no, he's not. Brother Ross says, no, he's not. He's out of here. Already tried. He's a brute beast, brothers, sisters, brutish in nature, and he's already been told. So like a person has two black eyes, they didn't learn the first time, they weren't told the first time. There is a difference between ignorant and stupidity. The difference between ignorance and stupidity is you've been told. Brutish in nature means that you will not learn. You have an unwillingness. You're stubborn, and some people will not take. They have a blind eye. Christ does not remove the scales from most people's eyes. Very few see, brothers. Oligas. Very few have a hearing. He falls on deaf ears for most. So even people could say they've studied, but they don't hear. They've made up their own version. And that's why Brother Ross will not have this viper who's not willing to learn and be corrected, because we do. Go back and read the book of Timothy. It talks about us going back over like we're doing now. Iron sharpens iron. So if somebody doesn't want to learn, if Christ al-Mashiach was here, he would call them a brute beast or brutish in nature, meaning they have an unwillingness, stubborn like a mule. They act like an ass, okay? So ass are, you can't teach, right? That's what Martin was, and that's why Brother Ross fired his ass out of here. Voila. Isn't that beautiful? All hemmed up with a nice ass at the end. It just goes together, right? So some people are just, they won't learn, brothers and sisters. You cannot, God does not love everybody. Most people are going to hell, are vessels of wrath, fitted for destruction from the foundation of the world. You are not going to turn a goat into a sheep. It is not possible. You can, only the elect can take themselves out by self, by blotting their own self-will, their own will, not agape, out of that book. No such thing as free will. No such thing as being saved. No such thing as free will. No such thing as luck. No such thing as accepting Christ. Most people go to hell. If you don't like it, don't shoot the angelos. Don't shoot the messenger. It's in his word. It's what I love. He's my love. Shadow. It's all about after I die. Ain't nothing about this life. You can have it. When you want it, take it. Ulan lave. He said, if somebody comes to take what you have, give them the rest of what you got. Are you ready to walk away from everything you have? He did. All his apostles did, right? They had a life. Pick up the book, follow after me. That's what we're supposed to be doing right now. Are you following after him, doing what his apostles did? Facts, everybody says God loves, but they don't realize God hates. A false balance is unrighteous with God. That's right. That's lukewarm. Thank you, Sin TV. Poison. Oh, I saw it, Sin TV. It's poison. Straight poison. My eyes are shot, man. I got shot by I got a tear gas, 5 canisters, and I've been braiding those for months now. And I got head shot, concussion grenade right in the face that was not supposed to be thrown in a room. They hit me in the face with it. So I struggle to read, but that's right. Remember, he so loved Jacob and he hated Esau before either were ever born or done anything. Notice Jacob became Israel and received the inheritance, where Esau killed his brother Nimrod and stole the inheritance. Interesting. I love it. Thank you, Father, for this truth, man. Everything equates. Everything equates. So he said he'll pour out a just measure, brothers and sisters. I hope you're using your measure that he gave you. We don't get the same measure. Give that shekel to the man with the 5. What? You didn't use what you were given. Don't hide that light in a basket. Put it at the top of the house. Not to rise or shine above others. That is pride. That's why Satan was cast out of the ruling class. He fell to earth to be ruled and have dominion over this. Who's ruling you? Who's your master? He said you cannot serve 2 masters. Mammon, self, traditions of men, Jezebel, Pornea, and the Most High. Hello, I've got a 31-year-old friend that doesn't believe in God or Satan, and I told him that's exactly what Satan wants him to believe. What do I do to wake him up before it's too late? Well, let me help you out right here, James Jones. Thank you for the question, and I'll field it with this. We'll answer this right now. You can't change your friend. That's not right for you even to try to change your friend, because God said, if I did not call out to their hearts to seek after me, not one of them would. So you're not going to make your friend do that. I made a big mistake for 10 years of my life. I think I was assisting or bringing people to Father, to Shiloh. That's not possible. He already created vessels of wrath, fitted for destruction, goats, and vessels of mercy he will call out at the Lamb's book in that wedding in the Lamb's book of life. That's already been chosen. So you cannot turn a goat into a sheep. Stop trying. Good for you. Good for you. Seriously, good for you to give a shit, James. I mean, sorry. James was Christ's brother. I didn't mean to. It is what it is. I can't go back on filthy rags. We're all filthy rags, brothers and sisters. So baptize yourself with spiritual blood so your garments are white, without blemish, clean in the blood of the Lamb. Beard blood, if you will. They ripped his beard out of his face. So listen, seriously, James, good for you to try to at least take the time. People don't normally care too much about and try to even put. So what you can do is you can try 2 times, because you've obviously, I don't know if you made even an attempt, which it sounds like you have. Give it one more shot and then let them go, James. You can't turn a goat into a sheep. It's not possible. The elect can have themselves blotted out of that book by self, but we cannot fully elect. So if somebody doesn't believe, James, hold on to the fact that he's going to pass through the book of judgments either way, whether he has a spiritual understanding, has a belief, actually putting legs on whatever faith, or if he doesn't, that's fine. Don't worry about it. You can't change him. Don't even try. It's not even, you can show him to the narrow way, but you can't change him. He'll have to do that for himself, and God will make him do that. Maybe, listen, James, don't stop. If you tried one time, oh, that was weird. Okay. No, but look, 2 times he tells us to show somebody, if they're in the broad way, you can't make somebody believe in something they just don't have the passion for either. You know what I'm saying? God makes us do. It's not hard. Most people, I realize in this chat too, I'm just trolling with these people. I could just sit in here and talk and not address people, and then only address you guys that have a conversation about what I'm talking about. Just let these people go, even ever address them. But definitely, James, good for you to try to show somebody to the narrow way, because that's what we are supposed to do. You're not supposed to just sit there and shut up and let, everybody you come across, you put the word of God on. It says this: love thy neighbor like thy love thy enemy, like thy love thyself. I'll rest with this. Father always has this scripture in my head for me. Shiloh, he says, do not worry what you shall say. I will give you the answer. Okay, so it's in his scripture. You treat everybody the same. You treat everybody the same. That's right. Do not cast your pearls before swine. So you make 2 attempts. If they're swine, rebuke them. You can't change them, James. You just can't. And good for you to try. Yes, if they can't receive a correction, they're Buddhist in nature, like I was just talking about. You guys, much blessings, guys. It's written on your hearts, I can tell you guys. And it's okay. Guys, we're all still a process. We're all still walking in salvation. We're still all walking in being rebuked and walking in this baptism of this process that it takes us to be covered, with this covering of blood. Pitch, stain, die, this suffering that we suffer is part of this baptism that we go through, so that one point in time, we're never that, old person that we were. We can walk and have a new, because we're walking more upright and we don't go back to that old way. It does take time. It just doesn't ask for forgiveness. That's not how to be saved. That doesn't work. That we have to endure the end to be saved. So many people miss by not defining right out the gate more things than anything. You have to define every single word that's written in scripture. You need to be studying out of an actual version that is canonized, where you can take each word and study it by the definition, or you're just cheating yourself. You're studying out of a different translation, a different version, and unless you can study by definition 1 word at a time, again, you're cheating yourself. That's a lie. He said, I am the hados, to be in the same narrow way. That's truth. That's why he said, I am the hados, I am the aletheia, and I am the orizo. Okay, being born again is like hard drive. Wipe, erase what you thought you knew and replace it. Okay, so if you can just change 1 word for me, straight poison, because 1 word you said is 100% incorrect, and everything else you said was, change that again to from above. It's actually 2 words. He said we must be born from above, and that meant without flesh. He sent his son, but we cannot wrestle against flesh. Remember, I am had no flesh. He's pure light. We must be born from above. Not again. Yep. Good job, Ross. Thank you. You tried a couple times. Makes sense. Straight poison TV. Just change it, because it doesn't say that in scripture. It doesn't say again. And I think you're just quoting, and it's fine. We're making credits. We must be born from above daily. That's why we take up our cross, like it says in Matthew, who shall ever come after me, let them deny themselves daily, take up your cross daily, and follow after me. Okay, straight poison, if you'll do me a favor, there's something even better than the blue letter Bible, because that's trash. Throw it away. It's garbage. It's garbage. It's trash. Don't throw it away. Keep it and archive it. There's this book, and this isn't project, but you mentioned blue letters. There's a blue book. Let's remove and have an apocalypse the cover. This is it. This is Project Blue Book. No, this is not. This is the blue book that is canonized. There's only one version. Keep the other one because you can still study. But I think after you'll study out of this one, you'll find you'll learn a lot more because this is coded. You can use this to study one word, actually in the original language. Interlinear means it's written in both languages. Interlinear Textus Receptus. The Textus Receptus is both Greek and Hebrew, where you can, one word by definition, study concordance. Concordance is this book right here, where it has all those one written in the separate book in the sentence that who said them. Okay, so to see how, notice this here, watch. This says Hendrickson right here. Hendrickson version of the coded Strong's Concord. You have to have a lexicon too, because definition is everything. You start with your lexicon definition, and then you go to this. Notice this too has that same H. Hendrickson. These are whoop. Oh, we can go this way too. Look. Come on, get it figured out, would you, buddy? Notice these are coded. These are both this version. So you can take this book and use this book to find how many times one word was written, like abyss, and then who said it. It's all in this book. It's like cheating. That's why I call it coded with the concordance. It's like a cheat code. So don't do that. Actually find out where it's written and then go back, and don't lazy study. If it's written 8 times, now you know it's written 8 times and where to find it. So you could use that like, oh, I don't want to thumb through all this to find that one sentence. Not get any context of anything if you don't first read the definition. Repentance. Look it up in the lexicon. What's it say in the New Testament? Oh, that's the dictionary. Now you got you got the actual definition. Now you're going to take it and pull it into the word, that you saw that somewhere, and by the number that word repentance is written, and how many times it's written by the number. So it's coded with this concordance by the number. And see, actually, look at this. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, it's even alphabetized. So you can go to R. Oh, repentance is written 15 times. And it's said here in Genesis. It's here in Samuel, 2 Samuel. We find it there at, oh, well, no, there can't be repentance in the Old Testament, you idiot. All right, just kidding. No, I'm not. But anyways, I just had to correct myself. Okay, we're over here in Revelation. We're here in Matthew. We weren't saved by salvation. There was no, the wages of sin was death, brothers and sisters. I got to correct myself. Okay, if I make a mistake, that's what we're supposed to do. So repentance, it's written 15 times. You'll find that in this one book. Go, instead of having to look through the whole book, look through the whole book. Use this as a cheat code. Now you know where to find it. You gotta tell me where you know where every one of that one word repentance is written. No, you don't. My brother Jim is a walking lexicon. Now he can quote all this, and I don't know if he is actually, I put Brother Jim as a literal walking this book, but I don't know if Brother Jim is alphabetized and can tell you where every single is at. Now he may be able to quote all the scripture. Maybe he can. Man, Brother Jim is so amazing. Gosh, he is so amazing, brothers and sisters. What the most incredible study tool that I can ever give you. Seriously, he's more valuable than these books, and you better get his lessons before they're gone, and get these books too. But Brother Jim will help you unlearn. I have to take time out for my teacher, my pastor, and my brother. And thank you, Brother Ross. He's somebody from, again, here from Grace and Truth Ministries. He will help you to relearn. Unlearn is what I believe that Brother Jim is. At the definition, if there was ever one teacher, he will unlearn you so that you can relearn correctly. You need to unlearn. You've learned a lot. You have a lot of bad habits that you don't. I did it myself by not taking the time to actually I knew I should. He was telling me, I knew what a lexicon was. I knew these things, but I lazy studied. I listened to other people, I didn't do it. But once I started going and put my nose in the book, everything changed. Okay. And that was help with Brother Jim, because he's for years been on television, radio. When I discovered Jim, my pastor, my teacher, he straightened my ass right back out. Like he told me, you need to fellowship, Trace. I don't want to hear your fellowship. Yeah, you love this word, but you can't sing out there by yourself. You're not doing what the book says. You lack fellowship. Okay. So please, 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 Brother Jim will help you relearn your bad habits. And then when you enter in his new teaching, I'm telling you, it is just absolutely, you're getting the aletheia, because you're getting the definition. He's giving you idioms, cultures. He's giving you the base meaning of every word that he doesn't every word, but he will, throughout his lesson, you will learn every stinking word that's in this book, brothers and sisters, completely different than you've ever been taught. No teacher, no pastor on this that walks this rock teaches like my brother and my teacher, Pastor Jim Brown. There's nobody who even comes close. I don't even come close to his teachings, not of the Old Testament, New Testament. No way. No. I am oligas compared to him. I'm not lifting him above another. There's just not another teacher. I guarantee you, bring your biblical scholar, bring any man. This is a challenge for the world. Just this side over here with the 18,000, the 20,000 are on TikTok. I challenge you to show up to Grace and Truth Ministries, and you stand before my brother and teacher, Jim Brown, and you tell me where you find any error in his teaching. You go challenge that man, and you are going to walk into a whole lesson. You're going to learn about idioms, cultures, customs, maps. You are going to get a historical record. You're going to get a phonics, babble. You are going to get not any other. I challenge any man to help Brother Jim, because iron sharpens iron. Hey, you get your ass kicked all the time, you're going to get better. If you kick somebody's ass all the time, you're not. We need a challenge, brothers and sisters. I challenge you to show your face, go show up to the classroom. I don't care, biblical scholar, teacher, pastor, bring your best man from around the world and show up and sup with my brother Jim Brown, and you'll find out you're going to have to relearn something too. Brother Jim's going to teach you something that you didn't know. I don't care how many degrees you have. I don't care which church, bishop. I don't care if you're the Pope. Pope's Satan anyways. Papa is father. There's only one father. That Marduk is the fish god that he has his hat. Anyways, just a challenge for the world. Anybody, whole wide world, north, south, east, and west, okay? If you think that you have somebody that can challenge my brother and my teacher, my pastor, Jim Brown, go have them show up to Hendersonville, Tennessee, and Brother Jim and more. Invite them in there if they're cordial with him. Just don't curse in there, please. Like me, I'd get kicked out of there in a second. I don't think I wouldn't curse if I went there at all, brothers and sisters. I have hundreds, thousands of hours without one curse. We're just in a little bit of predicament here. I'll get myself back to Father will. I ain't doing nothing. He's in control. Shiloh's my love. So he created all things, so there's nothing Father's not doing. But listen, back to you, okay? If you know somebody, but back to you, whoever's listening, there's 33. Hallelujah. Christ 33 when he passed, 33 state, Oregon. The only one that equals it. And God so loved the orderly arrangement of men. Thank you. The orderly cosmos. Cosmos is the word orderly arrangements. Cosmos, unorderly arrangements. That's that word, cosmos. So you know. Okay, come over here for the teaching of the celestial markers, because Brother Jim, although he does have a 30 plus 7 years, 8 years of studying on my 30 plus years, Brother Jim couldn't touch me when it comes to celestial teaching. I would hate to have to correct my brother Jim, but hey, iron sharpens iron. Maybe someday I will be able to put my arms around and smell the scent of my brother Jim Brown. I'm not a weirdo. It's just, he's a man. I'm a man. I love him. He's my brother. Maybe Brother Ross too. One day I'll be able to hang out with my brother Ross. But Brother Jim is, he has been an absolute game changer in my life, because I was lazy. And Brother Jim made me really straighten my act up. And Brother Jim is very stern when it comes to the teaching. He will not falter in his teaching in his lesson. So I would someday like to put my feet in front of Brother Jim, put my arm around him, hug him, and give him a celestial teaching or two, so he understands a little bit more. And I'm sure Brother Jim will accept anything and listen to me, as long as I don't cuss. I mean, if I'm not blaspheming the scripture, he'll correct me if I say anything out of line. I guarantee it comes the scripture. But I can teach things, because I don't think Brother Jim's even had the time celestially to understand, because he's so focused on the Old and New Testament, which you don't need anything else. Nothing I'm doing over here celestially teaching is even adding to Jim's, it's just irrelevant. It really is. It's like Timothy. It's just adding to your faith. You know what I'm saying? Go to confession and get baptized. Well, you can't confess your man to a sin to your man, so you're an idiot, and you can't get baptized in water, so get out of here. Hawk tooey girl. Hawk. Yeah, gargle it. So, anyways, what time is it? I feel like it's getting late here. It's not even that late. Good stuff. Okay, but anyways, I want to get back to this. What's our heading here? I don't even know what we're heading. What's the... Sleeping with his legs in the air. He always sleeps like that. He thinks he's a human being. I know some of our dogs do that. Look at this big old 140-pound pig, taking him more than half the couch. I love that puppy. All right, I'll show you my puppy, guys. I'll show you my puppy. Oh, that's right, my face. In the face. So, drones. Oh, drones. That we were talking about. Bombs over Baghdad. Oh, you guys, come on. With these drones, they are so preparing everybody to look up. And I told you how long ago to look up. This would be the age of everything you see in the sky. Hello. I feel like I'm talking to the walls. I think that was years ago that I told you about this year, and its continuation. Each year grows and grows like sorrows. Remember? Imagine the news starts calling them chariots. There. Thank you, Straight. Beautiful, beautiful, like Elijah who left in a flaming chariot. Guys, I built a UFO. Remember? I built a UFO. I did. I built a UFO. I got $30,000 into that project. So, oh my gosh, guys, I am getting some serious nerve pain here on my back. It's just from sitting too long. I've been spending too much time blogging. Hey, let's go to historical record. Where did my phone go? Hold on, guys. I want to do some historical record for the live stream too, just to do it again. You guys get to witness something that most people will never understand, and most people won't get it, and that's okay. I'm not sitting here. Yeah, remember, Ross? What does Mr. Thump always say? Good genes. Good genes, good genes, good genes, good genes, good genes. Look up the word good genes and Donald Trump. See how many times he said that with all the people. Oh, good genes, good genes, good genes. So yeah. Bloodline, genes, brothers, sisters. Aaron and Levite, that was it. That was it. That's it. That's it. That's it. Aaron and Levite, those were the Jews. The bloodline. That doesn't matter anymore. It's all flesh. Brother Ross is 100% over the mark. He didn't miss the mark. No sin in there. That's pure light. Bloodline is not, it's all flesh under this covenant. Jews and Gentiles, man and woman. One white, one black, one brown, one red, and one yellow meant 12 eggs to 1 dozen. The whole, all flesh would be saved under this covenant, not just Jews. That's why I rebuke all those people over there in the desert that are calling themselves Jews. It's a spiritual Jew. There is no physical Jew. There is no physical Antichrist. There is no physical any of this. It's all deception. You've been deceived under commerce, under the court, under the king, queen, merchant law. And they've extorted the whole rock from pole to pole, north, south, east, and west under this deception of this corona crown. This is when your enemies surround you. This is the first sword that he says, if you don't agape me, that's why they declared a crown worldwide scandemic. This is the first sword that he always brings, the promise. If you don't agape me, I'll bring the 4 swords against you, the sword, the famine, the pestilence, and the beast. And we've already seen that same thing as Israel was surrounded. The temple was destroyed. Nothing came into that place. Remember, even before the temple was destroyed, there was a starve out. That was the sword of Israel. We're seeing it today because all flesh under this time is not just that place over there. I'm showing you that same 4 swords are happening again. It came against the 12 tribes. That's what the scripture is talking about, these 12 houses. This time it's coming against the whole. That's why Donald Trump had to declare it a corona, like a solar corona around the sun. That's declaring the one who's locked up in the pit, their king, their crown, their pit, their opening of their pit. I hope you understand what they're doing. I see it. It clear as a bell. Ding. Like that. That's what they're doing. That is where this is at. Don't you see this plain as the nose on your face? Oh, you don't look down and see it. If you don't do a blog, you're not a woman. You don't forget it's there, but it doesn't mean it's not. This is happening. They're bringing all this in. What do you think they're trying to get everybody to look for? They've been scrubbing these fucking skies with aluminum for how many decades now? Creating this big show. It'll be all over here. It'll be, Buddha over here. It'll be Christ over here. This is all just a big show. And you're part of it. Are you playing your part? I'm sure you will. You'll just do exactly what they tell you to do. I think there's giants that are robots that could be giants that might not be giants. You won't know because you will fall for the flesh. That's what he said. Wrestle not against flesh. This is all deception. It's all a lie. It is. Everything you're seeing is a lie. Name some truth right now other than this by definition. Everything is going by this book. Every jot, every tittle will come to pass for that great and dreadful day of the Lord. So this is deception. They're gaslighting you. I already told you that they would. Everything you see in the sky, YouTube. Everything you see in the sky, YouTube. Go back and look at this blog. I told you back in 2023, 2022. I told you back before that. Lined up this reset. The reset, the great reset they were talking about. Year zero, year zero, year zero. I was telling you back at this in 2000. Remember? I sent you to channels that I've done. The reset is the reset of the age, of the crown, the crowning of their king. Get it? The crowning of the king at the start of the reset, year 0, year 9, 2019, 2020, year 0, year 1, 2021, sustainable development for the 21st century, not an agenda 2020 to 30. What the hell are you guys doing? The reset, the starting of the new age started when the Chronos, when Saturn, this was the sign in the stars that brought us into the new age. Remember, it was Jupiter, again, at the time of Christ, that the wise men were pointing up to the celestial marker. The sign in the stars that they looked for was Jupiter. And when it conjuncted, the conjunction of the morning star and the king's star is known as the Star of Bethlehem. This was the sign that the wise men were watching. They continue to watch as it moved to the head of the lion, Leo. Jupiter, the scepter shall not depart from Judah until Shiloh returns. These were the two signs that the wise men saw. They continue to watch. Remember, he was not 3 or a baby when they came into which was the first, this Bethlehem, because he was from the house of the Star of David and known as the star, a star upon a star. Okay, but it says, I'm very celestially wise. I don't call myself a magi. I didn't make myself. He made me a magi. There weren't 3 wise men. They were the magi. Daniel was a magi. They gave 3 gifts, not 3 wise men. They were the magi. And when we saw that conjunction, we left from the age of fire, Aries, to water, Christ, the Hamashiach. And when we saw the celestial sign on 12/21/2020 stars, we saw Jupiter conjunct Saturn, Chronos, time, the one they prayed to because they thought the sun was going away on 12/21 of 2020. Welcome to the new age. Welcome to the age of air, boats, and drones. Aquarius. That's right, where the veil for 2,600 years is being lifted. That's right. Davos, Switzerland. They're not out there in California, right? Burning pentagrams and chickens on the ground, burning statues, the big owls. They're all meeting Davos, Switzerland. The veil has been lifted. Did you get some bath oil and go to Diddy party? Oh my God, they're eating themselves. They always do. The rich always eat themselves. Yes, go to the man with the water. Remember pouring out on Fomahawk the fish, the age we just left, brothers and sisters. The fish, Fomahawk. Follow the water, brothers and sisters. The man, we're the vessel. We're already here. Welcome to the new age, where the heirs will be crowned. As is above, so is below. Firmament, waters above, waters below. Nothing new under the sun, brothers and sisters. I hope you're ready. That's right. I hope you see what they just did. Many signs. Do you understand what I just showed you? We are already in Aquarius. Pluto's already moved into Aquarius a long time ago. This already started on 12/21 of 2020. We came into the celestial reset from water to air. And this is the age of the air. Air is the age of the crowning of the throne of God, where the bride will be crowned, crown, two crowns, two kings, one in the pit, one with me. Two jokers in a deck, right? They do what? Joker's wild, 52 pickup, 12 weeks in a month or a year? No, there's not 12 months in a year. No, there's not. Stop it. It's not 2024, it's 5785. And as soon as you will get with the times, you'll stop doing all these traditions of men, because it's not 2024. You just said 12/21/20. I got to speak lunatic to you. You got to speak your orgy talk. You love your orgy worship, your calendar worship. And this is all vanity. He said in the book of Jeremiah 10, the traditions. Remember, first he said, heareth what the Lord say, O Israel. So he's talking about to his bride. He's not talking to everybody else. Be not dismayed at the ways of the signs in the firmament, brothers, sisters. For the heathens, the Satanists, the pagans, fake pagans, they're dismayed at them. So I'm not trying to cause you dismay by showing you the celestial firmament markers. Welcome to the new age. 99.9% of the world doesn't even know we're here. Well, maybe all these Satanists, true, not the ones that are fake, but the ones that are making all these jots and tittles come to pass, the pigs, the people in government, like Trump and Hillary and the Rockefellers and all their Gates and all these people, they know everything that's in this book. Christians don't know nothing. Satan knows everything. He's making every single with his minions, the adversary to Christ, God creates evil. God creates evil men to test his bride. That's what he does. He beats us. Remember, Paul said, through much ellipsis we must go to receive that kingdom of heaven. That is Shiloh. That is what we return after we die. Okay? So I hope you understand what this book is trying to explain to you. This ain't about no religion, brothers, sisters. This is about not adding or taking away from this book. It's about a covenant he fulfilled over 2,600 years ago, where he said he would come back. But before he'd come back, he'd burn this place with fire. Every single one of us will die by fire. Trial by fire. Well, everybody will eventually, because that's arc discharge. It won't be by fire. It'll be by lightning. Yeah, like Barack Obama. I saw lightning fall from above. There we go. Baptism by fire. Hallelujah. Then we understand. We're not afraid of that. Bring it. I'm ready for my new body. I'll stay here until Father, he said, we must endure the end. Don't check out early. Don't be a sucker fish, brothers. You know what I'm saying? Right. So listen, so Straight, you got this, please. Straight's got me. I'm a humming with Straight right now. Please hang on, guys. Straight, listen. 6,000 years ago, when he birthed me at that time, and I was here at the time, and I'm back here again because I always declared life. I'm a Magi, obviously. I didn't ask for this. 6,000 years ago, remember the promise of the rainbow. I've seen enough of this hokey pokey because of the flood. Remember, turn yourself around. He promised the rainbow. He'd never flood this earth again completely. Because before it literally came from below. I'm out in a place where it's easy to see that there was water must have been pissing out 1,000 feet in the air as the earth was opening up. It's called crack in the ground. It's an amazing. The geological features out here are amazing. But listen where we're at right now. Straight. Back 6,000 years ago, that took care of this earth. Okay? That took care of this earth. Okay? Listen. We didn't have the BP oil spill 6,000 years ago. We didn't have cesium-137. We didn't have vinyl chloride. Remember, that's the most toxic man-made. So you can't get rid of that, guys. Fracking, pushing all this fucking disgusting, filthy and then leaving it. The only way we could clean this earth this time, and it would just slosh everything around straight. If he did water judgments again from above and below, this time he's going to bring fire by lightning from above. And we already see the changing of this. It's always been circuited like this, but we see it's much more. It came out of the Statue of Liberty. There's already been a change in the sun. This is what Tesla knew. This is why they're waiting for this very important 13th month too. There's going to be a switch in the sun, brothers, sisters, and they know this. Absolutely, they ride these cycles. I'm always born on this cycle on the line. That's why I prognosco have foreknowledge. I don't have any idea what I've ever done in the past, not even a flash in the pan, but I'm eternal as fuck. I don't never end. You can twist it and put an 8 in it, but it's still eternal with the twist. That might be the time we're in now too. No, we're at this Ouroboros, the serpent eating its own tail, time overlapping itself, the 13th month, like the 13th Apostle Paul. Very special time, and they know that, okay? So be aware that understanding where we're at now is not, most people are not going to understand where we've come at in a time of history that was written about thousands of years ago. Thousands of years ago. So if you think about that water judgment 6,000 years ago, that wouldn't take care of vinyl chloride. That wouldn't take care of cesium-1. We use depleted uranium bullets in the desert. So these things, the only thing that will cleanse this earth this time is going to be fire. Does that make sense, guys? Why Father cannot use watery judgment? It just slosh all this crap around. He's going to have to use fire to clean this place back up and get it back to a new heaven, a new earth, this cleansed again. We couldn't. It's not water would just slosh that stuff around. So I hope you understand that this is very going to happen, and it doesn't matter. Don't be afraid. Men's hearts will fail them for what has come upon this earth. Be not anxious. Don't be surprised when we see a lot of more of this ground lightning coming up and then arc discharging onto this. They know this is coming. That's how this rock was made. There's very little erosion on this earth. All erosion is like the Grand Canyon. That's an arc discharge. That's an arc discharge off our whole currents from our sun that literally discharge. Imagine what that would sound like. That's where men's hearts will fail them. And cities will burn to the ground, absolutely to the ground. There'll be piles. It says your enemies will be ashes under your feet. I guarantee you there's no way. They're all ungrounded. Most of these cities have smart meters, and they're all connected to this grid. And you ever seen one of those cans go off? When those things pop, a can, bam, and it travels down. Imagine when all that's going off at one time from one arc discharge. And you don't think they can't direct those things into the city? They used to, you ever seen Antiquitech when they used to use lightning currents to go see David at Adapt 2030, all this old, where they had antennas on top of these old buildings and they were able to use whole currents. And this stuff's been used before, brothers and sisters. That's why I so blame Donald Trump for every murder of every United States citizen in this country who went over and fought a war, and all the people is 100%. Donald Trump is 100% the biggest mass murderer ever. He's not going to be the Antichrist, brothers and sisters, because he's not the seventh king, but he is revealing the coming of the Antichrist. That's his whole gig, whether you figured it out or not. He lives in a 58-story tower, which is Satan Apollyon. Satan had 58 stories, but he is not the eighth. He is not the seventh. I do believe he will rebel, though, with this death and destruction once they calculate that he was responsible for all the oil wars, because they could have let that Tesla tech or anti-gravitics, electrogravitics, millimeter wave that John Trump, his uncle, had, which he still has this tech. We would have never had to come into this 1800s and have a combustion engine. That is all on the Morgans. That's all on Trump. It's all the Rockefellers, the Rothschilds, all these people, the Gates, all these people are in on this, brothers and sisters. They are in on this. I don't care what you think. It will come to a point again, and they will do another blind 11 ritual, which they have done many. But they said after that one, this will go on for a extended. It's not going to be a one-day event. So don't think the next time that they pull this massive, not a Boston bomb. There's another. They do more of these events, but there will be another major. How many years do you think it took them to, blind 11? Osama bin Laden was an oil tycoon who did oil deals with the Bushes, brothers and sisters. CIA operative trained. You know what I'm saying? I don't check my emails until after you get on here. So please understand, they're going to reveal a bunch of fake bullshit and make you think it's aliens and it's angels and it's fuck off. Get the fuck out of here. You just didn't pay attention to what the scripture says. So love you guys. I got to go. I got to let my back can stand up. I've been sitting here too long. I love you. I'll be back. We'll play some more footage and we'll get back into the ripping and imprisonment of Donald Trump, which will never happen. It's okay, guys. At least I'll have stood against it and I won't go down as a silent majority. But you'll see, it'll all come to pass. I do believe that I'm not going to be very far off. I won't be exact on most of these things, but you will be like, son of a bitch. I should have listened to Trace a little bit more. But you'll be all right if you get prepared. Don't let it be. Remember, he said, what would be the second coming of Christ? Not the one where he said Noah, where the apostles pulled him to the side. Can you guys remember what he said? What will be the sign of the second coming? Not the sign of Noah. I'm not talking about that one. You know what I'm saying? What would be remember, it's very important. And I'm not calling for the end. I'm calling for the second coming. These will give you, because they're going to play these same things reverse. That way we'll give you, this isn't the real one. You'll know. But there will be, it will lack jots, yods, tittles. It won't be the exact. You'll know. It'll be Christ-like. The devil doesn't come back in red spandex, brothers and sisters, trying to trick you. How's he? The devil, He comes back mirroring and looking just like Christ. It'll be the same as the sign of Jonah. I've given that now twice, okay, on this channel. A parable on the ground. If you go by this straight point, because it says in Luke, listen to Straight Poison TV. He knows exactly, I believe that must be a man. I don't know, it could be a woman too. He's talking about what's in the book of Luke, brothers and sisters. And this is this generation that he's speaking with. This is written on this man's heart, I can tell. Very in the Hados. He says in the book of Luke that evil and adulterous sign or generation will look for a sign, and the only sign they'll be given is the sign of Jonah. And I've already given you two signs of Jonah. Honga Tonga eruption. They deemed that underwater sub-volcano extinct, killed it like Christ was killed off. On February 12th of 2022, they had a ceremony killing off Honga Tonga. This is going to bring in Revelation 16 and 21, brothers and sisters. I've studied this. I never knew how this was possible. I've studied the cycles. I've seen basketball size hell with the solar cycle. But it says, scripture says a hailstone in Revelation 16 and 21, the weight of a talent, and that is 129 pounds and 14 ounces. Now listen, what the hell does that have to do with Jonah, Tracy? Listen, it says that evil and adulterous generation will look for a sign. The only sign they'll be given is the sign of Jonah. On February 15th of 2022, they deemed Honga Tonga extinct and killed it off. Bam! 3 days later, it rose out of the ocean like Jonah in darkness. 3 days in darkness in the belly of the whale. He rose. He did. And he was spewed on the land to warning of the coming of the destruction of Nineveh in 40 weeks. I also gave you that second sign on what? Was that April 8th? 2024 with their fake eclipse. Remember? The third of three reverse eclipses going, the sun going the wrong way from west to east, starting in. I'm the only man that has this eclipse tattooed on my body, brothers and sisters. The red dragon. You know anybody else that's got the 2017 Great Red Dragon eclipse tattooed on the diagonal, not vesicle Pisces? I know. So, April 8th, there was an eclipse that went across. Remember, the United States, they made this big, huge deal about it. Okay, remember? People got sick, too. That was under that. Remember? It went through Ark, Texas. Remember? Rapture, Indiana. It went through 11 Ninevehs. Get the fuck out. In Nova Scotia, Nineveh. 11 Ninevehs, exactly on the path. Yeah, right. Another sign of Jonah for you, brothers and sisters. Another sign of Jonah. That was right here on the ground. If you listen back in Honga Tonga, what I said, on that day, when Honga Tonga went off on February 15th, that shot 146 gigarams of our ocean, brothers, sisters, into our upper atmosphere. And it's frozen up there. It's been about and it's just starting ringing out. Gee, why do you think we're having more water events? They just had the largest water event on the East Coast and in Washington ever in recorded history. Gee, it's just starting to ring out, brothers and sisters. There will be an event that I'm sure will bring down that water as is above. Oh, no, the laws of nature. What comes up must come down. This will bring in, I've warned through Silver's Like Gold, Truth Viral Television, America. I can't tell you how many times I've warned you about hail, because I had figured out that they were lying to us when I found basketball-size hail in the 1800s. And then I knew it spoke about hailstones, the weight of a talent in Scripture, which is 129 pounds, 14 ounces. I think that's a shy of 120. A basketball size might be 30 pounds, 20 pounds. That's still a whole 100 pounds short. So in this sign of Jonah, when they deemed this extinct, like Jonah was in the belly of the whale, it rose 3 days. In 3 days, that is the sign of Jonah in your time that it's speaking about in the book of Luke. I also gave you a second Jonah sign. They know this because that eclipse went the wrong way, starting in Texas, traveling from west to east. The sun doesn't travel to west to east. It passed through Ark, Texas, Rapture, Indiana, and 11 Ninevehs, Nova Scotia. Yes, this has everything to do with this, okay? This is all about this age of Aquarius. Drones in the sky. This is the age of air, sky, and water. They're landing on boats, are they not? You're being gaslighted. There are many things they're about ready to do. They're about ready to release all this stolen Tesla technology. Okay? It's very multifaceted what they're about to do, brothers and sisters. They're going to bring in robots, which are not alive. They're not fucking alive. They're programmed. Shut the fuck up and leave now. Robots can't learn because they're a fucking computer. So they don't get feelings. They don't deserve rights. And you'll see they're going to give them. They'll start protecting the fucking president or something. Watch, you dumb fucks are not going to see this coming. And they got this shit lined out for thousands of years. They ride these cycles. Yeah, I've been going all day. That's what I do. I got to. So you don't have to agree with this, brothers and sisters, but this is how I see their blueprint, their blue book. Their beam is part of this. It's blue book. It's Operation Nanook. So you can't get out to the Arctic. It's Operation Paperclip. They brought over the top scientists from Yahtzee, Germany, since the beginning. Yes, Operation Paperclip, so they can use the media against you to tell lies to your vision. Okay? This is a long deal. They play the long game. You guys think so today. You got to think more like the Chinese who think generationally. That's how these people think. They don't think like you. How do you think they've kept their kingdoms for generation after generation? They sleep with themselves. They're sick and they eat themselves. Well, that will help. Yeah. If you can't keep it in the pants, keep it in the family. That's their motto, I guess. Oh, sick. All right. Well, AI is just some artificial intelligence, right? No, there's no such thing as artificial intelligence. You are freaking morons, guys. You really are, to fall for that nonsense. A computer doesn't learn. It does not learn. It has the ability to quantum or physics, quantum computing, or maybe even your 5D, which it's still very simple. A computer doesn't learn. It's called advanced intelligence, not artificial. Because if you call it artificial, you're going to tell me that it learns. And a computer can't learn. You don't know anything about quantum physics or quantum computing. And there's more advanced than quantum, but there's nothing. This is very simple, elementary. They've just got you believing that the president is going to help you when he's the mass murderer in chief, red or blue, pick your flavor, Democrat or Republican. They select these people. The corporation is the one who pays for their campaign funding. Yeah, they're paid by the corporation. This country is a corporation. It's not even America, the constitutional republic. It's a heresy. It's a democracy. It's a mockery of what it used to be. It's actually a corporation sold on the stock exchange. And the person who the number one dealer of this bankster buddies would be Donald Trump. So be ready. He's bringing in a new system too, monetary system. Remember, Bitcoin, Bitcoin, Bitcoin. Yep, central bank digital ball and chain. All these operations have been going on for a long time, brothers, sisters. You don't understand this because you don't pay attention to the details, and the devil is in the details. You think history is written in a book. When history, victor gets the spoils, the loser gets left the fuck out of history. That's why he's left and he's right. And neither of those are history. History is written by the victor. He gets this. You're seeing one side. So if you think you're reading history in a book, or you think you believe in something that's not a thought in your head, you are been very uneducated, and that's okay. You're going to succumb to your uneducation because you're a simple idiot, and that's okay. I can't change goat into sheep. But if you have spirit, you'll realize that there is no artificial intelligence. A computer doesn't learn. A virus is not alive. All you things you fell for before, if you think a virus is going to lie, then you think that there's going to be an alien and that this UFO, which is just anti-gravitics and electrogravitics from the 1800s, which we've had for millennia. There's megalithic structures that we can't build. Yes, we can. Millimeter wave technology is how this is frequency, resonance, sound. Yeah, whatever. You guys are, I don't know. It is okay. Run the state like a business. So. Okay, anyways, guys, give me a break here. We'll come back on and we'll rip Donald Trump's ass for being a Satanist pig who is the largest drug dealer ever known and created the largest expansion of debt and stole from the future. These people worry about fucking Bernie Sanders. You got the greatest jab ever. You never got to get that wall, did you? He was going to put Hillary in prison. She sat 3 bodies away from him. Lock these fucking people who support this clown up. This man declared a national emergency when the survival rate, when you had no existing conditions and you 100% got the virus, was 99.8%. Lock his ass up in prison. He is a criminal, and I have the evidence to convict him. It is what it is, guys. I'm going to go down in flames, right? Watch me go down in flames. Don't believe me, just watch. Yeah, I'll take this fucking state of Oregon, all these state pigs to federal court, brothers, sisters. Watch. We'll sue them all. We already subrogated. We'll come back. Actually, we'll do this one more time before we go. I said I'd do this. We're going to make history. You guys want to watch history being made? History has been made on 12/9 on the pagan. Let's go back to that real quick. 12/21/2020, the start of the new age. I gave you a parable. I gave you a sign. There'll be signs in the stars, celestial signs. There'll be signs in scripture, scriptural signs. There'll be signs, agricultural signs. The grapes will be ripe on the vine. But I gave you the parable and the sign of the fig tree. Remember the parable of the fig tree, that it was not growing fruit, and he said to cut it down. And Christ said, give it 1 more year. So at the reset at 12/21/2020, at the start of this virus, the start of the new age, the start of the 12,000-year extinction cycle, 6th extinction, 12,000-year cycle, on 12/21/2020. How many days away are you from 12/21/24? Because I gave you the parable of the fig tree. Are you producing fruit? I gave you a warning sign, an agricultural sign. I gave you signs of Jonah once and twice. I gave you these same signs. As is above, so is below. Are you producing fruit? That's my question for you. 12/21/2020, 4 years, the parable of the fig tree. Cut it down if it does not produce fruit. 12/21/24, we're days away. Are you producing fruit? That is my question. Put it in the chat. It's the parable of the fig tree. He sent me to here to be a magi to declare celestial signs. Why could I not declare agricultural signs as well? Are you producing fruit? That is my question. I've given you the parable of the warning sign, the parable of the fig tree. Or does anybody have a hearing ear? 12/21/24 is just days away. Are you producing fruit? You'll know them by their fruit. Unfruitful works of darkness, he said. Do not partake in their unfruitful works of darkness. Rebuke them, brothers and sisters, while you have the time. Use every minute, every second that you have, because time is irrelevant, wisely. Be wise as a serpent and gentle as a dove. You've got two options here coming very quickly. Fight or flight, brothers and sisters. Please do not fight with your brother or sister. We're all here. We're one race. We're the human race. We've got to figure this out. We have an invasive hominoid species that has been eliminating us by the millions for quite some time now. I don't think after the Vidco 2.0 coming soon, I don't think so. I think it's going to be lies to the skies, Project Blue Book Beam, as is above, so is below. Duality. There we go. You got it. You got it, guys. So I'm going to give you some history and show you the duality that was made on 12/9. I hope you're producing fruit. I just gave you a very serious celestial warning and an agricultural sign and a warning. Please take this very seriously. I'm not asking you to do anything different. I hope you're already producing fruit. You're only days away. You should have put up your stores already. You should have extra fruit. Remember, one bad apple upsets the whole apple cart, brothers and sisters. Remember, he said the eye is the lamp of the body. If the eye is filled with light, the whole vessel is filled with light. If the eye is filled with darkness, then the whole vessel is filled. They don't mix. Don't go back to your stores. Don't go back to the house. Don't be a foolish virgin. I hope you're going in the right direction when this day comes. So you'll have extra teepee for your bunghole. You might have a water filter. That's a 10-year water filter right there. That's under $20. That's 2 Starbucks and a tip. Hey, you go to those bikini bars. I've seen people just throw down a $20 bill on one coffee. Bikini bar, we have those in the Pacific Northwest. Nothing sells better than the implication of sex. That's the #1 seller on this rock. The implication of sex. The implication of. And then second would be convenience. I know. I've been a salesman my whole life. I'm like a pushy car salesman, but with Jesus. You like it? You gonna buy? You want some? Want some Jesus? Everyday Jesus, brother, sister. I'm always on that Jesus juice. Thank you so much. Absolutely. All right, good stuff. Good stuff. So let's play some historical record of the 12/9 case of the illegal. No, it wasn't illegal. They had a hearing. It showed up. They should have actually just granted my motion to remove counsel, but they just demanded, like John Mogul kept coming on my property and said, I'm the investigator for your son's attorney, and they're forcing us to go to trial. They just keep stepping on their dick, brothers and sisters. So watch history being made and watch me take potentially $200 million to $220 billion from my subrogation, take power of attorney over my straw man in open court, and put the notice of liability to the courts for any damages in this last 4 years to be able to take in with the Treasument calculator of 1983 Tampa Bay legislation, a jurisdictional challenge. Watch. This is how this is done. This is how you dissolve the corporation called America without ever firing one bullet. One. This is how Father's going to do it. Watch this. Don't believe me. We're going to play it. Just watch. So you have to not be a capital letter man. I'm just letting you know. You can't be a straw man. You can't be a merchant number. You have to separate yourself from this corporation, brothers, sisters. This does not happen. Oh, I got to turn the phone on. I didn't have it on. You have to be, he said, be in it, but be not of it. I'm only doing what Father tells me to do through Shiloh. He said, be wise as a serpent. I know this Constitution. I'll be in gentle as a dove. I'm not calling for arms. I'm calling for the dissolving of the corporation through subrogation. What is that? Let me show you. Hold on. I got to turn this phone on. This is how you don't have to fire any bullets. Nope. And watch how we do this. So let me show you. Might take me a minute to pull it up. I don't want to show you guys, give you guys some value before he goes. Some of you guys staying in here for the long haul. So I want to give you history being made. And this has not been done many times, but this will continue to happen from here on out. I will spend every waking minute getting my son's name cleared from any criminal prosecution, which is very important because his case is my case. So let me see if this is it. Okay, this is Tracy Werner. My name is Tracy Werner. I'm not operating in a commerce. I'm always operating in a private capacity and never commerce, okay? So there's something you got to know about me. You understand what I'm telling you? Oh, that's it, Mr. Clerk. I don't know who the hell that was. He's just a clerk. Here we go. I'm recording this. Here we go. I'm recording this. This is 12/9/2024. This is a hearing in Lake County where the council is asked to be me to fire him, which you can't fire a council that you, you can only fire a council that you hire. That's how much an idiot Phil Studenberg, and I'll call him out on record as well. I'm entering into a case, calling by phone in front of clerk. I don't know what his name is. He calls himself a judge, but it's not Vandenberg. So I'm going to challenge the jury. It's just me. Oh, there's two. Oh, there's three people on the line.
Good morning, Lake County Circuit Court. Who do we have on the line?
Tracy, capital T, small r, small a, small c, small y, capital W, small e, small r, small n, small e, small r, not in all capital letters. Done. I was never arrested under capital letters. I was arrested under the name Apocalypse, Revelation. I later gave them the name Tracy, small r, capital T, small r, small a, small c, small y, capital W, small e, small r, small n, small e, small r. I've never been arrested under a capital letter name in this case. Not possible. So you have to do that to begin for them to prosecute you under commerce, under a revised statute, Oregon revised statute in this case, which is not Title 18. Title 18 original statute was legislated through the House, the Congress, and the Senate. When they changed this from a constitutional republic, unbeknown to the public, they revised the statutes without the legislation of the House, Congress, and the Senate, which is non-constitutional. So you have what you know as a criminal title, Title 18, title criminal statute, constitutionally legislated by House, Congress, and Senate. And then you have an addition, a revised statute, which is not constitutional. And it is a statute, which is criminal code. I mean, it's a sub-statute. Sub-statute. I mean, it's not constitutional because it was not legislated through the House and the Congress and the Senate. Unbeknown to the whole wide world, well, at least here in America, that this is happening. It doesn't mean that it's not. So, because in this case, this judge is not operating in a third article court under Title 18, the original statutes, not sub-statute or revised statute, because a revised statute is meant for commerce. Because it's a criminal statute? No, it's criminal code. Codes, ordinance, mandates, these are all meant for a corporation. So, this is how this works. You're going to witness me first call out my counsel because he didn't give me Miranda right violation, adequate counsel, and then a postponement of my Sixth Amendment speedy trial 1 second is a violation of my Sixth Amendment. And then right to fair trial, which obviously inadequate counsel, when your counsel says he wants me to fire him, he's an idiot. This man practices law. He's not even practicing judicial law, but you can't fire an attorney you haven't paid for. That's how negligent and criminal Phil Studenberg is. And I will call him out in court for his idiocracy because he just, I don't know, maybe he's an idiot, but he's got a freaking, he went to the bar and has an actual, it's got to be hanging up somewhere in his, I can't think he's some fake, he is counsel for the state of Oregon under Klamath Falls. Okay, so under this Title or Article 4 court here in Lake County, they're not operating in a Article 3 under the original Title 8 statutes. 18, Title 18 statutes, which are the criminal statutes. If they're going to criminally prosecute, you'll see that is under a Title 18. All the criminal statutes for criminal law for prosecution, jurisdictional prosecution is done under the Title 18 original statutes, legislated through the House, Congress, and the Senate. Okay, anything that's revised was added when this was changed over to corporation. It did not go through the judicial process of House, Congress, and Senate. No, it didn't. So they are not, I don't care what they put in those statutes. Those aren't laws, brothers and sisters. They have not been through the proper constitutional, judicial, legislative, and executive branch. Therefore, they are not constitutional and they are not law. They are code, which is code for a corporation. Hence, criminal code, subsection, or what is known as a revised statute. Statute, your criminal statute, Title 18. Everybody understanding what I'm saying? I want you to understand what's going on in these courts, because I don't see how biblical, people who are, law enforcement, logistical, legal, how has this not been figured out? I don't know. Why did the Diddy party just come out that they have bed and bath parties and baby oil? We knew that all along too, didn't we? This is the apocalypse, brothers and sisters. God will reveal all these things in his time. Okay. So I guess none of you guys understand what I'm saying. That's okay. I'll play it anyways, just for the discovery, under the right of suppression of evidence and the right of discovery. They can't suppress evidence during this federal trial that will be taking the state of Oregon and the Lake County Sheriff's Office and the probation, all these officers in this case, to federal court and a Supreme Court to make sure that all these bonds that these people have are taken from them, because they should never operate in a capacity as a community servant. A judge, very, very, men have their lives in people's hands and they make criminal decisions, and they're not even operating in the judicial capacity. So they're not judges, they're just clerks. There's only one court in the United States that's operating under the Title 18 original statutes in an Article 3 court. There's only one. Everything else, there's hundreds of 4 or 5, I don't know how many there are throughout these counties, but none of them are actual, what you would consider a judicial judge who's operating under the original Title 18 statutes, not the subsections or revised statutes, because that's for commerce. So as you see me enter into a court, I don't say that I'm capital letters, because this is how all this starts, whether you understand where I'm going with this or not, because what they've done is they put your name under commerce. This starts at birth under your certificate from a contract, which is old merchant law. That the name criminal is merchant. It's a name in accounting. You just don't understand the logistics, the linguistics, the dialectics, the floss of the tongue. In legal, everything matters. Like this stupid ass Phil Studenberg, this dumbass counsel who sits there and says, well, he wants me to fire him. I can't fire an attorney I didn't pay for. He's appointed counsel. That's how illegitimate Phil Studenberg is. So I will call out him. The judge is not a judge. You'll see, I'm saying this Judge Vandenberg in this case, he's only a clerk. That's got to piss off a judge when you say he's only a clerk, right? He's a secretary. He works for the chief of finance, which is called the prosecuting attorney. He's not a prosecuting attorney. He's not operating in an Article 3 court under the Title 18 original statute. Same thing. He's just the finance, so he can extort your merchant number. There we go. Okay, so Frank got it. It's a corporation, which is crimes of revised statute for commerce. So when you're all capital letters, names are for corporations or businesses. Are you a business? Yes, you are. You're a corporation, and they sell your labor on what is called a treasury or a bond. That's not what that is. That's a number. It's called a merchant number. It is called a bond, but it's a merchant number. And that was given to you at birth. Under your birth certificate, they take in your money and are handling your finances for you under this capital letter name. It is called your straw man or your merchant number. And that is now I've taken in open court, said I'm not this straw man that you say. I judicially, let's play it. Okay, we'll go in and play it, and you can watch history, and then I got to get up on my fire and do something here and eat and do something. So my name is not capital letters. I get in the courtroom under this clerk he's not the clerk in my case, which is a judge. He's not a clerk, but we'll call him Judge Vandenberg, and then I'll challenge his judicial capacity in an open court. I do it multiple times. This guy it's never been done. He asked me to stop talking, please, twice, please, as I'm just talking over him. I'm not going to listen to this idiot clerk. You know, now no judicial capacity over me. This man can't do anything to me. They might throw me in their cage. I'll get out and I'll go back and subrogate all that, you know, merchant number and put in the Tampa Bay 1983 calculator, Treasument calculator. And now that we have this particular number with Carl Washington, we can do this. We're going to do this in this case. I'm working with Carl Washington's crew, Church of the Only Begotten Son. This has only been done a few times in history, brothers and sisters. So you're witnessing history here. I didn't ask for this. This is what God sent me here to do. So this is how we will dissolve what is known as the Corporation America and return this to a constitutional republic. If not, I'm going to be doing that. I don't know what the fuck you're doing, but this is how I'm going to, without shooting and killing anybody, I'm going to dissolve this corporation by subrogating the money that they normally send to Ukraine or to Iran or Iraq, or pay $500 million to strap our kids so they can change their gender and tuck and give them puberty blockers and estrogen and test. This is disgusting. Your tax dollars, the money you pay at work, your W-2, that's your merchant number. You call it a card because you're a card, and they took credit for this since you were a child, and this is a contract by birth. It was written on paper because they violated this trust. See, if it was written on paper, somebody can come in and change that. If you violated the trust, you had to pay it back. Double, and that's what the Treasument calculator calculates by the 1611 scripture. It has to be by scripture. It will not credit it if it's not exactly going by every single word in scripture. So I know this is of the Father. Okay, this isn't of my own doing. And we'll take the hundreds of millions or hundred billions of dollars and we'll pour this back out onto the churches. Church of the Only Begotten Son, Grace and Truth Ministries, which is a classroom here at High Desert Faith and Truth. Real Vita Television here on YouTube, where there's it's a women's prison. They go into women's prison. They teach the gospel. They've asked me to come into the women's prison. I'd be honored to do something as such, and the men's prisons as well. They need the word in prison. He said, be with the downtrodden, the sick, the weary. I'm planning on giving away everything I own and giving it to the ministry. And then anything that pours through these subrogation of these millions or potentially billions of dollars, because the case for 4 years does add up to $64 billion. The rate of inflation times 3 with 1,083 for the Tampa Bay 1980 case. You can look up the legislation if you want in this case. This is how the calculation is done for the subrogation of this merchant number, or what you know is your Social Security number. It's a credit card, Social Security card, by birth contract. They took this over for you and they said, all right, Frank is all capital letters. I don't know what his last name is, but Frank is Frank. That's why his birth certificate is written in capital letters. His Social Security card is written in capital letters, and his driver's license is written. Notice all these things because that's your merchant number. Like you have an IP for your internet, that's always your number. I don't care. You can try to change it a million times to get off this, that shred, that you're always going to have the same number. It's never going to go away. The minute you log that in the system, you can try to change your name. You're always going to be identified as your IP number. This is your number from birth. It's called your merchant. You call it a Social Security card, Social Security number. They made a movie about this. It's called The Wizard of Oz, and it's about you. You are that person they are talking about. This you, America. Remember, there was a Tin Man, and that's your tax ID number, which is your merchant number. Notice the yellow brick road. They went to do all, yeah, I wouldn't go down to that road to hell is paved with good intentions. I don't think we're in Kansas anymore with the red ruby lead slippers, huh? The two witches, the good and the bad. Yeah, this is all going by you, your straw man. Your straw man. Your straw man is your Tin Man. Your tax ID number is you. If you only had a brain, you would figure this out. That is you, your straw man. But you don't have a brain and you're a child. And so they've taken this merchant number and the credit of that, and now they've taken it from you. And anytime you get in trouble in America, you'll pay to get your ass raped by a man, and then the rest of the money will go to Ukraine. No, you'll pay for your own ass fucking or eat Big Bob cock meat sandwiches. You will pay. You'll pay to have that done to you. You will. That's under your merchant number. They'll make money on you. And you'll pay to have that done, and then they'll ship the rest of it to Iran and Iraq because we fund both sides over there. Maybe it'll be that $500 million to tuck and strap kids in America so they can brothers, sisters, we're not supposed to mutilate our children. That is fucking disgusting. I'm tired of this country. I'm dissolving this corporation called America. And we're going to do everything I can to return it to a constitutional republic. And if not, I'm going to die trying, not with guns, remember, by dissolving the corporation. So watch history being made as I challenge the jurisdictional capacity of David. Dave's not here, Vandenberg, that he's just a clerk. I exercise my right of subrogation, which means I'm taking that money back from you. I'm not a child. I'm going to file in court for a power of attorney, meaning I'm taking over that straw man or that merchant number. He's not me, but now I've got that money. And if you want that money back, you're going to have to prove to me, and you'll hear me tell them, if you want this bond back, you'll have to prove to me that you're operating in an Article 3 court under a judicial capacity. I don't mention Title 18 because it's not necessary. I also put the court 4 times on notice of liability, means that all damages in this case, civil, punitive, emotional damage, anything, okay? All this will be covered under that subrogation of that money. It will be paid back out because they can't have it anymore. So that's why they vacated my trial, because there's no money to be made. There's no counsel. There's no money to be made. The counsel quit. This is what happens when you take over this money. They can't take it. They can't make the money. They're going to drop this case eventually. There's no money to be made. So watch history being made. I will teach you how to do this. We can all do this. If you ever got in any trouble, actually, I can teach you affirmative defense, which will allow you to file for this jurisdictional. I'm starting to work with my own. I'm working with Bishop from the Church of the Only Begotten Son. We talk every day about that. We go through this and all every day now. We have church and we face to face. Now, although we're not facing each other, we talk about this subrogation and this continuation of this Treasury calculator, because this is fluid. We've got to be able to move with the rate of inflation, and that's changing. And so that equation would have to change potentially each equation, because it has to equate. For example, Carl Washington was sentenced to 60 days in jail. Was only supposed to be in there for a day. They sentenced him to a day. He spent 60. They credited him for the 59. He used the Treasury calculator of 1983 of the rate of inflation, 1,083 times 3. His case is old if you look at it, but this is not that old. He got in some deal with his wife. He got in a divorce. Not even. It was just divorce. They threw him into the courts and they tried to start extorting him, and he started fighting back legally, and he couldn't figure out why and how to get this back. But he figured out that credit, because he had served 1 day, 60 days when he was only supposed to serve 1. They credited him for the 59. He billed them for that back, the time that he served at 1,000, because it wasn't legal. He was supposed to serve 1 day. Like, they kept me in there for 14 days when I was only supposed to be in there 7. They fucked up. My case is actually 4 years old, so I'm putting them on notice of liability, not for the 7 days, but the 4 years ago that this case started, when I contacted Lily Frank and said, this rapist is hanging around my kids. Get away from my fucking kid. Oh, he's an adult, but he shouldn't be hanging around him. And plus, by the way, Lily Frank, this dude's a rapist, and he just moved in the county, and he's not telling anybody. He didn't tell you. I know that, because he don't want you to know. Okay, he's moving around and he's smoking cigarettes with my kid. My son's wife doesn't want him smoking cigarettes. He's trying to be courteous to his wife because she don't like it. And now he's hanging around this fucking rapist. Take care of this guy. I don't want him around here. And he's moving within the county. He's not letting people know that's illegal. We're supposed to keep track of our rapists, murders, and pedophiles. Do your fucking job, lady. I'm on to you. What the hell is going on out here? He ends up getting in trouble with this guy. I was there at the time of his arrest. These people have forgotten. So my subrogation starts from 4 years ago. It does. My son's affirmative defense and his subrogation will start back whenever, but for sure, the notice of liability for my son and the day that they came out, it was the minute 17 months after he had left this county, is when his will start. Actually, it's going to start before, because we're going to file for subrogation on the whole case, starting back from 4 years ago, just like mine. So he'll have his own amount of merchant number for his case. I'll have and he'll have to do a Treasury calculation for his own case, because his numbers are different than mine. So watch history being made. I probably lost you guys. What in the hell is this guy talking? Yeah, it's done very often. So I've entered into the court that I am not all capital letters. My name is T, capital T, small r, small a, small c, small y, capital W, small e, small r, small n, small e, small r. Non-capital letters. I'm always operating in a private capacity and never in commerce, okay? I'm not commerce. I'm not a corporation. Notice I'm alive. Does anybody see me? Am I here? Hello? Am I alive? This flesh is not a corpse, right? I'm still here. My heart's beating. I think I can hear it. Yeah, so I'm alive. Notice I'm not sitting here. I'm not a statute. And if it's a statute, it has to be constitutional under Title 18 through the judicial, legislative, and executive branches. So all these revised statutes are not constitutional. Therefore, they're criminal code, which is code for commerce. And I'm not commerce. I don't ever operate in commerce. I always operate in a private capacity. I am not all capital letters. That is my straw man. I'm going to subjugate and take all the money from Lake County out of this case, the state of Oregon, and I will not give it back to them until I can prove that they're operating in a third article court in a judicial capacity under the original Title 18 statutes, which they're not. They're operating in a fourth territorial, which is administrative. They'll never get the money back. Boom! That's how you do it, brothers and sisters. Watch history being made. This house starting to cool off. This will be a national case someday, brothers and sisters. News, you will see this case, not that I'm asking for fame or fortune, but here we go. Some wooden stove. Oh, I have to get more wood. All right, they got to get through this last clown. Whoever is in there getting their ass raped by this county.
I never said anything to you. I'm going to
January 6th.
Take home and read, and we can talk on the phone. Probably need to come back here Friday to Judge Edwin and that.
Okay, I apologize. I should have done a little bit further, but
I'm calling after Christmas for a week. January 6th. Yeah.
January 6th, J6, Insurrection Day,
January
baby.
6th for both matters. Scheduled for my trial.
Okay, here we come, boys. Here's history. They already have 40. That's why I filter all my water. Berkey. Okay, here we come, guys. This is it.
Tracy Werner, 24 CR 27997.
Can you hear that okay?
Here, Mr. Werner, ordering online. Yes. Okay. I had filed a motion to withdraw you prior meeting. I think the relationship.
You're an idiot. Hijinks. I'm not a sovereign citizen. There's no such thing as sovereign citizens. You're an idiot. Get out of here. You're an idiot. I'm not a sovereign. Sovereign means you're above the law. You're just an idiot. I apply my constitutional rights. I'm not sovereign. Sovereign means that you are above the law. Cops have what is called sovereign immunity. Get out of here, jack off. I don't want to sit here and jerk off on this thing because you get your rocks off. I'm making history, and what in the hell are you doing about it? So stop. I'm not sovereign. I never claimed sovereignty. People are so foolish. This is going to get people in trouble doing this, following these people who don't know what the fuck they're doing. Now, no, notice. This attorney says he wants me to fire him, which took them 6 months to get me an attorney, which is an obvious, clear Miranda violation. To adequate under criminal trial prosecution, you have the right to fair, speedy trial, which is a violation. If it took them 6 months to get me an attorney, that's a Miranda adequate and a Sixth Amendment. To even 1 second delay in my speedy trial is a Sixth Amendment violation. And then right to call witness. But we're not going to talk about that. Fair trial, speedy trial, and Miranda rights is what I'm going to be telling these courts are violating. Now, this man, after 6 months, steps in as my counsel I didn't hire him, therefore I can't fire him. That's how much of an idiot Phil Studenberg is. He wants me to fire him. I didn't ask you to fucking fire. I said remove yourself as counsel, you idiot. I can't fire an attorney I didn't hire. See, all of these words matter, brothers and sisters. That's your problem with America. You guys just do this translation thing. It's a corporation, not a constitutional republic. The sooner you figure that out, the sooner you'll stop being a child and let them take your money from you. You're letting them send it to Ukraine. You are. Another $20 billion was just sent to Ukraine, brothers and sisters. I've taken this money through subrogation. So watch how this happens, okay? This idiot attorney, counsel, who has not been hired, therefore he can't be fired. You can only fire a paid attorney. He is counsel, and I've asked him to immediately file a motion because I don't have to ask. He's already violated my Miranda rights. To adequate, I had to get him request all my discovery. Actually, I had to force it from him. My verbiage wasn't exactly in court because I said request. I actually demanded that from him. He wouldn't give it to me. So the only way I could get it, and cellular data will show all my evidence, and discovery in the Supreme Court case will show I had to force this counsel that I did not pay for. He was appointed. You have the right to remain silent. You need to take communion. Well, communion means to eat dead orgy Jesus, born in a manger, fake Jesus, orgy, sexual, pump and dump, suck and fuck, marinated Jesus. That's your communion. That's Catholicism. Crackers and grape juice. Eat the dead body of the king that we just marinated, that was a president for a week, by marinating him in animal, and he'd come in animals, and he'd get smashed by women and men, and you don't know what you're talking about. Get out of here. Anyways, going on here with the teaching. Get this idiot out of here, please. Thank you. Okay, anyways, brothers, sisters, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to make a fool out of this counsel who has violated my Miranda rights. It took them 6 months to get me this attorney, which is a clear violation after swatting my fucking house. You're going to take me 6 months to get me an attorney. I think after a SWAT team, you'd have some kind of counsel ready. So failure to provide adequate and fair trial, Miranda and Sixth Amendment violation. So I'll bring this up on record too. So, you know, because this is all part of why that this is a clear change of venue case, which I will call in this case for a change of venue. They can't keep this in this county anymore. And I will make sure that I've already taken over the straw man merchant number, and I will continue to pursue a habeas corpus on my son's behalf to do the same thing because I jumped his evidence. You will pray to the saints for me. Well, do you have, okay, hold on. I'm going to learn that back out of you, idiot. Can you tell me what the word, don't get him out here, Lisa, if you did already. She's so quick to the draw here. Can you tell me what the word pray means? Hack, hawk, tui, remember? Slobber knocker when you do it. So what does the word pray mean? Can you give me the definition of what it means to pray? Because I don't want you to pray for me at all. I rebuke you, hawk, tui, girl. So what does it mean to pray? Teach somebody in here or just leave. If you can't give the definition of what it means to pray, then I don't want you in here because I don't sup with vipers. I don't cast my pearls before swine. So teach or leave. You can leave and say bye-bye and it'll be okay. I won't think about you anymore. Don't worry about rent space in your head. I'm sure you'll continue to think about what you heard in here and something about that damn hat that'll keep you thinking about. Don't worry, I won't charge you rent. So you got any, because I want to teach off you and I'm going to go back to this phone call and make examples out of, I'm a teacher, I'm a pastor. So if you're going to say pray, well, it's about false teachers or false prophets. A teacher is a prophet. There's no much such thing as a modern day prophet, but prophet means teacher. So if you're going to teach and say something out of scripture, will you tell me what the word pray means? I don't think you have any busos alatia in you. Hogadesh. Doomed. All right, wouldn't take you that long. Goodbye, hack tui. Don't come back. Don't let the door hit you on the way out. So I'm going to tell this counsel who I've already told it to remove himself. He has to request from the judge to be removed. The judge will have a hearing. The judge say, okay, I'll grant you this motion. Like, I think there's an attorney-client privilege breakdown. This guy's not done anything. He took a phone call. All I did is tell him, get this shit taken care of. Have this, district attorney take this case. I have more evidence to show why all the things they did wrong before we ever start concentrating on the case itself. Violation of Miranda rights. My son's counsel counseled me. Dual offended. They kept me in it. Let's focus on the illegal things. And sure, we'll talk about the game, but he never, and he never did anything. So I'll call him out because he said he had an attorney-client privilege breakdown. We didn't have any conversation where he said, let me try to do this for you. He didn't say anything. He just, He knew it's, and brothers, sisters, this guy is from a completely different county. Why in the fuck would he put his neck out on for this crooked county over here? I don't blame the guy for backing out. It's a case he couldn't even handle. I called the second largest one of the in Deschutes County, and he said he didn't have the bandwidth to take the case. So here we go. We'll continue to watch history. I'm going to go ahead and step up onto the mic here in open court under a hearing and put all this stuff into record. He says, now you made your record, which this is all now legal and binding. So this is how you take back our corporation. I've already came on record and said I'm not all capital letters. I'll say it again. Okay, say it again. So here we go. Are you ready? Let's watch history being made. Thank you, Father, for having the legal knowledge to assert my constitutional rights. Here we go again.
So it looks like there's a trial scheduled for the 15th. So it's not too far away. And the case was fairly old.
That's a Sixth Amendment violation.
I think
Speedy trial.
representing on this matter. I think the relationship is completely falling apart.
What is relation? I never had a relationship with this guy.
Think you can work with Mr. Studenberg?
Absolutely not. He's provided me no counsel. I've had many Sixth Amendment violations to adequate counsel and my Miranda rights. I'm demanding immediately. I'm challenging the jurisdiction of Judge Vandenberg. He has no jurisdiction in this case. I'll be exercising my right of subrogation. I'm challenging that Judge Vandenberg is just a clerk. He's not operating in a judicial capacity. I'll be filing a motion for power of attorney. I will subrogate this bond, and the only way we're going to get it back is you can prove that Judge David Vandenberg is acting in the judicial capacity. So I demand immediately dropping of all these cases. It is obviously a change of venue is the only thing that will work in this case. Okay, well, you've been put on notice of liability. The courts have been put on notice of liability.
Done.
Mr. Werner, stop talking, please.
Please.
That's not what we're talking about now. So,
That's what I'm putting on record, though.
There's a shortage of criminal defense lawyers. Maybe a while before you get another lawyer.
That's a Sixth Amendment speedy trial
Again, I'm
violation. You
requesting
fucking
immediately
idiot.
dropping
Clerk.
of this case because of the right of violation of my Sixth and Miranda rights.
Do you understand what I'm telling you?
Do you understand that Phil Studenberg has provided me no counsel, so I have the right to speak up. I have received no counsel from Phil Studenberg. I had to request my discovery from him. He has not provided. I can legally show that Phil Studenberg has provided me zero counsel, and that is a Miranda right violation, and my right to fair and speedy trial has been violated. So that's why I'm filing the notice of liability. I would like the courts to file a change of venue. The whole town is watching up here. Again, this has all been on social media as well. So this is a case that would change venue. Either dismiss the case, drop all charges in this case, or file for a change of venue. I've already asked him to remove himself, he violated my Miranda rights by not removing himself. I already requested that before this trial. My name is capital T, small r, small a, small c, small y, capital W, small e, small r, small n, small er. I'm not capital letters. I'm not part of this court that you're trying to put me under this you have no judicial capacity. You're not acting in a Third Circuit court. So I'm challenging the jurisdiction of the judge.
Mr. Werner, be quiet, please.
Please.
All right.
Nice, he said twice, huh?
Well, we'll
Fuck
go
you,
ahead and
Corey.
grant the withdrawal under the circumstances, and then sounds like that's what Mr. Werner wants as well. So
Once.
I'm going to vacate the trial.
Oh, no more trial.
And we'll do a pretrial conference on the 6th at 10 a.m.
A pretrial conference and there's no trial. How fucking stupid is that?
CFO PDC is appointed somebody new by then.
That's an illegal Sixth
Next
Amendment
court date.
violation.
Mr. Werner is January 6th at 10 a.m.
That was already set for trial for a pre-trial. So what are we doing in this date? How is this set for pre-trial when under discovery and suppression of evidence? How could this be set for, it's just a hearing now? You've delayed the trial now? Is this trial been set forward? Because in like my son's case with Phil Mogul, the investigator, who said...
You just need to be here until he gets you an attorney.
Okay, but if I want to say, if I'm on the record, I need to know...
He just got set up. He don't know it. Watch that.
I need to know, like John Mogul, who said...
January 6th at 10 o'clock. That's your next court date. We're going to modify your release agreement so that you don't have to call into the pretrial release officer. And we'll go forward on January 6th. Hopefully you'll have an attorney by then.
Okay, as the court aware that I've been put on notice of liability, I'll be filing a motion for a power of attorney. I have challenged the jurisdiction of David Vandenberg. He has no judicial capacity in this case. He's not acting in a third capacity of an Article 3 court. So you've been put on notice for liability for all damages in this case.
All right, you made your record.
You made your
Okay,
record.
are you-
Woohoo, baby! Yeah!
Up
Take that,
immediately. That is my
Corporation
question. I've already
America.
asked Phil Studenberg to remove himself.
No.
Okay, all right, you're put on notice of liability.
You need to be here at 10 o'clock on the 6th.
I thought I could appear. Can I appear over phone on that date on January 6th? Is that able to appear?
No, you need to be here in person.
Okay, do be aware that John Mogul said they're forcing us to take this to trial on my son's case would be a clear mistrial. Did you hear what I said? He said they're forcing us to take this to trial.
They dropped the person off the line. Put me on hold. It got on record. Ha ha!
They, of course, have been put on notice of liability. I have challenged the judge's jurisdiction. I said it would be exercising my right of subrogation, and I'd be filing a motion. So they have withdrawn the attorney of record has been withdrawn. Now I have no counsel, and they have now I've asked them to immediately drop it, and you can see that they're just going to try to continue for a pre-trial conference where they actually want me to come and show up. So there's no, again, I put on record, so there we go. I'm not sure why they put me on hold here, but obviously they don't want anybody else to hear what's going on.
All right, you just witnessed this history, brothers and sisters. It's only been done just a few times in history. I just took and subrogated. Subrogation means I took all that merchant number money, and you heard me say you can't have it back unless Dave Vandenberg can prove he's acting in an Article 3 court. There's only one in the United States, brothers and sisters, and he's not at that court, so they're not going to get that money back. That's why they vacated the trial. They're in a world of hurt. They will go to the Supreme Court. So you just watch history. Very few, many are called, but few are chosen, brothers and sisters, have been able to accomplish what I did. I challenged the jurisdiction twice of the judge. I made them very aware that I was filing that power of attorney twice over that subrogation of that money that they have been taking. In this case, it's not going to come, and they can't get it back. You hear me? I say I'm not going to give it back unless Dave Vandenberg can prove that he's operating in an Article 3 judicial court. And they know that Article 3 court is the only court that has the right to judicial criminal statutes, charge you under and persecute you under a criminal statute, Title 18 criminal statutes, legislated by the House and the Congress and the Senate. He is trying to charge me, Dave Vandenberg, Chief of Finance, Ted Martin, with a revised statute. A revised statute hasn't been legislated through the House, the Congress, and the Senate. It's not constitutional. It is not criminal. It is criminal code, which is for commerce. And as you see, I made very clear that I am not a corporation, not part of the corp. I will not be a statute because I am alive. I'm a living man. I have the right to assert my constitutional rights, and I will until they throw me in the dirt. You just witness history again, brothers and sisters. Any comments? And I'm going to go, guys. I got to eat some more firewood. I live off the grid. I got to do things out here to keep this place warm. So any questions on what you saw? That's history being made, brothers and sisters. Not too many times in history has a man been able to go in into a judge in a hearing and challenge the jurisdiction or the judicial capacity of a sitting, what they call a judge, because they're not a judge. They're a clerk. They're a clerk. You hear me call me. David Vandenberg is just a clerk. He's not a judge. He's not operating in an Article 3 court. There's only one in the United States. This one here in Lake County is a 4th article court, which means it's territorial and it's still administrative. There's only 3, a 1st, a 4th, and the 3rd. The 3rd goes 1st, the 3rd, and the 4th. There's not a 2nd article court. There's only 2, right? No, there's 3. There's only 2 that operate in administrative and only 1 in a judicial capacity under the original Title 18 criminal statutes. All criminal law is under Title 18, brother, sister. Look at all the statutes of all the criminal law. If they're going to criminally persecute you, prosecute you, like I have a 6th Amendment right under criminal prosecution, a 6th Amendment allows me the right to fair, speedy trial, adequate counsel under my Miranda, and then right to call witness in my favor under my 6th Amendment. I know my rights. Most people don't. I'm going to continue to assert them for you, America. I will. Don't believe me? Just watch. I will take this case to a Supreme Court. I will not take any agreement. I will not settle this case. Absolutely not. Like that guy's telling me, no, 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 I won't. I'll take it to the Supreme Court. Capital T, small r, small a, small c, small y, capital W, small e, small r, small n, small e, small r. My name is not all in capital letters. I am always operating in a private capacity and never in commerce. That's who I am. Fuck your sovereign citizen bullshit. You don't know anything. You're ass from a hole in the ground. Sovereign means you're above the law. You go there, you're going to get yourself locked up, okay? Don't say sovereign. That's idiocracy. God is the only sovereign thing I am. He created and wrote all these things. So there's only one I am that exists without darkness. That is sovereign. There's only one sovereign thing that's ever rocked this rock. Although cops, and I used to be a cop sucker myself, was a military, police, and the army. They have sovereign immunity. It doesn't mean they can break the law, though, brothers and sisters. They lose what is called their sovereign immunity if they break into these constitutional laws. And I know that they have, so I can go after every one of their bonds. So that's a separate bond. That's a bond that they have on their own. The subrogation of this bond that I was talking about is about $220 million to $64 billion in this case. I've already done the rate of 3 times 3 calculation using the 1611 Bible, using the Trezevant calculator of the Tampa Bay 1983 case. If you want to see the legislation behind what it is that I'm doing, go look up Tampa Bay 1983 Trezevant calculation, which was the 1083 calculator that was used in the case of Carl Washington in the case of Tampa Bay 1983. So thank you for coming in, brothers and sisters. I guess we have no comments. You just wish you watch history being made. Thank you so much, Father, for allowing me to be this vessel and to put these judges on notice of liability. I will subjugate all this money and I'll return this money to the people, the communities that have been affected by this in ways that I can. High Desert Faith and Truth, Grace and Truth Ministries, Church of the Only Begotten Son, and a large portion that will go to Real Vita Television for the people that they have pastors that go into the prisons and give the word to the people that are in prisons locked up. That's where the most of the money. I will create one other organization that will allow people who want to not fight, but flight, get away from society as a mobile fluid, if you will, not sitting down one single place, because their homes will be temporary, like tabernacles, wandering Jews in the desert, in this case in the wilderness, in the woods. I'm going to build an organization where I believe I'll be able to give away as a nonprofit or whatever, how I do it. I'll have the money. I won't need to take a 501c3. I'll have millions of dollars to do it. I will start building overland Toyota 4Runners, double cabs, Land Cruisers, whatever, it doesn't matter, whatever, won't buy anything new, but they will be used, and we will outfit them to go off the road, to have a tag trailer behind them so we don't have to participate in society when we don't want to. We can go back to our old ways, and we can hone our hunter-gatherer skills together as a community, and we can go into towns, in the churches, and do things, but I want to do it as a community. I think there'll be floating communities. It will start, and I'll be able to fund the vehicles necessary that if shit hits the fan, brothers and sisters, just pulling off like Lapine, they don't have as many trees here, but I go right up the road. Just pulling off the side of the road can make the difference between getting in a fight, having your shit stolen from you, getting in a confrontation. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? That is what I plan. So I have a gentleman who is, I think I'm going to go with this too. He wants a boat, because he wants to get away from people. and he wants to be wise as a serpent and gentle as a dove. And I think that's extremely creative because it's actually much more smarter than being on land, because you have a constant source of food underneath your boat. You get near the oceans, you've got crabs, shoals, urchins. There's plenty of food to eat. That's why 100, miles of the ocean coastline that 90% of the world population lives within. There's no fucking such thing since overpopulation. Bullshit, 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 bullshit. 90% of the population lives within 100 miles of the ocean. Fuck you with your overpopulation bullshit. I'm tired of this. Demographics, yeah, sure, that's a bunch of bullshit. So, but I think that's a very creative idea, and I'm going to support this just as much. I'm sure that about the same amount that it would cost me to outfit an overland vehicle with a pup trailer and a tent and fuel. I can purchase this gentleman a boat, and he can teach me too, and we'll go out and we'll do the same thing. We'll have ability to go out onto the water when things get bad. You can get a lot further away from on the water. There's a lot more water than there is land. You could get away from people and that's a very wise move. That's very wise. It's like an ark, like Noah. So I support this gentleman. His name is Rebel. Okay. We'll call him Rebel, but that's not his name, but we'll call him Rebel. He wants to go out onto the water and fish and be a peaceful man. I'm not and not hurt anybody. He has a lady and he wants to just leave everybody alone. And he's very much more like a Christian than anybody I've ever met. He's actually not, he doesn't have a religious domination, but he acts like a Christian. If there was he's humble, he's patient, he's meek, he's kind, he's charitable, he's all these things that love is. So although he doesn't call himself a Christian, I support by his fruit. I know him. I don't judge him by his cover. You wouldn't think he is what he is, but when you actually get to, and I've known him just for a few years, the man is an absolute walking example from what I've seen of somebody who's very humble, very accountable for what he does. He's quite patient. I mean, if he has an issue, he's a little less, he's meek, not weak. So he's very meek man and very humble, and he's very accountable. So I think he'd be the perfect, example of somebody who really wanted to, like, for example, he moved to take care of his mom. He's out here in this valley and his mom died. His whole life was something else, but his mom got sick. So he turned everything away, brought his lady and his kids out here, but he don't want to stay here. He's not from here. That's not where he's from. Now his mom has passed. He's taking care of her. And he's got this house. He hasn't been able to sell it yet, but I'm going to try to purchase it for the ministry up in town to have some, up in the main town there. But he don't want to be here. He doesn't have the commitment. He did that for his mom. Now he wants to go out onto the ocean and just kind of do his thing. He took care of his mom, and this house he's not. And so I think it's brilliant. And I think he's a very smart man for using the water as a resource, because there's always a near unlimited supply of food, protein at your fingertips. You go dig in the sand, you can get sand crabs off nearly any beach. Clams, mussels, shales. There's a reason why people live 100 miles from the ocean. Gee, I wonder why. A constant source of protein, brothers and sisters. We got a lot of food shortages coming up. When Trump declares this national emergency, 40% of the world's population is the BRICS nations. He plans on tariffing them 100%. That means you're gonna have to reach, if it's $5 for that whatever, TV dinner, I don't eat that crap, but then it's gonna be $10, guys. You're gonna have to reach twice as far into your pocket. 100% times 2. So are you ready for that? Food's already expensive. How in the hell are we gonna do that, guys? Might want to think about something like this man has said. I think it's brilliant. You've always got a consistent source of protein. You get the ability to make a salination machine. You can do that through evaporation. You can make enough water. You can sustain. I actually brought him in front of somebody and said, hey, my sister did what you wanted to do for the last 20 years. And she has been she just loves her life. It's just not like that, but she has a good life. It's not easy because she works a vessel. I believe she's by herself, a lady who's been out on the ocean for 20 years, guys. So when that guy heard that, man, he lit up. He can do it. He can. I know he can. Not that he's, but he's a meek man, not weak man. I think he'd be fit for it. And I can't wait to hopefully someday, no matter if I do it from the subrogation or I do it from the suing of these cops' bonds, because I want them to not be out of a job forever, but don't want them to work in a law enforcement, a community service, or a public servant. They can flip burgers or something after they got out of prison. They got to pay their bills somehow. So not by community service, not by public servant, by, I don't know, maybe they can collect cans. I don't know. There's work out there. There's all kinds of things that somebody can do, not in a public service or not in a service of community service for the community. They're not fit for that type of work, and that's fine. Not everybody is. Many are called, but few are chosen. If you're supposed to be doing something like that, you're not supposed to be breaking the law. So I will be more than feel obliged to take all their bonds. It will be hundreds of millions of dollars too. So I will have the ability now, which I just don't care. I build something out of nothing, guys, all the time. Trash to treasure. So I'm a meek minimalist. I use less water in a year than you use in a week. Most people use, really, I'm not kidding. My dogs use more water than me, a lot more water than me. So let's wrap it up there. Okay. Much love and agape. Now's the time to leave a comment after the video. Hit that thumbs up button right there. That don't cost a darn thing. Your tithe of time is what I continually to request, because you can't print time and you can't make no more time. You can make more money. You might be able to print it if you're good enough, but you can't make more time. So thank you for that. I'll see you again soon. Ish. See, I left that opening. Ish. I might not ish. So if you have a monetary tithe, and I do appreciate somebody gave a monetary tithe yesterday, which helped the ministry to relieve a little bit of the stress that I have, because I've not really had much time to. I've been working off this thing, doing too. I've added more things to the internet. I've rechanged it, lowered some of the prices of the things I'm selling. So I'm not sitting out here just trying to take money from anybody. If you've got some extra change, I have a Bitcoin account. I don't care, whatever it's Bitcoin, I'll eventually turn that into rice and beans. Watch. I want another water filter or something. I can accept Bitcoin, CashApp, or PayPal in the bio. If it's there and you've got abundance, help somebody in your area first. If you can't help me, it's there. Put a stabber required. Again, that person gave the monetary tithe yesterday. I'm not going to tell you who it was, because they don't gain favor. That's not who I do. We're not supposed to tell people when we tithe anyways. We're not supposed to tell people when we fast. We're supposed to do these, supposed to pray in the dark place in secret. So if you have the ability to tithe, I will give you the anonymity. I'm not going to spread it out that you did it. I don't mind telling somebody if they'd like to, hey, I gave to this because I support the ministry. That's different. But if you want to tithe to this ministry, there's links in the description, in the bio for those Cash App and PayPal. Okay. And there's a Bitcoin too. If you got Bitcoin, somebody bought me some Bitcoin like 6 months ago, a year ago. It was $50 and went down to like $40 for a long time. It sat there, but I think it's over $70 now or something like that. But I will exchange it eventually and turn it into some beans and rice or something that's got some asset value, not some 0 and 1 on a computer. Okay. That's what you should do. I encourage you. I do think, I'm not going to give any kind of financial or economic advice, but I do think that we will see $1 million Bitcoin. It has to. There's too much money. They turned it into an ETF. You got hundreds of millions of dollars that moved into the long Bitcoin, we're about 3 or 4 years from now, where that will have a payout about 9 or 10%. I think it was. It's going to be a lot more than that. They know it. They know it. These things have their cycles, and it's just going by a cycle too. It's all created. That coin is completely a creation, I believe, by the Central Intelligence Agency. That's why I always told my son that. That's why when he came to me after selling a motorhome, I sold a motorhome at $3,000 in my pocket cash. He asked me to buy 10 coins at $300 a piece. I said, no way in hell. I don't care if I made millions of dollars a coin. I will refuse to make my money off this system that's coming, where they're going to digitize and tokenize everybody's money and take this ability to, if you do, dollar will never die. There'll just be such a phenomenal fee attached to it that you'll use this other digital back, whatever, central UMU, universal monetary unit, UNI, the UNI coin or whatever. They've already had all this in play for quite some time. So I believe this was something too that we'll see come Trump administration election. I want to warn you this last thing with that, when Trump does declare the national emergency, that he immediately turns this country over FEMA. I don't think we'll see president, whatever you want to call him, return to office again. Not in a form that we would think. It might be behind a screen. It might be with the robot guarding him. I told you, it's not going to be the same. This country, he said he would be the last president. And I do believe, because we're going to see a relief of term limits, and this country is going to be changed from this constitutional republic corporation into something different, and not even the corporation anymore. They're going to digitize this, tokenize everything, and they'll sell all of this on a digital ledger, and you won't have the ability anymore to go pay your neighbor that wants to come over, the kid's son, $5 to mow the lawn, and you won't be able to have a garage sale. And they're going to limit a lot of things. It's going to get completely different. This world's going to change very, very fast, brothers and sisters. It already is. So be ready. Okay, have a way out of the system. Like I said, beans and rice, water filter. That filter will last you 10 years, guys. 10 years. Where'd it go? Yeah, that filter right there. So do the things that you can now, and get the things that you can. If there's something that you really like a lot, candy-wise, I don't even care. Candy's poison. Get it now. Get some extra little morale lifters, if you will. There's a reason why they put M&Ms and the little Tabasco sauce in a military food ration. It helps lift your morale. If you can't get Kit Kats anymore, your things are Kit Kat. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Outstanding, Dwight. Cool. I like that. I live in a missile silo. That's pretty smart. I mean, you're already on the map, but it don't matter. Put on the armor of God. No weapon formed against you will prosper. That's a good for the hailstones, for the weather. Fuck all this dumb shit, man. How intelligent is that, you, Dwight? It says 129-pound hailstones in scripture. The weather's nuts. So you did it probably for not hopefully, zombies, it's weather. Shit, you in a storm shelter. You ever see anybody filming a tornado shelter? That's not like a 6-hour event, guys. It's like 20 or 30 minutes. The fucking thing blows over and they get out. Good for you, Dwight. You know what I'm saying? You kind of got the same ability, and you can outfit it for your. I got a 50-foot shelter myself that I built. It took me 4 years to dig by hand. It cost you probably $250,000, $250,000 to build what I built out here. It's a steel culvert like the original Atlas shelter. So it's probably not a silo, but it will protect me from hailstones the weight of a talent. 129 pound is 28 feet from where I'm right now underneath the ground from where I'm at right here. So I've done my part too to try to, I don't sit there and pitch this and not do it to, lead by example. I'm a veteran, so we got to lead by example. It took me 4 years just to dig the hole, to put the steel. Well, that's a long way down. So 10 by 50 by 10 is a long, big, deep hole. So down 28 feet. So, wow, I did it. Thank you, Father, for giving me the strength, and I'm still here like Noah. You know what I'm saying? So good for you again, Dwight. Thank you for at least try to be wise and get away from it, not just sit there out yourself in the open, get yourself blown up. Get in your tornado shelter, let the turbulent times blow past and come out, and you'll have abundance, Dwight. You really will. You'll have abundance. Remember, you'll be able to go out there. Why would you want to come out after that? Why? What are you going to turtle? You get it on your back? You're like a woman. You get her on her back. She's fucked. Just kidding, ladies. I'm just kidding. Like a turtle, you kick a little bit, right? We want to see you wiggle it. Just flip over for me, honey. Flip over, turtle. You know what I'm saying? You got any kick in you? I think you do, Dwight. Good for you, for doing something about it, and to come out after and at least die trying. Flip over, right? You know what I'm saying? Have a little kick. Good for you having some fight in you. Some of us I call die hard, right? Ain't trying to escape our deaths. He who, loves their life and not willing to sacrifice their life for my name's sake, we have to try. We have to die trying. So good for you, Dwight. That's awesome, man. I wish I had the ability to do that. There's one out here where I live, though, that I plan on someday. Maybe we'll go and see who's there in the hole. A lot of people don't even know it's here. There's a lot of them in this rock, at least in America, because we are the war machine, brothers and sisters. So they do decommission silos, and that's a pretty neat home. It really is. I've seen some converted, and it's a really unique, and it's safe. Like I say, get yourself away from the weather. Fuck all this zombie bullshit and nuclear war. There's been 2,000 plus nuclear ordnance lit off on this rock, guys. You don't know anything about nuclear war. Canadian Prepper. Go see Canadian Prepper. Nate up there on the YouTube channel here, Canadian Prepper. He talks about probably the best video I've seen him put out. He puts out a crazy amount of good videos, but for the public service is this video about nuclear war. Go see Canadian Prepper at Nate at Canadian Prepper, and go look at his video, guys, on nuclear war and how easily it is to survive what people believe is a nuclear holocaust, the end of the world. It's not what people think. It is very, very survivable, a lot easier than you think. So much love for Nate. He doesn't really, has a certain faith, but Nate buys fruit. So I thank Father for making. He does have some of the best survival gear on the planet. Nate says you can help his channel by helping yourself. I like that. How cool is that, dude? So you want to help yourself? Same thing here. Buy a water filter. Not for me. You can maybe go buy one from Nate, but he's got a bunch of good products. The best. He won't carry it unless it's top of the line. Top of the line. He doesn't have cheap stuff. He's got stuff that's I think it's probably in its 30s right now, Frank. Something like that. So it's a little cold. I've got to go get some more wood from my fire. I keep cackling on here. Hopefully not like Kamala Allah Akbar, but all right. I love you, brothers, sisters. Thank you for coming back again and joining me. Please leave a comment after the video on tell me what you think of the video. Make a comment. I'll upload it, almost immediate. It does help, guys. When people come in, they look at that live, they see which comment on the video. It gives them some interest to open the video up. So thumbs up, doesn't cost anything. Links are in the description. Much agape, Pastor Apocalypse, Pastor Revelation. Welcome to the new age. Welcome to the age of the heirs, where the crown and throne of heaven will be crowned. The ones that are called out in their names in that book of life. Don't get your name blotted out. Don't do self-will. Autonomous. Don't be self-driven. Service to self or service to others. Be charitable. Be patient. Be meek. Be kind. Yeah, don't be weak. Be meek. And do follow in his commandments. Love him. Agape him. Shem is love, is agape. He said, follow after me. Conform to my image. Who shall ever come after me? Let them deny themselves. Take up your cross daily and follow after me. Pastor Revelation. Welcome to the new age. We're here. We made it. Whoa.